You are listening to Hopeful Cowboy, Hope Eternal Ranch Romance, Book 1, written by Elana Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 1. Nathaniel Mulberry could smell something in the air, something that indicated a change was coming, a big change. He stepped up to the window of the door of his dormitory and looked both ways down the hall. He'd been stationed in the wing on the far end of the hall, with only a few feet between his door and the one that led to the yard. And beyond that, the baseball fields, the track, the fresh Texas air. He liked this dorm because he didn't hear any of the scuffles from the indoor area, which sat to his left and down the hall about 100 yards. No one roamed the halls right now, as it wasn't the appropriate time. A count had just been called, and it wasn't even one of the normal times. The men at River Bay endured 5 daily counts, 3 of them between midnight and 5 a.m. A count meant all prisoners had to be in their dormitory, and when one was called at an off time, it was a standing count. So Nate stepped back and held very still at attention. He'd never been disciplined in the 52 months he'd been at the River Bay FCI. He was within 6 months of his release date, and that remained fluid due to his exemplary behavior in prison. "You hear anything?" Ted asked. Nate didn't even flick his eyes toward his friend. Not a word. "Because you're in that office a whole lot," he drawled. Nate's teeth ground together, and he knew Ted would see the way his jaw jutted out. But he said nothing. True, he worked in the office with the unit leaders. Didn't make him privy to what they knew, and it certainly didn't give him insight as to why they'd called a stand-up count at 2:15 in the afternoon. He'd been up most of the night, as usual. He assisted with the suicide watch, and one of their new boots had struggled mightily last night. Nate could remember the day he'd come to River Bay as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. His brother, Ward, had dropped him off at the facility after he'd gotten permission to self-surrender at the low-security prison camp only 240 miles from White Lake, where his parents and both of his siblings lived. Ward was the oldest of the 3 Mulberry children, and Nate had appreciated him more than anything the day he'd driven him to the FCI. He hadn't had to box up his clothes and mail them back to his mother. Ward had taken them. "I'll keep them for you, okay?" he'd said. Nate had just nodded, because he didn't want to do anything to upset Ward. Anything more than what he'd already done, that was. Nate was the only Mulberry to be convicted of a federal crime, and his heartbeat skipped when he thought about getting out of River Bay. What would be waiting for him out there? The hair on the back of his neck stood at attention, too, and Nate looked to his left. A pair of unit officers came down the hall, and Nate hoped this standing count would end in a moment. His unit was usually one of the last to be counted, and he focused back on his brother's words from the day he'd dropped Nate off. "We'll see if these clothes fit when you get out." Ward had smiled then, but all Nate could think about was the many things he'd missed while he'd been in prison. Ward's wife had been pregnant when they'd come to River Bay. He'd missed the birth of his first nephew. He'd missed Ward and Jane's divorce. He'd missed his sister's wedding and the birth of her 2 children. He'd missed birthday parties and Christmases and picnics and days out on the boat in the Gulf of Mexico. The PA crackled. "Count complete. We're clear." Nate sighed as his muscles relaxed. He climbed back onto his bunk, exhaustion pulling through him. He stared at the bottom of the bunk above his, the tow-headed boy Connor had grown into, forming in his mind's eyes. Ward's son. Ward came to visit Nate every week, even after all these months, these years, every week. Most holidays he brought several people with him, friends of his who knew Nate, and at least once a month, Nate's parents. His parents had gotten old while Nate had been in prison, and he'd missed that too. "You're up to shower," someone said, tapping his foot against the frame of Nate's bed. He heaved himself off the mattress that wasn't comfortable anyway and headed out the now open door. He'd learned to be vigilant when simply walking down the hall. He was housed in a low-security prison camp, which meant he could come and go almost anywhere anytime he wanted. There were rules and limitations, which he'd learned quickly, and he didn't want to be caught going one direction while the other 1,200 men at the camp were going the other. He'd gotten a 5-year sentence for his role in investment fraud, but there were guys in here who'd used weapons during robbery, broken into homes, committed crimes against children, and more. Anything could happen if he didn't watch what was going on around him all the time. The only time he didn't need to do that was during the 10-minute shower he got each day, which was why he'd heaved himself off the bed and down the hall to the bathroom he shared with the other 47 men in his wing of Unit NF. He soaped and shaved, then dressed in his standard prison clothes and reported to the unit office. He had a special pass to work there, and he'd been helping with files and doing simple data entry for a couple of months now. The work wasn't stimulating, but it was work. Everyone in prison had to work, and most of the men needed the money. Nate hadn't told a single soul that he did not. Ward deposited money in his prison bank account every month, though he couldn't spend more than $310 a month. Nate, in all the months he'd been in River Bay, had not spent that much. He saw no need to call attention to himself. In fact, everything Nate had done over the last 52 months was to keep the spotlight off of him. Head down, mouth closed. That was how he'd avoided the fights, the disagreements, and the overload of tickets that seemed to fly from the unit officer's fingertips. No one spoke to him, which suited Nate just fine. He knew all the men and women in the unit office, and he felt very lucky to have been assigned to this unit. "How's Charles?" he finally asked when he and the unit secretary seemed to be the only ones still working. She looked up from her computer, her eyes slightly glazed over. Nate wondered what that would be like, to feel so comfortable that he wasn't constantly scanning the windows just beyond the office for any sign of a threat. "Oh, he's okay," she said, her mind clearly somewhere else. Ellen had thin, wispy hair the shade of rich soil. She tucked it away, but it just spilled out again, because it was so fine. "Think I'll get a full night's sleep tonight?" Nate asked, looking back to his own computer. His was at least 5 years older than the one Ellen pecked on, and it didn't connect to the internet. Nate got 30 minutes each day to download and upload his emails, and just by communicating with his mother and then Ward, it wasn't enough time to stay caught up on everything. "Probably," Ellen said. "We've got 2 more on call. You took your turn last night." Nate thought of the 3 a.m. count, and though he didn't have to stand at attention for that one, he woke up every night when the unit officers came through the rooms, their flashlights as bright as spotlights. He nodded anyway, thinking he'd made it through another day toward his release, toward freedom. Nate did get awakened in the middle of the night, but it wasn't because of heavy boots on the floor and those sweeping lights crisscrossing the dormitory. No, someone was talking. The men in his wing didn't cause trouble for the most part. Sometimes Ted could get a bee in his bonnet, but he had a louder bark than a bite, though Nate supposed he probably could have a mighty loud bite, too. He'd been incarcerated for aggravated assault. He'd gotten into a scuffle at his law office, used his fists to get the other guy away from him, and found out the hard way that undercover cops could literally be anywhere. To make matters worse, Ted had been holding a knife in one hand because he'd been cutting a cake for an office party. Thus, he'd gotten aggravated assault on a police officer. The law office had been under investigation for some questionable activity with a drug cartel along the southern border, and Ted had become the fall guy. He hadn't used the knife, but he was in possession of it. He hadn't handled the wrong accounts, but he suddenly had a target on his back. He'd fought for the rights of his clients, and in the end, he'd lost his. Nate thought sometimes the law could be downright comical. "Nate," a man whispered, bending down to shine his light right into Nate's eyes. He knew the voice, even if he was blinded to Percy's face. "What?" he asked, trying not to sound irritated. Some unit officers handed out tickets for much more innocent questions than the one Nate had just asked. He held up one hand to shield his retinas from all that blasted light. "Come with me." Percy straightened and walked away, leaving Nate confused as he tried to sit up and reason through why he'd need to go with Percy. Rule number 1 in prison: don't go off with a guard alone. Nate flicked a glance at Ted, who slept on the bottom bunk only 5 feet from Nate. They shared the desk sitting between the 2 sets of bunk beds, but Nate got his own locker for his personal belongings. "Come on," Percy said from the doorway, and Nate stood up. "I need shoes," he said. "Not for this." "For what?" Nate asked, his pulse starting to beat a little too fast through his body. The weight of every eye in his wing was on him, but Nate had literally never caused a scene before. Percy turned back to him, and anguish rolled across the man's face. "You better get dressed and put on your boots." Nate nodded and got changed, not caring that everyone watched him. He had to get strip-searched to go into the suicide unit, so switching out his sweatpants and t-shirt for the official prison uniform was no big deal. Ready, he walked toward Percy, who still looked like he was one breath away from crying. Ellen appeared in the hallway, a panicked look on her face. Nate frowned at her and followed Percy out of the room. The other guard said, "Go back to sleep." "What's going on?" Ted asked. "You can't just take him. He's done nothing." The door closed, sealing all the other inmates in while Nate was out. He looked through the unbreakable glass, his eyes meeting Ted's. He'd been in for longer than Nate, and he'd just reached nickel status. 5 years. "The commander and the warden want to see you," Percy said. "Why?" Nate asked, feeling courageous that evening. "I'll let them explain." Ellen marched at the head of their group as they left the building and started down the sidewalk under the watchful eye of the moon. Nate normally loved being outside, and he had all the paths of this place memorized. He'd only met the warden a handful of times, and the experiences had all been good. Tension rode on the air as the 4 of them walked, Ellen's heels making the most noise against the concrete. She led the way into the warden's office, too, where 5 men stood around the man's massive desk. They all turned toward Ellen and the others as they entered. Nate stopped in the doorway, everything in his body telling him not to enter this room. He scanned the men quickly, making a dozen observations. Prison could teach a man to notice the slightest of things, that was for sure. The warden looked as he normally did, properly put together, with a tie knotted around his neck. Today's was blue with black stripes. 2 other police officers stood in the office, and they looked like they'd just stepped out of a coffee shop on their nightly beat. Nate's fingers clenched into a fist when he met his lawyer's eye, and he raised his chin. "What's going on?" he asked. Lawyers didn't make house calls at 1:30 in the morning, that was for dang sure. Especially not Lawrence Matthews. No one spoke. The people in the room all looked around at one another, their gazes ultimately coming back to his. The last man in the room was Nate's unit manager, Gregory Follows. He wore a grim look and nodded to Ellen. "Nate, come sit down," she said. Nate couldn't get his legs to work. "Ellen," he said as evenly as he could, but his nerves made everything inside him vibrate. "Just say it." She sat down on a black leather couch just inside the door. Clearing her throat, she adjusted her legs and set a folder on her lap before she looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Actual tears. Nate wanted to run as far and as fast as he could. Whatever she was about to say wasn't good. "Nate," she said again, "I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, but your brother has passed away." A pit opened in his stomach, but he still managed to ask, "What?" "Ward passed away," she said. His brother's name echoed in Nate's mind. A shriek started in his soul. "But he's coming on Friday," he said stupidly. "He's bringing Connor." Ward didn't bring his son every time, but usually a couple of times a month. He'd emailed to say Connor had made something for Nate at preschool, so they'd both be coming that weekend. "No, honey," Ellen said, standing. She put her hand on his arm, and Nate just stared at it. "There was an accident on the ranch, and they did everything they could." She swiped at her face with her free hand. "But he just audits ranches," Nate said, not comprehending. "What kind of accident? How did someone die when they carried around a clipboard and a ballpoint pen?" Lawrence stepped forward. "Nate, I got here as quickly as I could. Once the will was read, we moved swiftly to—" "When did he die?" Nate asked, the words belonging to someone else. He looked from Lawrence to Ellen. "Monday morning," Ellen whispered. "But it's Wednesday," Nate said, confusion riddling his thoughts. They were so knotted, and Nate didn't know how to unravel them. "You didn't miss the funeral," Ellen said. Her dark eyes reminded Nate of his father's. Why he was thinking of that, he didn't know. "Were you aware your brother named you the legal guardian of his son?" Lawrence asked, reaching into his fancy-pants briefcase. He removed a sheaf of papers and handed them to Nate. He'd spent plenty of time on his bed reading complicated legal documents, but not in the middle of the night, and not minutes after he'd been told his brother and oldest friend had died. Ward took care of everything. He took care of Nate, and Nate didn't know how to keep breathing. "No," he said, staring at the black letters on white paper. "Well, he did," Gregory said kindly. He guided Nate to a chair in front of the warden's desk. "And Nate, your lawyer has petitioned for your release date to be Saturday, the day of the funeral. Then you can be there with your family and with Connor, and the two of you will be able to start a life." Nate gripped the edges of the paper, his eyes unseeing. Start a life. What a joke. He couldn't start life again. "Since you're still 6 months out from your parole hearing, we've made arrangements for you and Connor." Greg placed another folder in Nate's hands. "It's not precedent, but this is an extenuating circumstance." "The judge signed the order, Mr. Fellows," Lawrence said. "I'm aware," Greg bit out. He sat in the chair next to Nate's, and their eyes met. "You'll be released on Saturday, Nate, but not to just wander in the world. You're being assigned to Hope Eternal Ranch, one of our residential re-entry centers. You'll finish your sentence there for the next 6 months." "I haven't finished my release programming," Nate said. "Hope Eternal will finish it with you," Greg said, his eyes actually softening as he spoke. "You'll live there with Connor and work on the ranch. They're a trusted partner, and they've taken several of our men over the years. You'll be in very good hands there." Nate felt as if someone had encased his body in tight cloth, mummifying him. He didn't know what to say or do. No one had asked him if he wanted to be released and live at this Hope Eternal Ranch. No one had asked him, not even Ward, if he wanted to or was even capable of taking care of a 4-year-old boy. "Okay," Lawrence said from behind him. "She's here." The people in the room moved, and Nate twisted toward the door as they welcomed someone new. He couldn't see them through the press of bodies, which only made his heart rate accelerate. Finally, the crowd parted, and the most beautiful woman Nate had ever set eyes on stood there. She wore a pair of jeans that seemed to go on and on and on, as she easily stood close to his height and had legs that went for miles. She sported shiny, almost copper-colored hair that fell to just below her shoulders. Her eyes could have been any color, because Nate couldn't quite see them in the shadows of her cowgirl hat. She frowned at him and then looked back at Lawrence. "Well, does he speak? It's been a long drive and I'm already tired." "Nate," Greg said, helping Nate stand up. "This is Ginger Talbot. She runs Hope Eternal Ranch, and we're releasing you to her care on Saturday." Nate wasn't sure if he'd hit the lottery or been condemned to death. By the growl in Ginger's eyes and the way she folded her arms instead of extending her hand to shake his, Nate had enough mental capacity to think, "I guess I did get the death penalty." He also had no idea how to be a father, and the pain over Ward's death continued to radiate from deep within him, spiraling up and out until he was left bent over and gasping for air. Chapter 2. Ginger Talbot knew her stance, and her cold question made her seem like the Ice Queen. Perhaps she was. When it came to men like Nathaniel Mulberry, she had to be. She'd worked with several of them over the years. Because Hope Eternal Ranch was a completely female-run operation, she would only take prisoners in the RRC program that hadn't been convicted of sex offenses. The man currently bent over in front of her, gasping for air, was a white-collar criminal. She read every case and every conviction before agreeing to house the prisoner on her ranch. Nathaniel had been caught up in investment fraud in the firm where he'd worked for 3 years before the ceiling had fallen on everyone, from the CEO on the top floor to the secretary just inside the door at Isotope Investments. Her heart pounded in her chest at the sight of him still struggling to breathe. She'd been told not to touch him, but her kind, compassionate side urged Ginger to take the few steps toward him. She let her hands drop to her sides, then she lifted one and placed it on Nathaniel's shoulder at the same time the only other woman in the room said, "Nate, we've got a drink for you." She took the plastic bottle of water from the man who'd gone to retrieve it, and she too joined Ginger at Nate's side. She put her hand on his other bicep, the 2 women flanking him. "Come on now," she said quietly. "You're okay. You've been in here for 1,581 days. Nate started to straighten, turning toward the other woman and not Ginger. She could see him in a cowboy hat, a pair of dark jeans, with cowboy boots on his feet, and he'd be even more handsome than he was now. Ginger strengthened the walls around her heart and mind. She let her hand drop from his shoulder, the absence of heat from his body instant, and causing some sort of regret to pull through her. She frowned at herself and fell back a couple of steps. "Thank you, Ellen," Nate said, his voice soft and quiet, yet possessing a power Ginger couldn't name.
"But it's 82 days,"
Nate said, taking the bottle.
1582.
A ghost of a smile crossed the other woman's face, and she too moved back. "Ginger," Lawrence said, and she retreated all the way to his side. She knew him because she'd been working with him for the past 2 days following the death of Ward Mulberry. She knew the warden, too, but he hadn't moved from behind his desk yet. James Dickerson wasn't a small man, nor one to keep silent, but he still hadn't spoken. Ginger watched him, and it was clear the man was struggling with his own emotions. She looked at Nate again as he drank, and the picture before her cleared. These men and women here at the River Bay Federal Correctional Institution liked Nathaniel Mulberry. Nate's gaze moved to hers, and the air in her lungs froze instantly. Several long seconds passed before the man who'd helped Nate stand stepped between them.
"We'll make sure he's ready on Saturday, Miss Talbot."
He gestured for her to leave the room because she still had plenty to talk about with his unit manager. Ginger held Nate's gaze for another moment, a flash of a heartbeat, and then she stepped out the door Lawrence held for her. Down the hall in another room, she paced to the window and turned to face the two of them as they came inside behind her.
"Ginger, this is Gregory Fellows. He's Nate's unit manager."
Lawrence indicated the other man, who wore a uniform suggesting his status inside the correctional facility.
"Greg,"
the man said, reaching to shake her hand. She gave one pump and looked back at Lawrence.
"So," the lawyer asked, "he's acceptable for your program?"
"Yes." Ginger lifted her chin, wondering if anyone else that partnered with the BOP had such strict rules for who they'd take in. She told herself not to back down. She had to protect her friends and colleagues, as well as all the visitors that came to Hope Eternal. And yourself, she thought, hating that door that opened in her memory bank so easily. Ginger wasn't the type of woman to make the same mistake twice, and just because Nate was good-looking and grateful for a bottle of water didn't mean she'd allow herself to be anything but his parole officer for the next 6 months. She wouldn't even have to do that. The Bureau of Prisons would send someone out every couple of weeks, and she could call at any time and have them come and get Nate if things simply didn't work out. The image of the blonde-haired boy paraded through her mind. Nate's situation certainly was complex, and he'd been hit with 3 very large items in the space of 5 minutes. All at once, Ginger was glad she'd let her compassionate side step over to him and offer him a brief touch of comfort. She couldn't even imagine how she'd react to one of her siblings passing away, and her heart leapt into the back of her throat.
"I believe you wanted some insight to Nate,"
Greg said, adjusting one of the chairs by the door. He sank into the hard-backed seat, a long sigh coming from his mouth.
"He's the best one in the wing, in the whole unit, probably out of any unit here."
"Why isn't he in the satellite camp, then?" Lawrence asked. "That has even looser security than here." Greg glanced at Lawrence, and then Ginger. He swiped one hand through his nearly black hair, and all the exhaustion he felt showed plainly on his face.
"He was in the satellite camp for a while, 9 months maybe, 10. But it's crowded there just like it is here, and we needed him to teach our business and finance classes."
He issued a long sigh.
"So we asked him if he'd come back over to River Bay Low, and he agreed. He's done 2 jobs here. He's my office assistant, and he works part-time with our suicide watch team as well."
Surprise moved through Ginger. This Nathaniel Mulberry really was the best of the best. She'd never heard of an inmate working in the unit office with the team.
With his good behavior, Lawrence said, tapping on his phone, we have him getting released in 5 months and 22 days. Probably earlier, even, Greg said. He gets more days for every month of good behavior. He's never been in trouble in all the time he's been here. He has the least number of tickets out of any inmate currently in River Bay through all security levels, and the ones he does have are for little things like not being in line on time or dropping his shower shoes on the floor too loudly. He looked back and forth between Lawrence and Ginger. If he's so great, Ginger started, why couldn't you get him out, Lawrence? Why does he have to finish the 5 months and 22 days at all? His brother had died. Nate now had a child to raise. The judge said other family members could take the boy, Lawrence said. She wouldn't uphold the will to the point where Nate could just be released to his own care, the way he would have been in a few months. So our next best step was the residential reentry center. This way he's out, but under supervision. He can take the child with him, and he can have a decent transitional period to work through everything. Ginger nodded, a strangely fierce determination moving through her that Nate would get exactly that. She'd help him get exactly that. And the family is okay with that? She asked. His parents are getting up there in years, Lawrence said. The father has just been diagnosed with colon cancer, and no, Nate doesn't know yet. He sighed, and Ginger supposed even lawyers had a human side from time to time. His sister is married with 2 kids under the age of 4, neither of whom Nate has met. He read from his phone, though surely he had these familial facts about his client memorized. Her husband got in a motorcycle accident only 6 months after they got married, and he's disabled and in a wheelchair. She cried and cried when she told me she couldn't take Connor on, too. He looked up and shrugged. It's Nate or the foster care system. Nate will never let that happen, Greg said. Ward and Connor came to visit him all the time. He loves that boy. Lawrence nodded. Yes, I've heard, which is why I petitioned the judge for RRC, and specifically at your ranch, Miss Talbot. It's only a 10-minute drive from his parents and sister. Bethany, the sister, said she could make that drive to see her brother and her nephew. All agreeable with you, of course. Of course, Ginger murmured. So many things ran through her head that she couldn't grab onto any one thought and examine it. She drew in a deep breath. Okay, so I'll get the clothes on the request sheet, and I'll be back here on Saturday morning to get him. She looked between Greg and Lawrence. Right? Yes, Greg said, standing. He'll be in the special housing unit, administrative detention. Why? Ginger asked. Because he's in crisis right now, Greg said, and to lessen the questions and noise from the other prisoners. We put all inmates in admin detention during transfers or before hearings. That kind of thing. It's not like detention at the principal's office. He's not in trouble. It's to spare him trouble. He reached for her hand again, and they shook. I'll be there to say goodbye to him as well. He's been a good inmate here. With that, he nodded and turned to leave the office. Ginger waited until the door closed, and then she took his seat, combing her fingers through her own hair. Is that all, then? She asked Lawrence. That should do it, he said. Everything will be ready for you between now and then. You get the clothes, I'll meet you here with the boy, and that's that. That's that. The words didn't seem like enough for a man who'd lost his brother and was about to become a father all within a few minutes. So much was changing, and not for her. She'd have another cowboy on the ranch, which she desperately needed. She seized onto the gratitude as it slipped through her veins and said, Okay, then, I'll be ready, and I'll be here. She stood and followed Greg out the door,
her focus only on making it back to her truck safely. Once there, she allowed her mind to wander. Yes, she needed Nate's help on the ranch. She'd just had a cowboy quit last week, and his appointment through the residential reentry program was a huge blessing for her. "He's sure handsome," she muttered, her mood darkening. "And you're not going to let him use that against you." No, she was not. She could not. The last time she had, she'd nearly lost everything, and it was only by God's grace that she'd managed to hold on to the ranch and her last shred of dignity. That's that. With the decision made that Ginger would only speak to Nate if she absolutely had to, she made the drive back to Hope Eternal Ranch, the pure blackness that existed to her left threatening to claw at her very soul. The absence of light over the water of the Gulf sometimes brought her peace. Tonight, though, it only served to remind her of how far she'd come since she'd fallen in love with Hiram Charles, an inmate from River Bay, just like Nate, and how far she could fall if she allowed something like that to happen again. Saturday morning, Ginger arrived back at River Bay with a small backpack. She'd gotten the requested clothes for Nate, as well as a couple of soft drinks, snacks, and a chocolate bar for both him and Connor. She'd taken prisoners back to Hope Eternal before, and she knew how much they liked chocolate. Apparently, it was very expensive inside prison, and while she knew Nate had worked in investment banking before his time at River Bay, she suspected he didn't have a whole lot of money to be buying chocolate every week. Someone met her in the lobby and took her outside to a nearby building, this one much closer than the one she'd trekked to on Wednesday night. It was early still, with the sun barely lighting the sky. She'd left the ranch last night and made the 3-hour drive to the town of River Bay, where she'd slept in a lumpy bed and gotten up before dawn. She smoothed down her hair, wishing it wasn't quite so bright. Over the years, she'd tried to tame the coppery color with hair dye, but she'd given up and embraced the auburn locks she had. Thankfully, she wasn't walking down the center aisle of a prison with rows of inmates on both sides, leering at her through the bars. In fact, this building felt like an office building and nothing more. The guard who'd met her took her into a nondescript room where Lawrence waited with Connor. Joy filled Ginger as the little boy spun in one of the chairs around the long oval table. He had hair the color of corn silk, and she wondered where that had come from. Nate had medium to dark brown hair with blue eyes, so maybe there were some blonde-haired, blue-eyed genes in his ancestral line. "You must be Connor," she said, putting a wide smile on her face easily. Ginger had always loved children, even if she didn't have any of her own. Connor looked at Lawrence, who nodded. He got down out of the chair and came toward her as she approached him. She crouched down several feet away and set the backpack on the ground. "Guess what I brought for you?" The little boy peered at the backpack, but he didn't guess. She unzipped the top of it and reached inside slowly. "Did your daddy ever let you have chocolate?" Ginger pulled the candy out of the bag and showed it to Connor. His face split into a smile, and he said,
"Yes, ma'am. Daddy bought me chocolate."
His tiny, high-pitched voice tugged against her heartstrings, and he came all the way over to her and the pack. "I brought 2 now," she said. "One for you," she handed him one of the chocolate bars, "and one for your Uncle Nate."
"Uncle Nate loves chocolate,"
Connor said. Ginger grinned at him. "I'll bet he does." She handed the child the second bar. "So you hold it for him, and when he comes out, you can give it to him, okay?" Connor took the candy, but handed his back. He didn't have to ask for Ginger to know what he wanted. She got to work on ripping open the top of the package, and she gave it back to him. It's got squares, so you can just break off what you want.
It's the cookie kind.
The child looked at her with wonder in his clear, bright blue eyes.
I love these.
He broke off the top square and stuck it in his mouth. Ginger wondered where his mother was, but she hadn't asked Lawrence. She straightened to do just that when the door in the back of the room opened. Nate walked inside, wearing his prison uniform and carrying a medium-sized bag. It was clear, and Ginger could see everything he owned right there in his hand. Her heart beat out a song of remorse for him, too, because she had no idea what it was like to have her entire existence reduced to what she could carry in a single see-through bag.
Uncle Nate!
Connor ran toward him, and Nate bent down to scoop the boy into his arms. He pressed his eyes closed as he hugged the little boy, and Ginger actually found herself getting emotional. Ridiculous, she told herself, bending to pick up the backpack and zip it closed. She shouldered it and then squared her body toward Nate so she'd look tall and imposing. She was tall for a woman, she knew that, but she'd have to gain at least 50 pounds to even start to appear on the cusp of imposing. Nate didn't look her way anyway. He set Connor on his feet and stayed down at the boy's level while they talked. Only when Connor gave him the chocolate and then turned to point at Ginger did Nate lift his eyes to hers. That same magnetic power that had clenched their gazes together a few days ago roared to life. Nate straightened and opened his chocolate, biting off the first square while he simply stared at her. "You have his clothes?" Lawrence asked, approaching her. She blinked and ducked her head, glad for the distraction. Yes. She handed him the backpack, and he took it over to Nate. 5 minutes, Lawrence said after Nate had taken the pack and Connor back through the door, and then he's all yours. He turned back to the table and picked up a folder. Here's all the paperwork you need for him, as well as the first month's check. The address for the funeral is in there, as well as all of his family contacts. He looked at the other man who'd come in, and he too wore the uniform of a high-ranking officer at the facility. Anything else? I don't think so, the man said. We'll say our goodbyes out here. When he comes back in, he'll be ready to go. Great. Lawrence collected his bag and walked toward the door Ginger had come through, at the same time the officer left through the one where Nate had disappeared. She turned in a full circle, one door closing right after the other, and sealing her inside the room alone. Alone to wait for Nate and Connor to come back. Then they'd all leave together. Every time she did this, Ginger felt so surreal. After all, who in their right mind would let her take a prisoner back to the ranch? Didn't they know she had no idea what to do for him, what to say, or how to help him? Her legs urged her to flee. She could drop off the folder at the front desk and say she'd made a mistake. Before she could move, the door opened, and Nate walked through it, now wearing the dark suit, the black shiny shoes, and the blue and cranberry tie he'd requested for the funeral. And Ginger couldn't move at all. Chapter 3. Nate held on to Connor's hand as if the small child could protect him from what was about to happen. He'd managed to carry his bag, the backpack Ginger had brought, and his nephew out of the facility. Ginger drove a nice truck, and they'd made good time from River Bay to White Lake, Connor on the bench seat between them. She kept the radio on low, and the tension between them had bled out after only a few minutes. Nate couldn't get enough of the scenery, and he kept trying to see everything as it passed. The flat fields full of crops and waving in the morning light, The water towers fascinated him. And when Ginger had pulled onto the coastal highway, he simply couldn't get enough of the glinting water, the long stretch of the tan sand of the beach. The beach, the water, the sky. It was all different outside of the River Bay FCI, and Nate breathed in deeply through his nose, no fear of what he might smell.
Uncle Nate?
Connor said from on the seat beside him. Yeah? Nate looked down at the child, his eyes so much like Ward's. Like Nate's, too. Those deep, bright blue eyes came from their father, and Nate couldn't find hardly any of Jane in her son.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, sure. Nate looked at Ginger, who'd already started to decelerate. There's a place right up here, she said, easing one of her booted feet onto the brake. She made the turn, and a couple of blocks down, she pulled into a fast food restaurant. Nate sat there because he didn't know if he could take Connor into the restroom alone. His heartbeat pulsed through his whole body, a pit of nervousness way down deep in his gut. He couldn't just walk into this place, though the scent of breakfast hung in the air and tempted him to get a sausage and egg biscuit. Come on, Ginger said, finally opening her door. Get out my side, buddy. We'll meet your uncle inside. She tossed him a look as she slid from the truck and turned back to help Connor out. The door slammed closed, and Nate flinched. He pressed his eyes closed and breathed through his nose again. He wasn't wearing the prison blues and oranges. No one here would even know who he was, or that he'd been a free man, kind of, for less than 2 hours. He opened the door and got out of the truck, closing the door much softer than Ginger had. She'd taken Connor into the restaurant, and Nate followed, finding them standing in the short hallway that led to the bathrooms. He took Connor's hand and went into the men's room, wondering what Ginger was going to do. Probably just stand watch to make sure he didn't try to run away with his nephew. He was pretty sure he could overpower her without even trying, but he had no desire to run. He had nowhere to go. He'd asked all kinds of questions on Wednesday night, but no one had known any of the answers. Finally, Warden Dickerson had said he'd find out everything he could, what Ward had done with the house, the bills, his money, where his ex-wife was, why his sister couldn't take Connor, all of it. And Nate had been led to a comfortable enough room in administrative detention. He'd only gone back to Unit NF once to get his belongings. The officers had made everyone leave the dormitory, so Nate could have as much time as he needed to clean out his locker without having to answer a bunch of questions. Questions he didn't have the answers to. The warden had learned that Ward had left everything to Nate. Absolutely everything. And he'd left him a long letter, too, explaining everything. The warden didn't have it and couldn't get it until that morning, when Lawrence the lawyer showed up again. Nate had the letter now, but he needed complete privacy to study it again. He'd only had time to read it once, and he'd been sniffling when his unit manager had knocked and come inside. Greg's last words to Nate still tickled in his ears. "Don't be the same man leaving as you were coming in." Nate didn't feel like he was, and he'd taken the card Greg had given him. It was a professional business card, but Greg had put his personal number on the back. "Call any time, Nate, day or night." They'd hugged, and Nate had walked out with Connor. Easy as that. Too bad no one told him every step would be like torture. No one had told him the guilt would threaten to drown him as he left River Bay, and all the friends he'd made inside. He'd left letters for Ted, Dallas, and Slate, the 3 men he was closest to. Ted had brought another man into their fold, too, not long ago. Luke, not Lucas.
That last bit was really important to the guy, and the reason he found himself in a low-security facility with men who'd committed much worse crimes than assault with intent. His crew, his friends, the Mulberry Boys, Greg had called them. His throat closed again, and Nate didn't know how to deal with all the issues streaming through him. He'd thought he'd had problems before, but he now knew how simple prison had made his life. Nate blinked as Connor said,
Uncle Nate, my zipper's stuck.
He stepped over to the boy and helped him with his fly before they approached the sink to wash up. He had no idea what to say to Connor. He knew how to get a zipper up, though, and he knew he had enough money to buy the boy breakfast. Everything else, he'd have to learn one thing at a time. Ward had told him to do exactly that. I know you'll feel inadequate. Heaven knows I do on a daily and sometimes hourly basis. But Nate, just take it one thing at a time, just like you did in River Bay, one day at a time. 1 hour, 1 minute. Nate dried his hands and stepped into the hall to find Ginger hadn't moved. All good? She asked, her eyes skating down to Connor.
Yep.
You hungry, Connor? He asked. The boy looked at him with wide, innocent eyes.
A little.
Can we get a sandwich? He asked Ginger, because he honestly didn't know the rules at all. Sure, she said. We won't want to take long, though. The funeral. He nodded and went around the corner to the line to order. No one looked at him. No one waved a book of tickets in his face and told him to keep his eyes forward or he'd get a citation. No one swore or jostled for a place or breathed threats if he didn't give up his spot in line. These people had no idea how good their lives were. He ordered for all of them and got a bag of biscuits and muffins and hash browns a few minutes later. Back in the truck with everyone, he started handing things out. Thank you, Ginger said, and Connor echoed her. Nate took a moment before he bit into his bacon and egg biscuit to think back to the last time someone had thanked him. His friends did. Maybe Greg and Ellen had, in time. It felt nice.
Connor!
Another little boy came running down the hall toward Nate and Connor, who let go of Nate's hand and ran toward him, too. Nate's step slowed, and not only from the unfamiliar child. Right around that corner sat his family, all of Ward's friends and associates. He really didn't want to be there, but there was no way Nate could skip his brother's funeral. A woman came around the corner, her expression bordering on panic. "Milo," she said. "Oh." She came to a complete stop, and Nate did too. He drank in the sight of his sister. Bethany was 7 years younger than him, but they'd been good enough friends growing up. She'd been engaged when he'd gone into River Bay, and she hadn't come to visit him more than a handful of times, usually on Christmas or his birthday, and that was all. He knew why. Her husband had suffered the loss of both of his legs in a motorcycle accident, and she had her hands full. She rushed toward him then, tears spilling down her face. "Nate," she said, grabbing onto him and sobbing into his chest. Nate clenched everything he had in order to keep his own emotions inside, but it sure did feel good to have a hug from someone he loved, someone who loved him. For so long there, Nate had wondered if his family would even want to speak to him again. Everyone seemingly had abandoned him, except Ward. "He must belong to you," Nate finally said as she stepped back. He wiped quickly at his own eyes before he looked to the 2 little boys. Her son showed Connor a toy car, and it was clear Connor wanted it. "Yes," Bethany said. "My son, Milo." "And you have a daughter, too," Nate said, not sure if he should introduce himself to his nephew or not. "Yes,"
his sister said again. Ella just turned 2. She linked her arm through his. Come on, Mama's been asking about you for at least an hour. She glanced at Ginger, who'd come into the church with them. She'd been wearing jeans and a blouse when she'd picked him up at the facility, and he'd been waiting for her outside the women's restroom when Milo had come sprinting around the corner. She wore a denim skirt now, and she stepped forward to greet Bethany. I'm Ginger Talbot. Of course, Bethany said. At Hope Eternal Ranch, right? That's right. Ginger smiled as if she and Nate were going to Disneyland instead of a ranch he knew nothing about. He'd never worked on a ranch, despite being a Texan, and a flutter of nerves stole through him. He told himself that before his incarceration, he'd never assisted in an office either. He'd never worked in a library. He'd never taught business or finance classes, and he'd never done suicide watch. And he'd managed to figure out how to do all of those things, too. He could do whatever Ginger threw his way. But when she turned to him, that perfectly pretty smile still on those full lips, Nate's whole world blacked out. She couldn't smile at him like that because he was suddenly thinking about things he shouldn't be. He hadn't kissed a woman in a very long time, though he didn't have the exact number of days counted the way he did for how long he'd been behind bars. You won't be kissing Ginger either, he thought, and he turned away from her stunning beauty. Nate was very good at following rules. Very, very good at it. He could handle his time at Hope Eternal Ranch. It was less than 6 months, and Nate knew he could do anything for less than 6 months. He let Bethany lead him around the corner and into the chapel. The funeral hadn't started yet, and people sat in the rows talking softly to one another. As he went by, though, all chatter ceased. Mama, Bethany whispered once they'd reached nearly the front row. Nate's here. His mother moved as if in slow motion, her eyes lit from within. Nathaniel. She rose, using the bench in front of her to steady her. Nate stepped toward her and engulfed her in a hug, this one 10 times better than the one he'd gotten from Bethany. Mama. He breathed in the soft, floral, powdery scent of her. At least that hadn't changed. A murmur moved through the crowd, but Nate ignored it. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He just wanted to hug his father and sit down. Mama wept when she stepped back and traded places with Daddy. Hey, Dad. Nate hugged him, too, hoping his father wasn't too disappointed in him. Ward had said he wasn't, that they'd all come to terms with the situation. His father held him tight. So tight, Nate started to believe what his older brother had told him, and he couldn't quite contain his emotions. His eyes burned, and he closed them just as tightly as he held on to his father. They'd only come to visit him a few times. The drive was hard for them, and he'd kept his relationship going with them through emails and 15-minute phone calls and pictures Ward showed him. Ward. He sat down and looked up at the stained glass window. He couldn't believe his brother was gone. What in the world was Nate going to do without him? He'd been the only solid thing in Nate's life for the past 1,582 days, and he had no idea how to keep living without Ward only a message away. He hadn't even realized he'd started to cry until a soft, chilly hand slipped into his. Ginger had calluses on her thumbs, and Nate sure did like that about her. It meant she worked hard around that ranch of hers, and Nate suddenly couldn't wait to get there. He'd like to work outside if he could, even though he hadn't had a lot of restrictions on his outdoor time in prison. He had fences surrounding him all the time. He couldn't wait to see the ranch and maybe, just maybe, scale the fence and stand on the other side, just for a few minutes.
Uncle Nate,
Connor said, climbing into his lap. Nate had to let go of Ginger's hand to hold the boy, but that was okay. He and Connor were all the other had now, and Nate pressed his lips to the child's temple as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "You okay?" he asked.
I miss my daddy,
He said, snuggling deeper into Nate's chest.
I know,
Nate whispered.
so do I, Connor, so do I.
Beside him, Ginger stood up, and Nate looked at her. She motioned for him to follow her, but he wasn't sure why. Then his mother said, "Go on, Nate. We're going into the other room for a family prayer, and then we'll follow the casket in here." Nate hadn't gotten all the memos clearly, so he hurried to stand with Connor in his arms. He went into the room behind the chapel, catching plenty of side glances from cousins and aunts and uncles. He ignored them all and stayed right beside his mother and father, Connor glued to him as if the child was afraid Nate would leave him too.
Please help me,
he thought. He'd attended church services at River Bay, though he'd never been overly religious. Ward definitely was much more into worshiping, and Nate closed his eyes as the pastor started a beautiful prayer that was filled with warmth and comfort. But when he had to walk in the processional behind his brother's casket, the panic that had been hovering just beyond Nate reared and roared and reverberated through his whole soul. He tried to breathe and couldn't. He tried to hold back his tears and failed. He tried to find a solution, any solution to his current situation, and saw Ginger. Chapter 4. Ginger had always been quite observant, but it didn't take much to see Nate begin to spiral. His face became the color of wet cement, and he'd stopped walking. With the crowd of family members still behind them, Ginger couldn't just let him stand there. So she whispered, "Come here, sweetheart," and took Connor from him. Their eyes met, and she tried to give him the fiercest look she possessed. Just a few more steps, she wanted to say. Nate somehow got the message, but Ginger still nudged him with her elbow as she passed, hoping he'd walk with her. He did, and she preceded him down the same row they'd briefly sat on earlier. She took the spot between him and his mother and settled Connor on her lap. Everyone around her was crying, and Ginger watched as the funeral director placed an enormous spray of red roses, bright pink carnations, and huge yellow sunflowers on the top of the closed casket. She didn't know Ward Mulberry, but it was obvious the man was well loved. To get distance from the sadness around her, she wondered who'd come to her funeral. Her friends and coworkers at the ranch, of course, her parents, her 2 sisters and 1 brother, none of whom were married, aunts, uncles, cousins, friends, the same type of people who had come to Ward's funeral. She turned to look at Nate and found tears streaming down his face. Her heart broke in that moment, but it was a new and different kind of crack she'd never experienced before. Sure, she'd had her heart broken by a man before, but not because he wasn't afraid to show the world how he felt. In her lap, Connor started to cry too, and Nate reached for him. She passed the child to him, and Nate put their heads together and whispered to Connor things Ginger couldn't hear. Connor twisted and pressed his back into Nate's chest, and Nate wrapped him up in a big hug. Someone got up and started talking, and all Ginger could think about was providing Nate and Connor with the safest, happiest place on earth. She pulled out her phone during one of the hymns and texted Emma, the assistant on the ranch, and Ginger's best friend. They'd been working at Hope Eternal together for a decade, and there was no one better than Emma at making someone feel loved and special. "How's Nate's room coming?" she asked. All ready for him, Emma responded. I gave him the 2 bedrooms on the main floor with the bathroom between them. Dylan moved to the basement with Josh. They were both glad to do it. Jill, Jess, and your sisters are working on a babysitting schedule for Connor now. We should have it ready by the time you arrive. Ginger's stomach growled despite the greasy breakfast sandwich Nate had bought for her. And dinner? She texted. All set. Steak and baked potatoes. I even got Michelle to make her layered salad by telling her she had to bring a peace offering if she wanted to go over all the legalities with Nate tonight. Ginger smiled at her phone. Michelle Trent was the ranch's lawyer, and she didn't really like it when Ginger participated in the BOP's program to help convicts get back on their feet and make a good transition from incarceration to real life. The poor man, how's he holding up? Ginger didn't need to look to her left to know. He's dealing with a lot, she said. The song ended, and Ginger quickly added, Gotta go. Thanks, Em. You're the best, before tucking her phone back into her pocket. By the time the services ended, they'd gone to the cemetery, and they'd eaten a lunch that was cold but supposed to be hot. Ginger was ready to get out of her skirt and on the road. Hope Eternal Ranch sat down the highway about 15 minutes, maybe 10 if there was no traffic and no cattle, and she'd been gone for almost 24 hours. She stood near the truck while Nate hugged everyone for what felt like the millionth time, coaching herself to be patient. She might be observant and quick to learn, but her impatience could really bring out the worst in her. She employed every ounce of kindness she had, and then distracted herself with her phone until Nate finally came over. Sorry, he murmured. Thank you for waiting for me. He opened the passenger door and helped Connor onto the bench seat. Ginger could hardly believe this man had broken the law and then gone to jail for any amount of time. She'd never met an inmate like him before, and she'd housed a couple dozen at Hope Eternal. The drive happened in silence, but because summer was almost upon them, it wasn't dark when they arrived at the ranch. Okay, she said, taking a deep breath a moment later. Here we are. She pulled onto the dirt lane that led back off the highway. Around another bend, and the ranch spread before her. Everything you see now is Hope Eternal land. Wow, Nate said, and he genuinely sounded awed. It's beautiful. Well, we are here when the sun is hanging in the west, she said, easing the truck to a stop. But it's a great view right now. The golden sunlight spread across the land like honey, bathing everything in a yellow shine. Do you raise cattle? No, she said. We have a few cows, of course, but mostly for milk. Dairy cows. We grow crops here that we sell to neighboring farms and ranches, and we have horses, chickens, goats, and pigs. And birds. Boy, did they have a lot of birds at the ranch. Being so close to the water did that, and there were plenty of ponds and rivulets on the ranch, too. We do a variety of programs for people, she said. Horseback riding lessons and excursions, bird watching, nature experiences, hummingbird demonstrations, monarch butterfly classes. Oh, so you're more commercial. You could say that, she said. I run the ranch with 5 or 6 other women, and there's definitely an aspect of ranching here. We have people to take care of the animals behind the scenes and all of that. I have cowboys who run my riding programs, too, and we do a hog hunt 4 times a year in March and April. Last one was last weekend. Nate nodded, his eyes scanning the landscape in front of him. She wondered what he was thinking, what he could see here that he hadn't seen for so long. She didn't ask. I'd like to respectfully request not to be involved in the hunting, he said quietly, and to have something to do outside. Ginger looked at him, another round of surprise moving through her. You don't like hunting? Not particularly. He met her eyes, and Ginger couldn't help leaning toward him, as if he possessed a powerful magnet, and she had no other choice but to get closer to him. Her heart started screaming a warning, but it took her brain several long seconds to get the message. She cleared her throat. "Well, seeing as how our last hunt was last week, and you're only obligated to be here for 5 months, I don't think being involved in the hunt will even come up." She released her foot on the brake and let the truck inch forward again. "And something outside. I'm sure we can do that." She glanced down at Connor, who'd fallen asleep at some point during the drive. A smile touched her mouth, drying up when Nate said, "He's cute, but I have no idea how to take care of him." Ginger heard the apprehension in Nate's voice, and she once again didn't know what to do with it. "You did great today," she said. "You held him when he needed you, and you helped him with his lunch, and you kept him right beside you." In fact, watching Nate do all of those things had warmed Ginger toward him considerably. "Will you help me with him?" Nate asked. Ginger glanced at him, her eyebrows shooting up. "What?" "I saw you with him," he said. "You're great. You know exactly what to do." She started shaking her head, but Nate continued anyway. "You showed up with chocolate, and you handed him a napkin before I even knew he needed one. You knew when to take him from me and when to give him back, and you picked up his tie when I didn't even see that he'd dropped it." "Nate," she said, but she stopped. Of course she was going to help him. Hadn't she already decided to make this transition for him as easy as possible here? She had, and she knew it. Instead of answering, she eased around the corner and said, "There's the homestead." Nate finally took his eyes off her face, and Ginger felt the weight of them go. "Oh, wow," he said again. "Look at that place." Ginger looked at it, trying to see what Nate did. The homestead was really 2 houses connected together with a 3-car garage in the middle. The garages had doors on both sides, so she could get to the road she was driving down now, or out onto the ranch in the opposite direction. When they were open and the sky shone through the gaps, it really was spectacular. But they were closed today, which only made the house seem much bigger than it was. "I live on the left side," she said. "The West Wing, we call it, like the White House." "Alone?" he asked. "No," she said. "I have 3 women that live there with me. We all work on the ranch. Emma, my assistant, is there. Jessica is my stable master. She lives there. And Jill is a ranch hand. She works in the behind-the-scenes stuff the most. She lives there as part of her room and board." She passed through the front gate, where the fields ended and an unruly patch of grass barely passed for a front yard. "On the right is where the Cowboys live. The annex. You'll live there with Connor. Emma put you on the main floor, where there's only 3 bedrooms. A great guy named Spencer Rust lives in the other one. Downstairs we have 3 more bedrooms and 3 more bathrooms, and the boys double up down there." Nate said nothing, and Ginger really wanted to know what he was thinking. So she asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I get the whole bedroom to myself?" "Yes," she said, "and Connor can have the other one. If you'd rather sleep in the same room, that's fine. We weren't sure—" "It's fine," he said. "Anything is fine, honestly." She reached up to press the button to get the far left garage door to lift. "I lived in a dormitory with 16 other men," he said. "I can't even remember what it feels like to have an entire bedroom to myself." Ginger had been told that before, and she hated that she hadn't remembered. "Emma and the other girls have been working on a babysitting schedule for Connor. You'll come over to our kitchen tonight, where she also has a feast waiting for us. Then I'll take you to the men's wing, what we call the East Annex, or just the Annex." She pulled into the garage, her heart thumping in a strange way. And that's it. You can't come to the West Wing whenever you want. It's off limits to Cowboys.
I don't know if you know much about me, he said, but I'm not a cowboy.
Ginger grinned at him, feeling a little out of control, definitely tired, which probably spurred her to say, "You will be, Mr. Mulberry. Trust me on that," in a flirty tone. She didn't add a giggle to the statement, thankfully, and quickly got out of the truck. As she busied herself with her luggage from last night and all the paperwork she'd been given at the FCI, she kicked herself for saying anything about Nate becoming a cowboy. She also couldn't allow herself to flirt with him again. She needed him on the ranch, that was all. He didn't get to know about her private life, and she'd had plenty of experience with keeping things professional between her and the Cowboys. She could do it with him, too. Nate had a waking up Connor in his arms while he waited near the tailgate, and Ginger hurried to go up the steps in the garage that led into the utility room. An entire wall of cabinets greeted her, as did a washer and dryer and 4 boot racks. She passed everything, keeping her boots on, and went around the corner and into the kitchen. The scent of sizzling meat met her nose, and her taste buds perked right up. "There you are," Emma said, turning from the oven where she'd just pulled out a tray of foil-wrapped potatoes. She stepped over to Ginger and hugged her. "Long day, right?" "Really long," Ginger said, setting her folder on the counter and her bag next to the island. She indicated Nate behind her. "This is Nathaniel Mulberry and his nephew Connor. He goes by Nate." She smiled at Connor. "And you go by Connor, right, bud?" The boy nodded as if she were asking a serious question, and she reached out and lovingly swiped the hair off his forehead. "He just woke up, so he's a bit shy right now." She stepped further into the kitchen. "This is Emma Clemson," she said. "She's my right hand and my left hand. If it looks like I know what I'm doing around here, it's because of her." Emma just smiled and shook her head, sending her dark curls cascading around her shoulders. Not true. Come in. Let's get over to the table." Ginger stepped that way, unsurprised to see Emma pick up her folder of important documents and move them to the file holder on the opposite counter, out of the way. "I'll go grab the others," Emma said. She picked up Ginger's suitcase and took it with her, calling, "Jess, Michelle, they're here." Nate still hadn't said anything, and he sat in a chair at the corner of the table. Connor stayed in his lap, and Ginger didn't know what to do to break the tension. She reminded herself that the first night was always like this, that he just needed some time to adjust to a new way of living, one where he didn't have to share a bathroom with dozens of other men. Ginger sat beside him and folded her hands in her lap. "Do you like steak?" He turned his head toward her as if in slow motion. "I haven't had steak in years, but yeah." He spoke slowly and nodded his head. "I think I used to like steak." "Emma's a really good cook." "Do you cook, Ginger?" She really liked how he said her name, with all the tenderness of a really good man. She sighed and shook her head. "I mean, I can if I have to, but Emma's here, so I don't have to." She gave him a smile, and for the first time, he returned it. He obviously had no idea what a smile transformed his face into, though he probably had at one point in the past. "All right," Michelle said, her voice too brusque for their current conversation. She breezed into the room like a hurricane and took the chair on the other side of Nate. "Do you want to do the business first, or eat and then talk afterward?" "I'm exhausted," he said, "so let's get this over with, and then I can go to bed after dinner." Michelle's gaze barely flicked toward Ginger, but she still caught the anxiety there. "Good plan. So this outlines the rules of Hope Eternal Ranch. You can go over it whenever. Ginger will talk to you about your assignment, probably in the morning." "Or a day or two," she said. "It's Sunday tomorrow." "Oh, right." Michelle barely missed a beat. We need you to sign this one for the Bureau of Prisons. The BOP really likes all their paperwork in line as soon as possible." She held up a page and set it on the table in front of Nate.
"What is it?"
he asked, though he was already reaching for the pen. "It states that you understand that you work here, that you'll get paid, that we'll provide adequate housing for you and Connor." She paused as she looked at the boy. "But you'll have to pay for your own groceries, gas, a vehicle should you choose to purchase one." She let another beat or two of silence pass, because most inmates usually had questions about their pay, their budget, or how they were supposed to pay for things. Nate said nothing. Michelle looked at Ginger and took another breath. "It says that you'll have a parole officer visit at least once a month, unannounced, and that you'll do daily check-ins with Ginger for the first week, whereupon they'll move to weekly and then peter out as time goes by." She craned her neck to look at the paper. "Oh, and that you can't leave the property for any reason."
"Ever?"
He looked from the paper to Michelle and then Ginger.
"How do I buy groceries if I can't leave the ranch?"
"There's a delivery service," Ginger said, "and you can go with someone else. If you want to leave the ranch by yourself, there is a form you fill out for your parole officer, and it's up to him whether you can go or not." She glanced at Michelle. "Right?" It had been several months since they'd had anyone from the prison system come to Hope Eternal. "Right." Michelle picked up the pen. "Sound good?"
"What choice do I have?"
Nate asked, the first sign of attitude from him that Ginger had seen. He took the pen and signed with a few hills and valleys in ink that looked nothing like his name at all. "Great." Michelle whisked the paper away and stood up. "Let's eat." "Yes," Ginger said, her stomach quite upset with her dietary choices from that day. "I'm starving." Nate once again said nothing, and Ginger wondered if staying silent was a lesson he'd learned behind bars that had allowed him to survive. She wanted to ask him, but she thought he'd probably had enough questions for one day. She reached over and patted his hand where it lay over Connor's and said, "I'm glad you're here, Nate." She wasn't sure if her tone revealed too much or not, so she quickly added, "You too, Connor," and got up to go help Emma in the kitchen so she wouldn't further embarrass herself. Chapter 5. Nate wanted nothing more than to get his shoes off. He hadn't worn such flat or stiff shoes in months, probably years, and he'd been in these monstrosities all day long. He couldn't believe he used to wear shoes like this to work every day, 12 hours a day, sometimes 6 days a week. He did not miss his old life, that was for sure. He realized now how stressed he'd been all the time, and it was no wonder that all of his relationships were in ruins. "This is your room," Ginger said, bringing Nate out of the pain of his feet. He gazed at the bedroom, with a huge queen-sized bed all made up with a puffy blue comforter and more than one pillow. He marveled at that fact alone, not to mention how big it was, cavernous almost. "The closet is around the corner," Ginger said, still speaking in that soft voice she'd adopted some time after dinner. Nate had stayed in the kitchen in the West Wing, sipping coffee for as long as he could. When he'd caught Ginger's eye, she seemed to get his telepathic message that he was done. Beyond done. "Can I take off these shoes?" he asked. "Of course." But before he could move, Ginger darted in front of him. "Nate, you don't have to ask my permission to do anything." He simply looked at her, the concept of making his own decisions somewhat foreign to him. Of course, he did remember that he'd once lived this way. It had just been so long. He nodded and stepped around the corner to enter the closet. It, too, was massive. At least 2 men could sleep in here. And he found a neat stack of jeans and another of T-shirts. A single sweatshirt hung from a hanger, as well as a heavier coat and 3 long-sleeved shirts. He took off his shoes and left them on the floor, turning and almost colliding with Ginger. "I got a few things," she said, according to the size chart. "I kept the receipts, so if something doesn't fit, let me know, and I'll get the money back." "Thanks," Nate said, though the money wasn't important to him. Ginger, however, got paid to have someone like him at her ranch, and she'd definitely want it back. "Maybe you can't wear regular shirts," she said, her eyes holding a question. Nate blinked, trying to figure out what she meant. I mean, your shoulders are so broad." Instantly, a pink hue crept into her face, and she spun away from him. "Just let me know." She strode away from him and into the bathroom. "The bathroom is here. It has a door straight into Connor's room." Nate wasn't sure if he had shock running through him or warmth. Maybe both. He knew this day had felt like a year, and he couldn't wait to lie down in that bed that looked made of clouds. He casted a look before following Ginger, who'd taken Connor by the hand and was showing him the bed he could sleep in.
Look, Uncle Nate.
Connor jumped on the bed a couple of times, far too smiley and energetic for the day they'd had. "I see," he said to the boy. "Now don't jump on the bed, Connor. It's not ours." He picked up his nephew and smiled at him. "Let's find you some pajamas." His eyes crossed Ginger as he located the dresser in the room, which was twice as big as the locker he'd used for almost 5 years. He'd seen the kitchen, huge with lots of glinting silver appliances, and the living room with 2 comfortable couches. She hadn't taken him downstairs, and Nate suspected he'd have plenty of time to get a feel for his new home. He found a pair of dinosaur pajamas in the top drawer, and he started helping Connor get changed. He had no idea how to put a shirt on a child, but Connor helped by lifting up his arms, and the shirt just went right on. Ginger hung back in the doorway, watching, and Nate really wanted to get away from all the eyes, especially hers for some reason. Maybe because her observant gaze made him too hot, and he definitely couldn't handle the heat. "All right," he said to Connor. "Into bed you go." Connor climbed up onto the bed, and Nate pulled the blanket down to tuck him in. He leaned over and kissed Connor's forehead. "I'm right next door, okay? Right through the bathroom. Come get me if you need me."
Uncle Nate?
"Yeah?" Connor just looked at him, though, and Nate had gotten good at seeing things inside the facility, but he couldn't read minds. "Love you," he said through a tight throat, and he turned to face Ginger. She wore a look on her face that suggested she'd have done something differently. Sure enough, when he approached, she whispered, "You're not going to have him brush his teeth or use the bathroom before bed?" Foolishness filled Nate, and he stopped in his tracks. Yeah." He turned back to Connor. "Come brush your teeth, Connor, and you should use the bathroom before bed." He reached for the boy, still unable to think of him as his son, and Connor slid out from beneath the blanket. Nate supervised while Connor got the tasks done, but he didn't go back into his bedroom. Nate finally crouched down in front of the wisp of a child and put his hands on Connor's slight shoulders. "What is it, bud?"
I'm not going to see Daddy tomorrow, am I?
Nate's lungs froze, cracking as they tried to exhale. "No, Connor," he said. "I'm going to take care of you now." Connor reached out and put his hand on the side of Nate's face, the touch so innocent and so pure it made Nate's chest ache.
Can I sleep with you, Uncle Nate?
Relief like Nate hadn't known in a while ran through him. Of course. He picked up Connor and took him into the other bedroom, pulling down the comforter on the side closest to the bathroom. He got Connor tucked into bed, and he told Ginger he was going to change and come check with her. Once he'd dressed in a more comfortable pair of gym shorts and one of the t-shirts, which did pull weirdly along his shoulders, he went out into the living area to find Ginger chatting with 2 other men, both of whom wore cowboy hats. Once again, Nate froze. These men shouldn't scare him, and scared wasn't the right word. Everything in Nate's life had been blended up, poured out, and reblended, and he just wanted to disappear into the bedroom. "Oh, here he is," Ginger said with a warm smile. "Nate, come meet Spencer and Nick. They share the master suite." Nate managed to get his feet moving, and he shook hands with a dark-haired man Ginger introduced as Spencer Rust, and then a blond man that couldn't be older than 20. "This is Nick Talbot," she said. "He's my cousin." "And he works here?" Nate asked. "Yep," Nick said, keeping the wide smile on his face. "Aunt Ginger is an awesome boss." He beamed at her and walked around the island in the kitchen to get a chocolate chip cookie from the plate of them Ginger had brought from their dinner next door. Nate just looked at Ginger. "So, tomorrow." "Tomorrow is Sunday," she said. "We run a skeleton operation on Sundays. You should take the day to enjoy the ranch and spend time with Connor. Explore." Nate nodded, thinking about the fences and gates he still had in his life. But Hope Eternal Ranch was at least 1,000 times better than where he'd slept just last night, so he wasn't about to complain. "I serve breakfast at 6:30, Spencer said, "but you can eat whenever you get up. Nick here snores until at least 9 on Sundays." He jabbed the younger man in the ribs, the 2 of them laughing together. "And don't let him fool you with, 'I serve breakfast at 6:30, Nick said, dropping his voice to imitate Spencer on the last few words. "He puts out boxes of cereal with a few bowls and spoons." "So if you have any requests, let me know," Spencer said, grinning like he'd really said something funny. Nate liked both of them, as they seemed full of joy. He wondered what it would be like to be carefree, and he tried to turn over the feelings and examine them. Now that he was out, he could work on getting to where they were. He had money, so he didn't have to worry about that. He had a job. He had somewhere to live that was so nice he almost didn't dare touch anything. If he could figure out how to take care of Connor and work through the grief eating at the bottom of his stomach, Nate thought he actually had a chance to start the life Greg had mentioned that he could. "Thank you," he said to Spencer and Nick. "Well, I'm exhausted, so I'm going to turn in. I'm sure I'll see you in the morning." They both tipped their hats at him, and Nate found himself wanting to do the same. He caught Ginger's eye, and she nodded once and smiled at him before he left the kitchen and went back down the hall that led alongside the stairs. Through an arched doorway sat the 2 bedrooms joined by the bathroom, and he cast a look at the front door, only a few feet away before making the turn. Anyone could come through that, and with just a few steps be in his bedroom. He detoured to make sure it was locked. It wasn't, and then he joined Connor in the bedroom. He locked that door too, a faint slip of relief accompanying the click of the lock. He closed the bathroom door, but it didn't lock from this side, so he went through it again and locked the bedroom door into Connor's room, then the bathroom door that led into the same bedroom. Finally, he laid down on his side of the bed, barely able to comprehend the soft pillows and blankets and mattress beneath him. A sigh leaked out of his mouth, and he closed his eyes, sure sleep would claim him instantly. Unfortunately, it didn't, and Nate lay awake, his mind moving 100 miles an hour. He hadn't spoken to Ted today, and that didn't feel right. Phone calls in River Bay were coveted and expensive, but maybe Nick could put some money in Ted's account now that he was out. He needed to get to the bank first thing on Monday morning and figure out his money situation. He had no debit or credit card, and no cash. He needed to get more clothes and boots to wear around the ranch. Connor needed clothes and shoes too, probably some toys or a bike or something. Nate needed groceries, too. Spencer and Nick seemed like nice guys, but he didn't think they'd take kindly to him if he kept eating everything they bought. He needed more toiletries than the travel-sized ones Ginger had given him. He needed to get out on the ranch and see how far he could go. He needed to take a deep breath of the outdoor air as a free man. He needed to figure out how to get along in the world without Ward. He needed to untangle his complicated feelings for Ginger. Strange she'd already introduced herself into his life, and he'd spent only a day with her. He rolled over, frustrated he was still awake, when everything from his brain to the bottom of his feet was so tired. It all started with making sure he could get to his money, so his first order of business on Monday morning would be to get to a bank. His thoughts morphed then, twisting and turning around the money in his account, and whether or not he deserved it. An image of a face flashed through his mind, and Nate shivered as he brought the blanket all the way to his chin. He'd been safe from Oscar Dominguez while in River Bay. Now that he was out, how long before Oscar came looking for him and his money? The next morning, Nate emerged from the bedroom with Connor a few minutes before 7. True to his word, Spencer had set a few boxes of cereal on the countertop with a stack of bowls and a pile of spoons. Lucky Charms? He picked up the box and showed it to Connor. Once Nate had finally fallen asleep, he'd slept great. It was amazing the rest a man could get when he wasn't being counted at midnight and at 3 a.m., and again at 5. The smile grew on Connor's face as his eyes widened. Nate chuckled as he lifted the flaps on the box. "Your daddy doesn't let you eat these, does he?"
No, sir,
Connor said, sobering.
Do you think he'll be mad?
"Nope," Nate said, pouring the sugary cereal into a bowl for Connor. "I think your dad probably wishes he'd eaten a few more bowls of Lucky Charms." Nate was going to have the unhealthy cereal too, despite the label on the box claiming it was made with whole grain. Yeah, and a whole lot of sugar, Nate thought. Ward had been a bit of a health nut, and he could only imagine the types of cold cereal he'd allow Connor to consume. A bitterness entered Nate's mind, because for all of Ward's running and consumption of brown rice and quinoa, he'd still died very young. 41 was barely starting life, and everything inside Nate tightened again. He didn't relax until his first bite of the sugar-filled puffs, and even then, his mood had worsened. His head hurt a little, which made no sense given the amount of sleep he'd gotten last night. The house sat in silence, and he wondered if the other cowboys were really asleep, or if they had chores to attend to on the ranch. His money, if he were still a betting man, was on the ladder, as animals needed to be cared for around the clock, a man's sleep schedule notwithstanding. He finished eating and put his bowl in the sink before he started hunting through the many drawers and cupboards in the giant kitchen. Even the chow hall at River Bay hadn't been this big, and 60 men ate in there at the same time. He found neatly labeled shelves with everything from granola and protein bars to Pop-Tarts to boxes of gelatin on them. He counted 7 other names, and his heart constricted, and then tried to burst out of the tiny box it had folded itself into. He had just opened a cabinet and spied the little white bottle that surely had painkiller in it when the back door opened. Nate glanced at Ginger as he picked up the bottle, and then he focused on pressing and turning the lid to get it off. "Morning," he said. "What are you doing?" Ginger asked, taking 3 long strides and snatching the bottle from him. He blinked, trying to catch up to the situation. "I have a headache." "These are sleeping pills." She shook the bottle like he should know that, but he hadn't even looked at it. "Okay," he said, frowning. "I didn't even have a chance to look at it."
Her eyebrows drew down, and her dark hazel eyes flashed with fire. "Did you sleep okay last night?" "Once I fell asleep," he said. "Before then, it was so quiet." And that had left his mind to churn over too many thoughts. "You should have been in the West Wing," she said dryly, putting the bottle back on the shelf. She rummaged around for a few seconds and pulled out a much larger container. "These are your painkillers." "Was it noisy over there?" he asked, taking the bottle from her. "Oh, Ursula must have been able to smell something, foxes or coyotes or something. She barked all night." Nate tapped a few pills into his palm. "So Ursula is a dog." "She's my German Shepherd," Ginger said, as if he should have known. "I didn't see a dog last night." "She was out with Spencer," she said. "She likes him almost as much as me, and he takes her for me when I have to leave the ranch overnight." As if on cue, a dog barked somewhere beyond the back door, and Ginger turned just as the huge black and orangey gold shepherd came into the house. Ursula's tongue hung out of her mouth, and she had big, brown, keen eyes. "Oh, there she is," Ginger said, pure joy in her tone. She bent down and scrubbed Ursula's head and neck. "You're a good girl, aren't you? Noisy last night, but such a good girl." Nate didn't know how to make the demanding version of Ginger who'd walked through the door a few minutes ago line up with the one talking like a baby to a dog who could easily knock her down and bite off her face. Not to mention the soft, kind woman who'd held his hand yesterday and bent to his every whim. A wicked thought ran through his mind. What else could he get her to do for him? And he banished it quickly. Number one, all of his mental energy went to Ursula as she came over, her nails clicking against the hard floor, to sniff him. He wasn't afraid of dogs, but he didn't want one all up in his business either. He bent down and patted the German Shepherd, because she was a magnificent creature. She seemed to like him well enough, and then she went over to Connor, who still sat on the bar stool. The boy squealed and then laughed as he slipped off the stool to pet the dog. Ursula licked his face, and Connor giggled and giggled. When Nate looked at Ginger, she wore such a blissful expression on her face that made Nate want to be able to put that look there again and again. He had no idea what that meant, and he filed the thought to think about later. "I need to go to the bank tomorrow," he said. "Do you drive me, or should I ask someone else? Or—" He let his question hang there because he honestly didn't know how to finish it. "I'll take you," she said. "You can't go anywhere alone, Nate, except around to do your work on the ranch." He nodded, suddenly needing a very strong cup of coffee. The brew behind bars was always too hot and too bitter, but Nate had grown accustomed to it. He glanced down the counter and didn't even see a coffee machine. That would definitely have to change. "I'm thinking I'll put you with the horses," she said as Spencer entered the house. "Oh, Ursula made it back," he said, grinning at the dog. "She barked at everything that moved today." "And last night," Ginger said with a sigh. "I need to get her into that agility program." Nate's interest piqued, because they'd had a couple of prison dogs, and he'd enjoyed working with them. "He's doing horses?" Spencer asked, stepping over to the sink to wash his hands. "And I'm going to give him the beginning riding lessons." Ginger looked at him, the questions right in her eyes, and then the outlying work of fixing fences and bird blinds. "Sounds good to me," Spencer said. "What do you think?" Ginger asked Nate, who honestly had no idea how to do anything she'd just listed. He told himself he could learn, so he just said, "Sounds great," and hoped he'd be left alone to figure things out without too much embarrassment. "Great," Ginger echoed. "We'll go to the bank and do any shopping you want to do tomorrow, and then I'll get you started."
The idea of him getting to mess up and fix it before she found out disappeared, but at least he'd get to have Ginger at his side. He wasn't sure if the thought was traitorous or exciting, but he knew for certain it was very confusing. "Oh, and my girls are coming this way in a few minutes," she said, "to go over a babysitting schedule with you." She glanced around the kitchen. "Now, why isn't there any coffee over here?" Amen, Nate thought, a smile coiling through him that he didn't let touch his mouth. Chapter 6. Ginger left Nate alone for the afternoon on Sunday, telling herself she couldn't glue herself to his side just because she found him handsome. She'd seen a glint in his eye a couple of times, but she had no idea what it meant. In her experience, ex-cons could lie like it was breathing, and she had all the proof she needed of that in her past. So she'd made herself scarce while Emma and Jess went over the babysitting with him, while Spencer ordered pizza for the Cowboys in the East Annex, and while Nate took Connor down the dirt path behind the huge homestead and out onto the ranch. She'd watched them for a few minutes, ducking down behind the counter when Nate turned and looked back toward the house, as if he could sense her eyes on his broad shoulders. Monday morning, she arrived at the East Annex at 9 o'clock, already having put in 3 hours out on the ranch. Nate wore a pair of the jeans she'd bought with the money from the BOP, as well as one of the T-shirts, this one in a dark gray that made him seem stormy and sexy at the same time. She'd been right, and the shirt didn't fit well around his shoulders, but she wasn't going to embarrass herself again, and she said nothing. Jill arrived to take Connor for the morning, and the boy skipped happily with her across the back deck and down the steps to the yard, Ursula going with them. "I think she likes Connor more than Spencer," Ginger said, still watching them. "That's because Connor lets that beast lick his face," Nate said, and Ginger burst out laughing. Nate chuckled with her, and their eyes met in that same magnetic power they had before. She wondered if he'd laughed a lot in prison, but she felt like she already knew the answer to that question, so she didn't ask it. "Ready?" she asked instead, clearing her throat afterward. "Yes," he said. "I found my personal ID, so I think I'm good." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his old driver's license. He had nothing else, and Ginger had known he wouldn't. She'd just forgotten she needed to schedule a few days of errands so her ex-cons could get their lives settled before they started on the ranch. She was simply desperate for the manpower, and she'd been hoping Nate could start that day. "Is that still good?" Ginger asked. She hadn't looked at any of his personal effects. "Yes," he said. "I have a couple of months until my birthday." Ginger's extreme curiosity got the best of her. "And then you'll be 36, he said, his expression turning cold for a moment. Just as quickly, he thawed again. "And I know better than to ask a lady her age." He gave her what she would classify as a flirty smile, maybe sly. Whatever it was, it held some heat behind it. Ginger felt that heat rise through her whole body, and she turned away from him. "I don't mind." She wanted to share a few things with him. She told herself she didn't have to date him or kiss him if he knew how old she was. "I'm already 36. "How long have you been running this place?" he asked from behind her as they walked toward the front door. "Oh, about 6 years now," she said. "I'm the oldest child in my family, and my father sustained an injury, so—" She shrugged. "I've always wanted the ranch, and now I have it." She flashed him a smile as she opened the door. He held it for her, and she went through first. She couldn't help thinking about the time she'd almost lost the ranch, but she wasn't going to detail that for Nate. Not right now. Not ever, she told herself firmly. If she was talking about Hiram Charles, her last boyfriend, as well as the last man she'd taken from the BOP into the RRC program, that meant she was talking about her past relationships, and she only did that with a potential boyfriend, or a man who'd already become her boyfriend. Nate wasn't going to be either. Nope, nope, she told herself. Not happening. She had about 500 things to get done that day, so she drove a little fast on the way into town. Nate directed her to the bank he wanted, and Ginger stared at the steel and glass building. "You bank here?" "Ward does," Nate said, without any inflection in his voice. Ginger tossed a look in his direction to see if speaking his brother's name bothered him. It didn't seem to. "Do you come in or wait here?" "I'll come in," she said. "Don't worry, I'll sit clear across the room." That way she could observe him better, and he wouldn't know. Ginger couldn't believe her hormones were betraying her so badly. No wonder she'd never agreed to another inmate. She recited to herself all the work around the ranch that needed to be done, and how, with Nate, she could get caught up faster. New fields to plow for next year, 6 more bird blinds to be built, a waiting list for horseback riding lessons. With Nate, she could register everyone on the list and make a lot more money. The fact was, she needed him, just not in a romantic way. But as he reached the door and opened it, stepping back to let her go in first, Ginger had the thought that he was the most polite ex-con she'd ever met. Everything about Nate wasn't what she'd expected based on her past experience with Hiram, and her mind betrayed her by thinking, maybe we can get to know him, maybe we can hold his hand, maybe we can kiss him. She cut off the thoughts there because they were already too dangerous. "I'll be right here," she said, plunking herself down in a plush chair just inside the lobby, near the door they'd come in. She didn't think Nate would make a run for it, though there was another door on the far side of the bank. He proceeded over to a desk and started speaking with a man who took him up the steps and into a fancy office where Ginger could see through the walls of glass. The two of them sat down at an oversized desk and started talking. She just watched, but grew bored of that very quickly. Nate took an enormous amount of time at the bank, and by the time he came downstairs, he was tucking a couple of cards into a brand-new wallet. Ginger gaped at him. Since when did banks give out genuine leather wallets? She rose, her back protesting at her long lapse in movement. "All good?" "Yes," he said. "Sorry that took so long." She waved off the apology and asked, "Where to next?" "Connor and I need some clothes," he said, "and toiletries and groceries." He cut a look at her out of the corner of his eye. "Can you take me somewhere to do all of that at once?" "Let's try the department store over on Wall," she said. "It has a grocer right next door." "Great." She drove, and Nate rode along. He wasn't a particularly chatty man, and the silence was driving Ginger insane. But all the questions she wanted to ask seemed inappropriate, so she kept her mouth shut too. By the time he finished shopping for everything, lunchtime had come and gone. Her stomach growled as he loaded bags of cereal and granola bars and eggs into the back of her truck. "I heard that," he said, grinning at her. "Do you have time for lunch?" No, Ginger really didn't have time for lunch. She supposed no one had called or texted her with an emergency yet, and she might as well enjoy her time off the ranch. "Okay," she said, looking around. They were right downtown in Sweetwater Falls, and they had their pick of at least a dozen places. "What do you like?" "Ginger," he said, his voice made of magic and warm honey. "I've been eating prison food for almost 5 years. Everything here has to be better than that." She turned toward him and met his eye. He smiled and his whole countenance transformed with that simple gesture. Ginger felt like someone had poured cement in her veins because she couldn't move. Her mind raced, though, and all she could think about was being this man's girlfriend. "I would like some amazing pizza," he said, glancing around, his gaze coming back to hers a moment later. "Do you think that's possible?" "Yes," she said dumbly. She gave herself a mental shake and blinked her way out of the heated trance she'd fallen into. "There's a great place just around the corner called Papa Bear's." "Oh, wow." He chuckled and gestured for her to lead the way. "Close enough for us to walk?" "Yes," she said, already moving. Maybe a walk would clear her head, though Papa Bear's was literally 5 minutes away. "So tell me," Nate said after he'd matched her stride with his, "are there other rules around the ranch I need to know about?" "Other rules?" "Yeah, like where I can put my groceries in the house. Those shelves were all labeled." "Oh, well, that's because Jack's crazy." She giggled, actually mortified at the sound. She tried to suck it back in and ended up choking. As she coughed, Nate just grinned, almost like he knew the effect he held over women. He hadn't lost everything in prison, that was for dang sure. "Who's Jack?" "He lives downstairs," she said. "He's an amazing cowboy, but he has a little bit of an issue with OCD. Likes things a certain way. He'll have some shelves labeled for you by the time we get back, or I'll treat you to lunch again." "I don't need you to treat me this time," he said. "No?" She looked at him. "I suppose Ward did leave you everything." "That's still being worked out with the lawyers," he said. "I have money from before." "Oh." Surprise darted through Ginger, and she nearly fell down when Nate put his hand softly on the small of her back and said, "I think it's down there." She'd been preparing to cross the street, but he was right. Papa Bear's was to their left, just beyond the grocery store where he'd seemingly bought everything he wanted. Ginger's skin sparked, sending electricity up her back, across her shoulders, and down her arms. "Anything else I need to know?" he asked. Cowboys to avoid, how to make sure I'm safe when I go out on the ranch, that kind of thing?" "Nate," she said, coming back to the present, though she still felt like shivering from his touch. "You're not in prison anymore. You're safe at Hope Eternal Ranch." "You don't have farm equipment that could cause some damage?" "Sure," she said, "but you won't be using it." "I have no idea how to work with horses," he said, "and believe it or not, there were no riding lessons in River Bay." He gave her a smile that seemed too tight around the edges. "Lots of other classes, but not that one." "You're smart," she said, deciding that was a compliment and not a flirtation device. "I think you'll pick it all up quickly." She turned to go inside the pizza parlor, adding, "Now, there's this white pizza that is simply amazing that I think you'll like. Have you had white pizza?" "Yes," he said, "but not for a long, long time." Ginger ate way too much at Papa Bear's, where the furniture was as big as the pizza. She carried half of their meal in a box while they walked back to the truck. They'd had an enjoyable lunch, making small talk about her family and his, and the people who worked around the ranch. He hadn't met all of them yet, but he claimed to be looking forward to it. She turned up the radio on the truck and started thinking about an afternoon nap instead of going out to the stables to check on the riding program. A new batch of riders was starting that day, and Ginger really needed to be out there at 3:30 to make sure everyone got checked in and had a good experience. So she'd go, even if she did just want to lie down for a little while. She knew she felt like that because she'd eaten too much, and a brisk walk around the ranch to help prep for the class would settle her stomach. She pulled into the garage closest to the west wing and killed the engine, ready to get going. Nate, however, didn't move. "You okay?" she asked, and he turned his attention to her. "I wanted to ask you one more thing," he said. Ginger draped one arm over the steering wheel. "Shoot." "It's about the rules here at the ranch." She grinned at him, at the way he stayed so serious. "Didn't I say there weren't really rules?" "That's not true, though," he said. "For example, I can't just come over to the West Wing whenever I want." "Well, that's true." She reached for the pizza box on the seat between them. "So what's your question?" "It's about dating," he said. Ginger froze, her fingers curled around the cardboard. "Dating?" "Yeah." Nate cleared his throat. "Is that allowed? You know, for me?" "Well, I mean," she blew out her breath. "You can't leave the ranch, so I suppose if your date is okay coming here or whatever, then yeah, you can date." "What if I wanted to date someone who works at the ranch?" Her eyebrows shot toward the sky. "Here, at the ranch?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "Yeah," he said, finally tearing his gaze from hers. "Someone here at the ranch. Can cowboys date the women in the West Wing?" Ginger needed to get out of this truck immediately. Her skin itched now, and she wondered who had caught his eye. Probably Michelle. All men liked Michelle. She had the curves they wanted, with the long legs and the flat stomach. Ginger didn't have curves, which made buying jeans really hard, for the record. "I mean, I don't know." "You don't know?" Nate watched the door that led into the West Wing, as if the woman he desired would walk through it at any moment. "So there's no rule against it?" "No," Ginger said dumbly, though her heart beat with the reverberations and sound of a gong through her whole body. She should have told him there was a rule against cowboys dating the women out here. Then she wouldn't have to watch him go out with one of her friends. In that moment, Ginger recognized and acknowledged that she had a crush on this man. Horror filled her, laced with excitement. She hadn't been out with a man in years and years, if she were being honest. No one since Hiram, in fact. And she couldn't get involved with another prisoner. Could she? "Great," Nate said. "Do you want to have dinner with me sometime?" He looked at her again, and Ginger's eyes widened. Her fingers scrabbled for the door handle, finding it after only a moment. She yanked, and the door opened. She practically jumped from the truck with the words, "I'll be right back," and strode out of the garage as quickly as her long legs could take her. She didn't remember breathing, so by the time she made it across the dirt lane to the small shed there, her lungs felt like they'd been set on fire. She hurried through the door and closed it, leaning against it and sucking at the air. Had Nate just asked her out? And worse, had she run away from him afterward? A moan started somewhere in the bottom of Ginger's boots and worked its way up, tearing through her insides before it came out of her mouth. And the worst part? She wanted to say yes. She'd love to have dinner with him. She slid down the door until she met the ground, and she stared straight ahead, trying to decide what to do. Last time she'd allowed herself to fall for an ex-con, he'd stolen from her, broken her heart, and almost managed to get the ranch in his name. Would the consequences of a relationship with Nate be worse? Ginger didn't want to find out. At the same time, she really did. Since she was now at war with herself, she simply continued to stare, hoping an answer to this new dilemma would present itself inside the shed. Chapter 7. Nate kept his eyes on the rearview mirrors, and he saw Ginger hightail it down the driveway and across the lane to the shed. She ran the last few steps, and he made an angry sound. Idiot, he chastised himself. But surely the feelings he felt for her couldn't be one-sided. She had to feel something, didn't she? Nate had been out of the dating game for a while, a very long while. So long that he'd probably go out with anyone at this point. Not true, he muttered. He knew what he liked in a woman, and he liked Ginger. At least, he knew what the old Nate had liked in a woman, but he knew the financial sector Nate would have never looked Ginger's way for longer than a few seconds. He was looking now. He was different now. He got out of the truck and decided to face Ginger before retreating to the massive bedroom inside the huge house where he now lived. He went down the driveway and across the lane, too, knocking a couple of times on the door. "Ginger," he said, "I'm going back to the annex. Forget I said anything, okay?" She didn't answer, but Nate wasn't going to stick around and add insult to injury. He turned and returned to the truck to get his groceries, and then he walked through the Texas sunshine to the annex, where he found Jill coloring with Connor. "I'm back," he said, setting a few bags on the kitchen counter. He hated this uncertainty streaming through him. He just wanted someone to tell him where to put his coffee and creamer. But the house felt very quiet. "I can take him now, Jill." "Great," she said. "I have to go get the horses ready for riding lessons this afternoon." "Oh, I think I'm helping with those," he said. "What time do they start?" 3:30, she said. "You can come watch if you want. I'm sure Ginger didn't intend for you to start today." Jill flashed him a smile that didn't make his heart boom through his chest the way Ginger's did. So he definitely liked her. He wasn't just lusting after her because she was a woman and he was a man who'd been in prison for nearly 5 years. Jill left, and Nate abandoned the groceries on the counter. He sat at the table with Connor. "What are you drawing?"
It's a leopard, Connor said. "See his spots?"
He pointed with a brown crayon. "Oh, yeah, I see that," Nate said, though he couldn't see spots anywhere on the page. He got up again and started unpacking the bags. "Listen, Connor, I have some things here I want you to take to your room." He made a stack of clothes, socks, and underwear and called the boy over to get them. "Take them to the dresser, okay?"
Okay.
"Then I'll show you the toys I got for you." He smiled at the little blond boy, his heart squeezing painfully at the parts of Ward he could see. Connor grinned and hurried down the hall to put his things away. All Nate could think was that at last he'd done one right thing that day by buying Connor some toys. As he went through the cupboards and drawers and found slots for his things, as he showed Connor how to play Go Fish, as they got settled in their lives, Nate's thoughts revolved around Ginger. "All right," he said just after 3. "Let's go see if we can find the horses." He reached for Connor's hand, glad when the boy put his chubby fingers in Nate's. The simple touch reminded Nate of how much good there was in the world, and he hoped he could experience a lot more of it right here at Hope Eternal Ranch. The walk along the path, with the bright May sunshine overhead, soothed Nate's soul. He'd been unsure about coming here, but now he couldn't imagine being anywhere else. He'd gotten a new phone and a new computer, and he needed some time to get them set up. He'd wished he could have bought them privately, but he was used to doing everything in the view of someone else. He just wished it wasn't Ginger. She'd asked about his money, and he'd managed to put her off in a way that he hoped she wouldn't come back to it. Nate needed to do a lot more at the bank than he had, but he'd made Ginger sit there for almost an hour, and the vice president had said Nate could call his personal line to finish the business they'd started.
"Look, Uncle Nate," Connor said. "Look at all those horses."
Nate looked up from the dust puffing up from his boots to the sight of dozens of horses. The majesty of them took his breath away, and his steps slowed. Several people, both men and women, seemed to be scurrying around, getting the horses in line and putting equipment nearby. Nate had no idea how to saddle a horse, and his pulse started picking up speed. And when Ginger stepped around a particularly beautiful brown and white horse, Nate thought someone had turned up the intensity of the sun. Jill stepped in front of him, and Nate blinked until he focused on her. She had light features with minty eyes and blonde hair. She spent so much time in the sun that her tan skin didn't quite go with her fairer features. "Hey," she said, "the kids are gathering on the other side of the stables. You could take Connor over there and keep an eye on them if you want." "Okay." Nate wasn't sure where the other side of the stables was, and he had no idea what to do with kids. He led Connor away from Ginger, though he desperately wanted to talk to her, and they moved around the horses. The stables spread before them, a sprawling, single-story redwood building that looked like something from a classic Texas farm. Several aisles led through the building, and he took Connor down the closest one to get out of the heat. The sound of chattering and children laughing told Nate that he was headed in the right direction. Thankfully, a couple of other adults stood above the heads of the children. And even better, they were Spencer and Nick, the two cowboys Nate had already met. "Hey!" Spencer grinned at him and turned back to the boy he'd been talking to. The kids that had swarmed into the corral all seemed to be about 10 or 12 years old. Not that Nate could really judge the age of children. They were a lot taller than Connor, though, and they had really big front teeth. Connor let go of Nate's hand, and panic reared through him. "Stay here," Nate told him. The noise reminded him of the inmates jeering when someone would get in a fight. It happened rarely in the low-security facility, but it happened. Sometimes just an argument would break out about someone talking too loud while others wanted to sleep, and the unit officers would have to come tell everyone to be quiet and go to sleep. Nate backed up a step and looked at Spencer. "This is a lot of kids." "Right?" He grinned out at all the little people. "The 11-year-old introductory lesson is our most popular one." So all these boys and girls were 11. They'd all gotten a memo about what to wear, and they had on long pants, boots, and hats. "Ready?" Spencer asked, looking at Nick. "Let's go." "All right," Spencer said, holding up both hands. The children began to quiet. "I need you all to settle down." He paused for a moment as more children stopped talking. "Quiet on down now." They did, and Spencer stepped up onto the bottom rung of the fence, so he was even taller than the children. "I've just gotten word that the horses are almost ready." A twitter of excitement ran through the crowd. "We're going to go over a few rules before we go back, and there's a lot of us, so we expect everyone to follow the rules. If you don't, you'll be right back here, waiting for your mom to pick you up." He sounded like he meant it, too, and Nate watched the children's faces. They believed him, too. "First, horses don't like the noise, so we need to use a quiet voice when we leave here. You'll stand where we tell you to stand. You'll hold the reins how we show you. There will be someone for every 4 of you, and you'll need to remember that person's name and ask any questions you have. Each cowboy or cowgirl will give you specific things to do once you get back there." He grinned out at them. "So who's ready to ride a horse?" The children cheered, and Nate caught some of their excitement as it filled the air. He didn't think the instructions were adequate for 11-year-olds to know how to ride a horse, but he wasn't in charge of this group. He didn't even know how to be in charge of a group like this. "All right," Spencer called out. 3 lines, boys and girls, 3 lines. Make 3 lines. 1 will follow me, 1 will follow Nick here." Nick stepped forward and raised his cowboy hat. "And 1 will follow Nate." Nate swung his attention from a cute red-headed girl to Spencer, who looked at him expectantly. He quickly swept the hat off his head too and lifted it into the air. The children began to make the lines Spencer requested of them, and Nate took Connor's hand again and stepped to the front of a line. Thankfully, Spencer took his line of boys and girls first, and surprisingly, Nate didn't have to wait that long to follow him. Spencer split them up and assigned them out to the dozen cowboys and cowgirls waiting with the horses, and Nate became quickly overwhelmed with how many animals stood ready for a ride. He hung back because he had no idea where he fit in. He kept Connor at his side so the boy wouldn't get hurt, and he simply gaped at the sheer number of people and horses. "It's a bit overwhelming, isn't it?" He turned toward the female voice to find a brunette standing there, the same one who'd fed him last night. She nodded toward all the people now talking to groups of 4. They demonstrated and instructed, and then the saddles started going on the backs of horses. "It's completely overwhelming," Emma said, "and I've been around for the first day of 11-year-old lessons many times." "There's a lot of them," he admitted. He watched Ginger weave around one horse and then a group of people. She caught Emma's eye and then looked at Nate and stumbled. He wanted to leave, but he'd told Jill he'd come observe today. "Is this what I'll do?" he asked. "Ginger said I'd do the riding lessons, as well as some fence fixing and something with bird blinds." "She'll want you to watch this class for a week, and then she'll want you to be Spencer there." Emma nodded to the other cowboy. "He entertains them while they wait for the lesson to start. He gives them a little speech, lines them up, and brings them back. He organizes everything. Then the riders take them out, and he's done for a bit. When the horses and kids come back, he takes care of the horses while the parents pick up their kids."
"How long are the lessons?"
Nate asked. "An hour," she said. "We do them 4 days a week, so you'll get to hear Spencer's speech 4 times this week, and you'll be ready by Monday." She gave him a warm smile and refocused on the chaos in front of them.
"I'm going to need a riding lesson," Nate said, "and some instructions on how to take care of a horse after it's been ridden."
"Spencer and Nick will get you ready," she said easily. "You'll go out with them in the morning and stick to them like a shadow for the next several days."
"Yes, ma'am," he said.
The first child swung up onto a nearby horse, and very soon after that, the rest of them did too. They wore the biggest, brightest smiles Nate had ever seen, and he let their joy lift his spirits. Ginger caught his eye, and some of that happiness leaked out. She nodded toward the stable, and Nate understood her nonverbal communication. He bent down and looked at Connor.
"Can you stay with Emma for a minute?"
He passed the boy's hand to Emma and straightened to meet her eye.
"I'll be back in a second."
As he went toward the stable, he could only pray that he could handle whatever Ginger said to him. Chapter 8. Ginger paced in the stables, sure Nate had seen her indicate he should meet her there. She turned and stalled when she saw him framed in the doorway. "Hey," she said.
"Hey."
He shoved his hands in his pockets, and the way he radiated contriteness from his very being made Ginger's perfectly prepared speech dry right up. "Look," she said, "I've kind of had a rough time in the whole going to dinner thing, and I just got a little flustered."
"Perfectly understandable."
He made no attempt to come closer to her. With the sun haloing him from behind, and with that sexy cowboy hat perched on his head, it was difficult to see his face. Ginger nodded.
"So, do you think you can do the riding lessons?"
"Oh, there's no way I can do this," he said, and while he spoke with a tease in his voice, she suspected he believed his words. "You'll learn it," she said.
"You sound so confident," he said. "I wish I had some of that."
"Did you grow up in White Lake?"
"Yes."
"Never rode a horse?"
"I mean, I did," he said. "But that doesn't mean I can teach others how to do it, especially kids."
These kids are the easiest group, trust me, Ginger said.
Did you grow up in Sweetwater Falls?
Right down the road, she said. My grandparents lived in the house where I live now, and my father added the East Annex when he moved there. I was 15, and he taught me how to shingle a roof and texture a wall before painting it. She put a smile on her face because she'd enjoyed learning things from her father.
And I suppose you've been riding since you could walk.
Of course not, she said. We don't start riding until we're 3 or 4, and that's years after we first learned to walk. Nate let a beat of silence go by, and then he laughed. It was a wonderful, deep sound that set Ginger's heartbeat racing. She joined in, glad for this single moment in time, and hoping they'd have more. She took a few steps toward him, wanting to reach out and take his hand in hers. She wasn't quite brave enough for that. So, you know, I eat dinner every night, and if you really wanted to eat with me, I think that could be arranged.
I don't want to break the rules,
he said. There are no rules about who can eat dinner with who.
I don't want to make your life harder.
Nate, I brought you here to make my life easier.
Then I will do my best to do that,
he said, and he was just so wonderful. In that moment, Ginger realized just how different he was than Hiram, too, and she allowed herself to believe that perhaps they could have something that went beyond friendship. The days passed, and Ginger saw plenty of Nate. She had to because she had to complete a daily check-in with him. She also kept in constant contact with Spencer and Nick, who were helping him learn the ropes, literally. They both said he was agreeable and a quick study, and very, very good with horses. Ginger finally went out to the stables on Sunday morning to see for herself. Sure enough, Nate worked with the horses as if he'd been born to do it. Even one of their newer, wilder horses settled right down the moment Nate took the reins from another cowboy. He talked to the equine in a quiet voice, and everything about Nate was a very strong version of quiet. He put the horse in its stable and turned, catching her standing there, watching him.
"Hey," he said, "what are you doing out here?"
He took off his gloves and clapped them together as he came toward her. "I've been getting good reports about you," she said, "so I came to see for myself." She smiled at him as he neared. "How are you feeling? Ready to start the riding lessons tomorrow?"
"You know what?"
he asked.
"I think I am."
Ginger nodded, glad he'd settled in so quickly. Good. She'd run out of things to say already, and she couldn't imagine eating dinner with him. He'd not asked again, and Ginger couldn't get herself to bring it up either. "All right. Well, I have work in the fields to do. I'll see you later?" "Maybe for dinner," he said, touching a couple of fingers to the brim of his hat, turning and walking away. Ginger simply stared at him as he retreated, her pulse pounding through her whole body. He'd gotten a new cell phone when they'd gone to town on Monday, and she had the number. In fact, she could take him to town. They could make up any excuse. Not that anyone would truly ask. Ginger couldn't believe these crazy thoughts as they wound through her head. The guy had gone to prison for almost 5 years. Could he really be a different man than the one who'd gone along with a scheme to defraud people out of their money? She'd never truly believed a person could change that much, but everything she'd seen from Nate was making her question that belief. He had worked in the unit manager's office, and he'd been nothing but hard-working and just good since she'd picked him up a week ago. She could hardly believe it had only been a week since his arrival at Hope Eternal Ranch, as it seemed simultaneously much longer than that, but also the days had passed by in the blink of an eye. She got herself out of the stable and into the fields to test the soil and make sure the sprinkling system was working after the maintenance that had been done last week. Now that May was a couple of weeks old, the sun had really intensified, but Ginger didn't mind the sweat running down her face. It testified of a good day's work, and she needed to feel like she'd done something worthwhile every day. By the time she returned to the West Wing, her stomach roared for food. Emma had put something in the slow cooker that morning because the house smelled like something slow roasted and full of garlic. "French dip sandwiches," Emma said as Ginger walked through the kitchen. "Gonna shower first," she said. "Okay, but don't take forever," Emma said. "Spencer, Nick, and Nate will be here in 15 minutes. Ginger stumbled, throwing out her hand to balance herself against the door jamb. "Really?" "Yeah," Emma said, not even looking over to Ginger. "I caught Nate as he finished with our weekend riders, and I invited them." She glanced over her shoulder. "Is that okay?" "You invited them, or you invited him?" Emma put down the tongs and turned toward Ginger. "I invited them all," she said. "He was alone, but I told him to pass on the invite, and he said the 3 of them would come. He's a nice guy, Ginger." "No, I know." Ginger's voice pitched up too much, and Emma would hear it. Her eyes narrowed as she took a couple of steps closer to Ginger. "What does that mean?" she asked. "Nothing," Ginger said. "It means nothing." But Emma could clearly see it meant something. They'd been friends since the moment Emma had first brought her students to the ranch, and she'd been living and working at Hope Eternal for 10 years now. "Ginger?" "It's nothing," she said. "I need to shower." She left quickly then, because Emma's questions could be relentless. Ginger had no answers for them either. She'd been so sure about how things would go with the new inmate she'd agreed to. But Nate wasn't anything like what she'd expected. He wasn't anything like Hiram, and Ginger didn't know how to make the 2 of them line up. By the time she finished showering and left her bedroom, she could hear deeper voices in the kitchen. "It's not a date," she told herself. Emma would be there, as would Spencer and her cousin. And if there was anyone who could see through her easier than Emma, it was Nick. She squared her shoulders and shook her hair out. It was still damp from the shower, and a tremor of nervousness moved through her. She should have dried it and put on makeup, but if she did that, everyone would know why. And Ginger didn't even know why. "Go on," she muttered to herself as the people in the kitchen laughed. She went down the hall and entered the kitchen, where Jill and Jess had joined them. Her eyes went straight to Nate, and he wore a smile, but he wasn't laughing with the others. His gaze flicked to hers, too, and the chemistry between them bubbled and boiled.
"Ginger?"
Connor said, and she looked down at the boy. "Oh, hey." She grinned as she dropped into a crouch. "Have you had a good week on the ranch?"
"Yeah,"
he said, extending an envelope toward her.
"Uncle Nate and I made you a card."
"You did, huh?" She smiled at him, his blue eyes too much for her to handle. "That's so sweet of you." "He made it himself," Nate said, appearing at the child's side. "I just found an envelope."
"It was too big,"
Connor said. Ginger flipped over the envelope and slid her finger under the sealed flap. "It's just perfect." She grinned at him again and took out the card. Clearly, Connor had done this, and she couldn't quite tell what the brown and black lines were meant to be. "Show me," she said.
"That's Ursula," he said. "See her purple collar?"
He pointed to it, and pure happiness flowed through Ginger. "Oh, she's beautiful," she said. The dog came over and licked Ginger's arm, and she showed her the card. "Look, Ursula, it's you." The dog didn't much care about the card, but she did take a step toward Connor. He threw both arms around the dog's head and hugged her. "Not too tight, bud," Nate said. But Ursula didn't seem to care. Ginger straightened, because her knees couldn't take the crouching for much longer, and opened the card. She could make out a couple of the letters, a T, an A or two, and some O's. A lot of O's. "What does this say?" she whispered to Nate, tilting the card toward him.
"He wanted to tell you thank you for letting us come live with Ursula."
He smiled, and Ginger's heart grew and grew and grew. Emotion gathered in her throat, and she couldn't believe it, but tears burned behind her eyes. She'd had no idea that having Nate and Connor at the ranch would affect her so much. She felt like someone had tied her to the end of a yo-yo, and she was being thrown down and then lifted back up, over and over again. Reaching down, she lifted Connor into her arms and said, "Thank you for coming to the ranch so Ursula would have a new friend." He hugged her back, and Ginger had never known pure love as strongly as she did in that moment. "All right," Emma said. "We're ready to eat. Everyone gather over here." Ginger took Connor with her, moving the child to her hip, and joined the others gathered around the kitchen island. Nate followed her, easing into the perfect place just behind and to the side of her. His hand slid along her back, and her blood popped as if someone had poured fizzing candy into her veins. She wanted this to be her reality every day. She wanted him solidly in her life, and while she still couldn't quite believe that she did, she also couldn't keep denying it. May blurred into June, and Ginger had started meeting with Nate on a weekly basis instead of a daily one. They'd gone to town several times for groceries and errands, and Nate was always proper and polite. He'd eaten dinner at the West Wing a few times now, but they had not gone anywhere alone. With so many people at Hope Eternal, catching a moment alone wasn't that easy. They'd gone to lunch when they came to town, and Ginger didn't mind the slow pace of the relationship. If anything, it actually helped her undo another sticky point with each day that passed. Nate never got angry. He never lashed out. He barely spoke in a voice louder than normal. He worked amazingly well with children, and he seemed to have a great rapport with Connor. He was almost a little too perfect, if Ginger were being honest. His one real flaw was how little he spoke. She didn't get a whole lot of time to ask him about his personal life, and the once or twice she had, his answers had been short and clipped. She liked him. She liked his work ethic. But she felt like she didn't know him. The second Monday of June found her waiting in the house for his parole officer to show up. Martin Landy had called last week, and Ginger had been on the phone with him for an hour. They'd arranged this visit, of course, but Nate didn't know what was happening. He'd never been hard to find on the ranch, as he seemed to stay fairly close to the epicenter. The appointed time for Martin to arrive came and went, and frustration built in Ginger's chest. She had work to do, and she hated it when people showed up late. Of course, everyone ran late sometimes, but Martin had her phone number. He could have called her. Finally, almost 30 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Ginger looked up from her phone where she'd been playing a card game as Ursula filled the house with a few barks. "Hush," Ginger said. She answered the door to find a tall, silver-haired man standing on the stoop. "Ginger Talbot?" he asked, already smiling. "That's me." She extended her hand for him to shake, which he did. "You must be Martin." "That I am." "Come in." She stepped back, keeping one leg in front of Ursula. "Are you dog-averse?" "Absolutely not," he said, stepping inside. "I have 4 dogs." "Oh, wow," Ginger said. "Ursula will love you." The dog moved around her to make her initial sniff of Martin. He smiled and patted her, and they took their business into the kitchen. "How's he doing?" "He's been the best inmate I've ever gotten from River Bay," Ginger said. "That's what I like to hear." Martin put his briefcase on the kitchen table and opened it.
Says here he's got his brother's son?
Yes, Ginger said. He's doing great with him. At least he seems to be. They both seem to be eating and sleeping. Connor isn't in school yet, so we have a rotation of cowboys and cowgirls that watch him out here.
Good, good.
Martin pulled out a paper.
We talked a lot last week, so if you're comfortable with that and you don't have any other questions, I just need you to sign this.
I'm good, Ginger said. She knew the drill. This wasn't the first time she'd had a parole officer out to the ranch. She signed her name and added, "Should I call Nate and get him here?"
"If you would, please," Martin said, taking a seat at the table. "If he's as good as you say he is, this shouldn't take long."
Ginger nodded and stepped back to pull out her phone. She dialed Nate, and the line started ringing, and ringing, and ringing. He didn't answer, and she got sent to voicemail. She frowned. "Strange," she said, already dialing again. She'd only had to call him once in the past few weeks. Texting was much easier and much less immediate, and anything she needed to talk with him about certainly wasn't urgent. He didn't answer for a second time, and Ginger's nerves heaved. He's not answering. Martin looked up from a stack of paperwork he'd pulled from his briefcase.
"Should we go find him?"
"Sure," she said, pocketing her phone. "He works in the stables. It's not far." She led him out of the house, trying to find something they could talk about on the 10-minute walk from the house to the stables. But her mind raced in so many different directions she couldn't land on any one topic. They finally reached the stable that took her entire crew a week to paint, and Ginger went down row F, where Nate usually worked. He wasn't there. Everything was still and calm, and all the evidence pointed to the fact that he had been there. The horses had been fed, Domino's leg had been rebandaged, the tack was neat and polished and ready for use. "Strange," she said again. "This is where he should be." She turned in a full circle, her embarrassment increasing with every moment that Nate didn't appear. Chapter 9. Nate really disliked the sound of the voice on the other end of the line. He'd known the unknown number calling him would be Oscar, and he'd quickly left the chickens to peck at their feed. He probably had 20 minutes before someone would notice he wasn't with the horses, and even then he could simply say he'd taken a walk. He was allowed to walk.
"So I'll just need to know where you want my guy to come,"
Oscar finished. Of course, he wouldn't come to deal with Nate. He had underlings to help with that. Nate frowned at the far fence line, though the morning sunshine should have lifted his spirits.
"I can't get you what you want in one delivery," Nate said. "I'm sure you know I'm on parole and in a re-entry program."
"That is what I was told," Oscar said, his voice never hitching. Nate never could tell how he was feeling, not even when they'd met in person. No matter what, though, Oscar wanted his money, and if he couldn't get his money, he wasn't happy. That was all Nate really needed to know.
"So I have to get a ride to town," he said. "I'm never left alone."
He looked over his shoulder. He was alone right now, but Oscar surely wouldn't know that.
"Yeah, the pretty redhead waits downstairs for you," Oscar said,
and Nate's blood turned cold.
"That's right,"
he said, playing some of that coolness into his voice.
"And she'd notice if I left the bank with a huge bag of cash."
He looked back out at the waving fields beyond the chicken pens. A semblance of peace existed here, and Nate didn't want to crack it. He wouldn't put Connor in jeopardy, nor anyone else on this ranch. Things were different when it was just his neck on the line, just his bet going to the bookie, just a few $1,000s. But Oscar had accelerated things from simple horse betting and sports to investments, and Nate owed him a lot more than a few $1,000s. He'd been ready to pay, too, but then the indictments had come, and if Oscar wanted his money, he'd have to wait. which he'd been doing for almost 5 years.
"So I'll send a guy to talk to the banker."
"You will not," Nate said.
"I have my brother's son now, and I have to live here. The money is there, Oscar. I know you've seen the account."
He probably hadn't let a day go by of Nate's sentence where he didn't check that bank account. When Nate got time on the computer, he used a few minutes of it to check the account himself. Still there, week after week. Still accumulating interest. Still bigger than Nate thought possible. Now, with Ward's money too, Nate wouldn't need to work once he completed his 6 months at Hope Eternal Ranch. He would, though, because he'd had plenty of idle time in prison, and he didn't like it, not one little bit. Oscar exhaled in a rare showing of his irritation.
"Fine. When can I get the first installment?"
"I have it here at the ranch," Nate said,
"but you absolutely cannot come here."
His brain whirred through the week's upcoming activities.
"I can probably get to town on Friday or Saturday."
He'd asked Ginger to eat dinner with him, and they had several times, always with her friends and Spencer and Nick, never alone. Maybe this weekend he could achieve 2 things at once: dinner with Ginger alone, and a drop for Oscar.
"They have lockers at the mall," Nate said. "I can put the bag in one of them, pay for it, and get your guy the code to open it." "Okay," Oscar said. "Friday or Saturday."
"I'll have to see how it goes," he said. "I don't exactly make my own schedule like I used to." Oscar chuckled, which grated against Nate's nerves.
"Don't call," he said, still laughing. "Text and delete."
Nate was familiar with the T&D method Oscar preferred, and he couldn't help feeling a little slimy as the call ended. A sigh passed through his whole body then, because he just wanted to be done with everything from his previous life.
"As soon as you pay him back, you will be," he muttered to himself.
His phone rang again, and Nate recognized a number he was well versed with. He'd sat at the phone where this call originated from, and he quickly swiped on the call from River Bay.
"Ted?"
"How'd you know it'd be me?" Ted asked, a smile in his voice.
"Maybe because you're the only person I gave this number to," Nate said, smiling on back.
No one had told him he'd miss his friends inside the prison. He'd thought he'd want to walk away from those 1,500 days without any baggage, too. He'd been wrong, and he missed his boys that were still inside.
"How's the ranch?"
Ted asked.
"You know what? It's pretty great."
Nate glanced around at the barn to his left, the vast stables about 100 yards behind him to the right, the gently waving grasses, and, further out, stalks of corn.
"Not too many mosquitoes?"
"A few," he said. "It is by the water." He'd taken Connor out to a pond in the middle of the ranch, where Spencer had told them to go to catch a few small fish. They hadn't caught anything, though, and Nick said they had to take bacon to get the crawdads to come up. Nate was planning on doing that with Connor in the near future.
"So you get 15 minutes, he added, "and I know you didn't call to chat about the ranch."
To an inmate, their outbound calls were precious. With only 3 each week and only 15 minutes long, every call had to be really important. The prison monitored every call except those to lawyers, but Nate wasn't worried about something Ted would say. They'd banded together inside River Bay for a reason, and that was so they'd be able to watch each other's backs.
"Right," Ted said, another chuckle coming from his mouth. "Down to 12 minutes. I wanted to ask about the RRC program."
Surprise darted through Nate. Oh. He'd never given it much thought, because he hadn't dreamed Ward would die or that he'd altered his will. Nate had asked his lawyer to find out where Ward's ex-wife was, but he hadn't heard anything yet.
"What about it?"
"Do you like it?" "It has some advantages," Nate said, "for sure. For one, I have a place to live, a job, a way to earn money, someone to help me with all the things it takes to live.
Bank account, utilities, stuff like that, Ted said. Yeah, all of that, Nate said. But I can't leave the ranch. I can't go to town myself. I'm driven everywhere.
He didn't want to dwell on the negative.
It's nice having my daily interview with Ginger, though. We're to weeklies now, and I haven't heard from my parole officer yet, so that's nice too. She's nice, and she's actually pretty easy to work with.
He'd never truly met with a parole officer, so he couldn't say if he'd like it or not. But he knew it wouldn't be as casual or as enjoyable as chatting with Ginger about what help he needed and what he was doing fine with.
I'm wondering if she'd take me, Ted said, his voice made of ice.
He wouldn't give away if he wanted the RRC at Hope Eternal or not, that was for sure. But him just asking about it meant he wanted it.
Oh.
More surprise danced through Nate.
I mean, I don't know. Is she allowed to have more than one inmate here at a time? No idea. I suppose your 6 months is coming up in, 3 months? 88 days, Ted said.
They'd talked many times about their release dates and what they'd do once they got out, the meals they'd eat, the things they'd see and do. Nate hadn't done any of them. Yet, he told himself. He wasn't really out yet anyway.
Let me find out, he said. You sure you want to come here? It's a lot of work, and Ginger expects you to know it all already. There's very little training and a lot of horses, and I don't think I've worked less than 12 hours a day since I got here. I'm not afraid of hard work, Ted said, at the same time someone behind Nate said,
Of course I expect a lot of you, especially that you're where you said you were going to be. He spun around at the angry, no, furious tone in Ginger's voice. He wasn't sure how many minutes Ted had left on the call, but he knew they wouldn't go into a bank his friend could use later. He took in Ginger's blotchy red face and her folded arms, and decided his friend would have to eat the leftover minutes.
I have to go,
he said to Ted, who started to protest.
Sorry, call me next week.
He hung up the phone and glanced at the man who'd come up behind Ginger, huffing and puffing, and clearly not wearing the right kind of footwear for a ranch. Nate knew, because he hadn't been for the first week either.
I'm sorry?
He asked, his nerves fraying a bit. He knew who that guy was, and he'd rather go shovel manure out of a stall than deal with an angry Ginger and then sit through an interview with his parole officer. You're supposed to be in the stable, Ginger said, practically shooting fire from her eyes, and you didn't answer when I called.
I was on the phone.
He lifted his phone as if she hadn't overheard him talking on it. He'd actually considered asking her about bringing Ted here too, but there was no way that could happen, at least not right now. Yes, I heard. Ginger's glare could take an entire herd down, but only a flicker of annoyance started in Nate's gut. It fanned into a flame that burned up, and he found himself glaring back.
I'm sorry, he said, but I am entitled to a 15-minute break in the morning.
He looked at the other man.
I don't think we've met. I'm Nathaniel Mulberry. Oh, of course, the man said. I'm Martin Landy.
The two shook hands, and he nodded back toward the more civilized parts of the ranch.
Should we go talk at the house?
Sure, Nate said, casting one more glance at Ginger. She hadn't softened at all, and Nate's ire went right back up. He couldn't believe he'd told Ted she was nice or easy to work with. Right now, she seemed like a simmering pot about to boil over, and he'd be the one to clean it all up. Martin walked away, but Nate held back for a few moments. He turned to Ginger, who still wore that growl right on her face.
It sure is nice to know for certain that you don't trust me,
he said, his voice on the growly side too.
I didn't say that.
I'm at least a mile from the fence, he said, taking a menacing step closer to her.
And I don't have to drop everything in my life and answer your calls, Ginger. That's not part of the program." He glared down at her, actually satisfied when she started to wilt. "And you do expect a lot, and you're demanding, and you know what? I haven't cared because I'm just so dang glad to be here. But that doesn't mean it's been easy for me."
"Who were you talking to?"
"None of your business," he said. "Who I talk to is another thing I don't have to clear with you."
With his heart pounding in his chest, he fell back a step.
"If you'd have told me my parole officer was coming this morning, I'd have met you at the house."
"I thought—" She cut off when Nate held up his hand, and he supposed he probably wore a storm on his face, too. They looked at one another, and Nate had a lot more to say. Instead of letting it out and regretting it later, he simply shook his head and turned around to follow Martin. The interview with Martin passed in a blur where Nate only tuned in half the time. He must have done a good enough job to pass, because Martin took his phone number and said he'd call next month. Once he was gone, Nate focused on his chores, but he found himself slamming buckets down when he should just set them. A hurricane blew through him, and he didn't know how to get it to move on. The sound of crying met his ears, and it was far too early for the kids to be on the ranch for their riding lessons. "Connor," he said under his breath, his mood morphing from anger to concern in less time than it took to breathe. He abandoned the buckets of oats he'd been distributing to the horses and jogged out of the stables, already searching for his nephew. Hannah Otto, the accountant for the ranch, carried the little boy, who clung to her as if his life depended on it. "I'm sorry," she said. "He fell while riding his bike, and nothing I did could calm him." She passed him to Nate, who took the dribbling, sniffling boy and drew him right into his chest. "It's fine," he said to Hannah. "Thank you for bringing him. I'd have come if you'd called." She stepped back and put her hands in her back pockets, her short blonde hair sticking out at odd angles. "I have to get back. I have an appointment in 10 minutes. "Go," Nate said. "I'm fine." The woman walked away, and once again Nate felt nothing with her, though she was slim and pretty and educated. She spent the most time with Connor during the day, as she had an office in the house with a TV in it. Connor said he liked her, and that she had boxes of cookies in her bottom drawer that he could have whenever he wanted them. "Are you hurt, bud?" he asked Connor, trying to get him to let go of his neck. Connor finally did, and Nate looked at his face. "I don't see any blood."
My knees hurt,
Connor said with a whimper. Nate glanced down, though the boy still had his legs around Nate's waist. "All right," he said as calmly as he could. "Let's have a look." He took Connor into the stables and set him on the top of one of the doors that led to an empty stable. "Oh yeah, look at that." He looked at Connor and smiled. Anything to put on a brave face. Skinned knees. Connor's bottom lip trembled, and Nate wanted to fold him into a hug and never let go. "I can fix these."
Can you, Uncle Nate?
One big alligator tear fell down Connor's cheek, and Nate's heart turned to mush. This kid needed him, and Nate was as committed as ever to make sure he was there for his nephew. As much as possible, he was going to be there. "Don't go to the mall," ran through his mind, and Nate's smile slipped. "Sure I can," he said, wishing he had an older brother to call. Ward would know what to do with skinned knees on 4-year-old boys, and what to do about the money drop this weekend. He stepped over to a first aid box attached to the wall and pulled it down. "It'll be quick, and then you can help me with the horses for the riding lessons."
Can I?
Connor's voice held so much hope, and Nate didn't want to tell him no. So he said, "Yep, you'll have to stay right by my side."
I can, Uncle Nate.
He smiled at Connor as he quickly cleaned his knees and then put 2 Band-Aids over the bloodiest parts.
All done."
Connor looked at him like Nate held the world in the palm of his hand, and the whole sky got brighter for just that one moment.
"Hey, little man," Nick said as he entered the stable. "You helping with the horses today?"
Sure am,
Connor said, made of smiles now. Nate helped him down, and he ran over to Nick, who picked him up and swung him around, both of them laughing. Nate smiled too, because Connor was happy again. As he watched Nick set Connor down and take his hand, all the while talking about a horse named Willowwood, Nate wondered if maybe he could have the other cowboy make his drop for him this weekend. He's Ginger's cousin, Nate told himself. And then Ginger lodged herself in his mind, and Nate started working on the words he needed to apologize to her. A whole new kind of sigh moved through his body, but he needed Ginger on his side. So he'd swallow his pride and make sure he got back on the same page with the woman he wanted to spend more time with, go to dinner with, maybe even kiss. Chapter 10. Ginger hovered out of sight while Nate got the kids in line and took them around the stables. He really was great with them, and it seemed like every person he came in contact with fell under his charm, herself included. She frowned and ducked deeper into the shadows, the scent of hay and hooves filling her nose. She loved the smell of the horses and the saddles, and she reached out and ran her fingertips down the stable doors. They used every available horse and saddle for their riding lessons, which left the stable empty enough to hold her thoughts. She didn't think Nate was being disingenuous. He didn't seem to know how to be anybody or anything but himself, and that only made him more endearing. Sighing, Ginger sank onto a chair outside a stall, her mind flowing back over the situation from that morning. She hadn't meant to snap at him, though she definitely had. Martin Landy had been late, and that alone had annoyed Ginger. Then she hadn't been able to get in touch with Nate, and he wasn't in the stables or the barn or with the chickens. Martin's eyebrows had gotten higher and higher and higher, and Ginger's embarrassment had too. By the time she'd seen Nate standing out in the fields beyond the coops, she was ready to go nuclear. He hadn't taken it well, but he had taken it. "It's a lot of work, and Ginger expects you to know it all already." Nate's words filled her ears, and she wished she could shake them out. She'd been trying for hours, and yet they still lingered, vibrating against her drums and consuming her mind. He'd said something after that, but it was all a blur. All she could hear was that he thought she was demanding. He'd said so right to her face. "Well, maybe you are," she muttered, and she knew there was no maybe about it. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, outside an empty horse stall, but it was long enough for all the kids to mount their horses and leave the area. Long enough for Nate to come walking toward her, leading a horse with a simple rope around its neck. "Hey," he said, his eyes glued to hers. "What are you doing in here?" "Nothing." Ginger sounded miserable about it, too. She was miserable at the moment. She studied her hands while he opened a stall a couple down from her and across the aisle. "Look, I need to apologize for this morning." "I do too," Nate said, leading the horse inside her stall. He came back out and closed the bottom half of the door. "I shouldn't have said you were demanding." "No," Ginger said. "I am demanding." Nate kicked a grin in her direction. "Yeah, you kind of are." He came toward her, but there was no other chair for him to sit down in. He crouched in front of her, his head down so she could only see the top of his cowboy hat. "But I get why you are. Really, I do. And I was just being cruel." He looked up, and he was easily the best-looking man in the state with those striking blue eyes.
and I don't like being cruel. So I'm sorry."
Ginger's chest vibrated, and she felt one breath away from crying. She told herself not to do it, because then she'd be embarrassed again. She nodded instead, drawing in a slow, deep breath. "I'm sorry, too. Of course I trust you. I just couldn't find you, and by the time I did, I was embarrassed and frustrated. And, well, you took the brunt of that." She looked back at her hands because his gaze was simply too much for her to hold. She played with her fingers, letting them go round and round each other. Then Nate put his hand over both of hers, stilling her fingers, stilling her heart, stilling everything. Someone had pressed pause on her life because it all just came to a halt. She looked at him, and he looked at her, and things were okay. He twisted and sat down on the ground beside her chair, a groan coming out of his mouth. His hand returned, taking hers this time and lining his fingers up so they fit right in between hers. A sigh moved through her whole soul, and while Ginger couldn't believe she was currently sitting in the stable holding hands with an ex-con, it felt like exactly the right thing to be doing. She slipped off the chair to the ground, too, glad she demanded her Cowboys keep the cement swept clean, and sat shoulder to shoulder with Nate. He said nothing, and Ginger simply leaned her head against his bicep, the moment sweet and tender between them. Ginger never slowed down like this during the day. Once she got back to the West Wing, sure, but not out in the stables, not when there was so much work to be done. Somewhere on the ranch, a dog barked, but it wasn't Ursula. Spencer had taken the German Shepherd and Connor back to the house once Nate had started the lessons. "Is Connor okay?" she asked. She'd seen Band-Aids on his knees.
"Yeah, he just fell on his bike."
Nate's deep voice tickled in her ears as he hardly spoke loud enough for her to hear.
"He'll be okay."
"Will we be okay?" Ginger asked, surprised at her own boldness.
"Yeah,"
Nate said, lifting her knuckles to his lips.
"I think we'll be okay, too."
A smile slipped across Ginger's face, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Or maybe a few minutes. It wasn't until Nate said,
"Ginger, I have to tell you something,"
that she even realized she'd drifted off.
"All right."
She yawned, suddenly knowing why she didn't allow herself to slow down like this during the day. She'd fall asleep, and then it would be terribly difficult to get back to work. Several beats of silence passed before he said,
"We're almost out of Cocoa Krispies, so I need to go to town again this weekend."
"Didn't you buy 3 boxes just last week?"
"We like them," he said. "What can I say?"
He added a chuckle to his question, and it sounded a tad bit forced to Ginger. She shook her head and stood up. "All right, I'll look at my schedule. We're moving into harvest season." She extended her hand toward him to help him up. "Already?" He put his hand in hers, and for one breathtaking moment, she thought he'd pull her onto his lap and kiss her. How much she wanted him to do just that surprised her and made her legs tremble. He stood, too, still looking at her. "Yeah," she said, though she barely remembered the question. "We've got peas and carrots already in the gardens. We'll be setting up the beaver traps, and we've got bird blinds to build. Our tour groups start this weekend, and summer is a very busy time on the ranch."
"You need a lot of help then," he said.
"Always," she said. "Though you taking the riding program has helped Spencer to be able to get more done with the agriculture." She smiled at him because she was glad he was there. He had to know that. "I can try to be less demanding." He shook his head as they walked down the aisle toward the rectangle of sunlight. "It's not necessary, Ginger." He paused on the threshold between being in the stable and out of it.
You do a great job here." "Thanks." She watched him, sure there was more he wanted to say, but he didn't say it. He tipped his hat and said, "Well, I have work to do. I'll catch up with you later," before he walked away. Ginger watched him go, though she had plenty of work to do too. Spencer came out from another aisle of the stable, and he and Nate started talking. They laughed and went inside together, and Ginger did like that the two of them got along so well. She was never quite sure what kind of man she was bringing back to the ranch when she got someone in the RRC program, but Nate seemed to be the cream of the crop. She liked him, even though she'd tried not to. Still, she coached herself to go slow, because she wanted to get to know him before anything serious happened. Really know him, not just think she knew him the way she had with Hiram. The alarm on her phone went off as she walked back toward the homestead, and she looked at it. Lumber flashed at her, and she glanced up, her pulse prancing through her now. Shoot! She broke into a jog because if she didn't meet the Anderton brothers and give them specific instructions for where to deliver the lumber she'd bought for the bird blinds, it would end up on the front lawn. She arrived at the same time the delivery truck pulled around the corner, and she waved her hand at them to get them to stop. Michael Anderton rolled down his window and stuck his elbow out. "Hey, Ginger." "Hey, Mike. We are taking this down the same road you did last time, all the way to the last bird blind. Jump in and show me." Ginger wanted to roll her eyes, but she didn't. All right. She circled the truck and climbed in on the other side, which caused George Anderton to slide into the middle of the bench seat. She didn't care, as long as it wasn't her. She'd been out with Michael a couple of times, and sometimes he forgot their relationship had never really gotten off the ground. "How's your mama?" she asked George, proud of her Texas manners. "She's convinced we're all about to die," he said with a chuckle. "She's been hoarding toilet paper, and she won't drink anything anyone gives her." "Oh, wow," Ginger said, something in her chest releasing. "Are you going out to the Bay Festival in a couple of weeks?" Michael asked. Maybe," Ginger said. "Depends on how much we get done here." She did enjoy the beachside music festival held every year in Sweetwater Falls, which was located near the water. Not the Gulf itself, but an inlet where islands dotted the waters and created bays. Falling Oak Bay was the closest one to the ranch, and the site of the festival every year. Ginger hadn't missed it in at least a decade, maybe longer. She always said she'd maybe make it to something when Michael asked, but this year she could see herself dancing barefoot on the sand with one very serious cowboy who used to be in prison. Did Nate dance? For some reason, she couldn't imagine him doing something like that, and a smile touched her lips at the very idea of him holding her while they swayed to a ballad. "Here?" Michael asked, pulling her from the beautiful daydream with his somewhat reedy voice. "No, keep going," she said. He always tried to drop off the lumber in the most convenient location for him. He kept going, though, and Ginger directed him all the way down the road to the last bird blind. "Here." "We're really far out here," he said, peering through the windshield. "You sure this is still your land?" He grinned at her and got out of the truck before she could respond. It wasn't a question that needed a response anyway. She got out too, her phone chiming as she did. It was Nick, and he'd said, "Can I take Nate to town tonight for steak and seafood? He says he's never been to Maddox. Can you imagine?" Ginger shook her head at her cousin. He really was innocent about a lot of things. "Just you and him?" "And Spencer and Connor. Maybe Bronco if he'll stop texting Katie." "Oh, Katie," Ginger said, making a face. Her brother really could pick out some of the worst women to date, and she'd thought his last girlfriend would definitely be the worst. Then he'd brought Katie Holbrook to the ranch,
and the woman had obviously thought he was taking her to get a salad and that the ranch would be the dressing. Ginger had never seen such a look of disgust. She'd never been back to the ranch, and Bronco bent to her whims. "So can we go?" Nick asked. "Nate said we had to ask you." "Yes," she sent back. "Go, have fun." She wanted to go and have fun too, but she knew better than to invite herself. Number 1, she'd never gone on their steak and seafood excursions before. Number 2, maybe Nick could stop at the grocery store and get the cereal Nate wanted. "See if you can get his Cocoa Krispies while you're in town," she sent next, the deafening crash of wood on wood alerting her to the unloading process happening on the other side of the truck. "Okay," Nick said. "Thanks, Ginger." She stuck her phone in her pocket and rounded the truck to find a pile of lumber that would take her hours to sort through. "Just needs your signature right here," Michael said, sliding up to her with a clipboard and a pen, and that smile that told her she wasn't going to like what he said next. As she signed, he asked, "What are you doing tonight? Want to grab a drink or a bite to eat?" "Oh, I can't," she said, making her voice sugar-sweet. "I just made plans with my brother." "Oh? What's Bronco got himself into this time?" "Well, he's dating this woman who's just all wrong for him. So I need to talk to him about her." Not entirely a lie, and she had just made plans to talk to him about Katie. Just now, just the moment Michael had asked about going out with him. "Good luck with that," Michael said with a smile. But Ginger didn't know what he meant. "Yeah," she said anyway, handing the clipboard back. "And I have a meeting with my activities staff I need to be to in 10 minutes. I can hitch a ride with you on the way back, right?" "Sure thing." He looked over his shoulder to George. "George, you drive us back, all right?" He grinned at Ginger like he'd just won the lottery, but she groaned way down deep in her gut. She'd have to sit on her hands to make sure he didn't hold one of them, and walking back to the ranch sounded like a better idea than getting a ride. But she'd already asked, and Anderton lumber was the best in town. So she hitched her smile in place, turned to go back around the truck, and hunched her shoulders as she sent the emergency word to Emma. As she climbed into the truck and sat beside Michael, her phone rang. "Oh, I have to take this," she said, swiping on the call. "Hey, Emma, what's up?" "How long are we talking?" "Oh, I'll be back in 10 minutes or so." Ginger used her left hand to hold the phone to her ear, creating a semi-barrier between her and Michael. She put her elbow on the armrest of the door on the right side and leaned even further from him. "The Anderton brothers delivered our lumber, and they're giving me a ride back." "Oh, that sneaky Michael Anderton. Did he ask you out again?" "Yes," Ginger said. "It's in the drawer in the bottom of my desk." "I swear, I don't know how he doesn't know you're not interested. Maybe I should just pull him aside and tell him." "Don't you dare," Ginger said, perhaps a little too forcefully. She cut a glance at Michael, who was watching her. "I put that chocolate in that drawer for a rainy day, and it's not raining." "There's chocolate in your bottom desk drawer?" Emma asked. "Emma," Ginger warned, but she knew her friend was already checking. A squeal came through the line a few moments later, and Ginger's heart dropped to her boots. "I can't believe this was in here and you didn't tell me. I was dying for a treat last night." "Clearly you didn't die," Ginger said in a deadpan, wondering if she should have just let Michael Anderton hold her hand. At this point, she wasn't sure which was worse, that or losing her coveted dark chocolate to her best friend and assistant. Definitely Michael, she thought. She didn't want rumors of a relationship with him getting back to Nate. Oh no, that couldn't happen, because she was sure the hopeful cowboy wouldn't like that. He'd probably back right off and never trust her again. So she listened while Emma detailed how the coconut and chocolate had hit the spot and then started in on how the bird photography classes had already started to fill into July. Ginger was bored to tears, but anything was better than trying to ward off Michael's advances. Plus, while Emma talked and the delivery truck bounced over the dirt road back to the homestead, Ginger could continue her daydreams about kissing the handsome and hard-working Nate Mulberry. Chapter 11. Nate felt the eyes of every single person in the bank on him while he waited for the withdrawal to go through. Of course, there wasn't a problem, and the woman who brought in the envelope smiled at him like he was one of their VIPs. In her eyes, he was. He absolutely was, with how much money he had here at the bank, and how close his father had been to the man behind the desk in front of him. "It's all there?" Sam Wiseman asked. "I'm sure it is," Nate said, slipping the envelope into his briefcase. He was planning to leave the whole thing in the locker in the mall, and he'd started praying last night that Ginger wouldn't ask him about the absence of his briefcase after the drop. He didn't see how she wasn't going to ask. The woman saw everything, so much that Nate wondered if she had eyes in the back of her head. She knew everything that happened around the ranch, because she had people everywhere. They all reported to her, and she seemed genuinely interested in their lives, as well as making sure they did their jobs to her satisfaction. His stomach squirmed as he stood and shook hands with Sam. "Good to see you again," he said, though he didn't really feel that way. He and Sam had an interesting relationship, because neither of them wanted to see the other ever again. But they had a partnership that had to be seen through to the end, and Nate had started praying that end would come sooner rather than later. Sam said nothing, and Nate left his office on the second floor. His briefcase handle felt too hard, but it was probably the way he was strangling it. He felt ridiculous carrying the briefcase at all, but he couldn't carry around an envelope big enough for a clipboard filled with cash. It had to be concealed somehow. He also had to get Ginger to the mall somehow. He'd been stewing about it all week while he studied the blueprints for the bird blind and then started to build it. He worked on it alone, so thankfully, when he did something wrong, there was no one there to witness it. He'd put things together, realized they weren't right, and taken them apart at least 10 times over the last few days. In truth, Nate was tired. So mentally tired. He'd been thinking about this drop for far too long, and he realized another thing prison had afforded him: peace from so much thinking. Out here in the real world, he had to deal with things he'd left behind previously. "Hey," he said when he met Ginger on the first floor. "Can we run to the mall real quick? I need to get my sister a birthday present." Not entirely a lie. Bethany's birthday was coming up, and the mall was a perfectly logical place for him to find a gift for her. "Sure," she said. "I got a call while you were upstairs, though. Can you just run in while I deal with something?" "Absolutely," he said, his face filling with a grin. "Something I can help with?" "No." She sighed as they left the bank. "Just some paperwork with something." She looked at him, clearly flustered by this paperwork. "That's so vague," he said, teasing her. "Yeah," she said, sighing again. "It's your paperwork, Nate. The BOP is saying they didn't get it, but I mailed it weeks ago." "That's not good." "No, it's not." She went around the hood to the driver's side. They got in the truck, and she added, "I didn't make copies." "So we'll just do it again," he said, knowing how important paperwork was to the Bureau of Prisons. "We might have to," she said. "I'm going to call them again. We got cut off when we got cut off." "Fight?" he asked. "How did you know?"
Everything stops when there's a fight, Nate said, looking out his window, his mind automatically moving far away from his present situation. Even phone calls about important paperwork. She drove the few blocks to the mall, and Nate jumped from the truck. Every step felt like he was committing himself to something deceitful and wrong. He felt like everyone was looking at him strangely, like they knew what he concealed in his briefcase and that he'd served hard time in prison. He entered the mall and hurried now. There was a virtual reality experience in the mall, and they didn't allow purses or bags inside. Thus, a couple of rows of lockers had been installed just around the corner from the experience. He quickly found an available one and put in the quarters required to unlock it. He placed the briefcase inside, checking over both shoulders. His stomach hurt from how clenched it was, and his pulse raced through his veins. No one seemed to care what he was doing. After closing the locker, a ticket got spit out from the machine, and Nate quickly snapped a picture of it. He wadded up the ticket and threw it in the trash can, then ducked around the next row of lockers and texted the picture to Oscar, along with the word, "Done." Then he got the heck out of there and down to the bath store, where he could find something citrus-smelling and soothing for his sister. He hated sneaking around, and all he could think about was what Ginger would say if she found out. They'd been getting along well since the mishap with the parole officer, and Nate really didn't want to mess things up between them. Good luck, he told himself as he checked out with a tube of 6 bath bombs. It seemed like everything Nate touched blew up at some point, and he anticipated the same would be true with Ginger. He just didn't know if it would be sooner or later, and if he'd have his heart intact when all the pieces came crashing down. Nate had his hand in Ginger's, their mid-morning stroll down a remote road lined with trees about halfway over, when his phone rang. His heartbeat tripled for a second, and he released Ginger's hand to pull his phone from his back pocket. "I don't think it'll be—" He cut off when he saw Lawrence's name on the screen. "It's my lawyer." He came to a full stop because he was used to having conversations with his lawyer in private. Even the prison didn't listen in on legal calls. He was just glad he hadn't said Ted's name. He still hadn't brought up the idea of having Ginger request another inmate from River Bay to come to the ranch, though his friend behind bars had called twice more. 3 weeks had passed since that initial phone call and his first meeting with his parole officer. 2.5 since he'd left the envelope of money in the locker at the mall. A few days later, he'd found the empty briefcase leaning against the old post that held up the mailbox at the end of the lane that led to the ranch. It was as far as Nate could go on the ranch, and he'd been volunteering to get the mail each morning ever since Oscar had texted to say he'd returned the bag. Nate hadn't breathed properly until the next day when he'd found the bag. At least Oscar, or more likely someone low on his totem pole, hadn't come down to the house. Nate had called him standing next to that mailbox and told him to never, ever come to the ranch again. Ever. Oscar had laughed, but Nate wouldn't back down until he agreed he wouldn't come again. Next time, he agreed to leave the briefcase in the locker where Nate would have to retrieve it before he went to the bank. How he was going to do that, he had no idea. He couldn't even think of another reason he needed to go to the mall, though his mind ran around the problem morning and night. "Lawrence," he said, while Ginger turned around and kept walking. He faced away from her, back the way they'd come, the sun already hot today. It was almost June, and Nate had lived in Texas his whole life. It would be hot from now until at least October, probably November. "I found Jane," Lawrence said, never one to mince words. "She's in Jamaica, and she's not interested in returning to the United States." Nate frowned,
because he couldn't imagine what kind of mother wouldn't want her child.
She knows Ward is gone, right? She didn't know, and I had to tell her,
Lawrence said, and he didn't sound happy about it. Nate wasn't sure why. The man seemed to thrive on delivering bad news.
She asked where Connor was, but she called him Conway, and I said Ward had named you the legal guardian. She said, great.
Great? Nate shook his head, pure disbelief flowing through him.
That can't be true. She hated me. And secondly, she knows I went to prison. I don't know what to tell you, Lawrence said. I asked her if she planned to try to get custody of Connor, and she said no. She had no interest in coming back to the U.S., and she hoped you'd take good care of Connor, because Ward would want that.
Nate struggled to make sense of everything his lawyer had said. In the end, he said,
All right. Thanks, Lawrence. Sure thing. Hey, how are things on the ranch?
Nate turned around again and found Ginger down the road about 100 yards, perched on a tree stump and looking his way.
Great, he said.
He still hadn't kissed her, and he wondered what he was waiting for. They seemed to find plenty of time to be alone without the chance of interruption. She sure seemed to like him, and he definitely liked her. In his mind, though, a barrier existed, and he needed to find a way past it before he could lean toward her and hope he didn't crash and burn. Nate had lived so much of the past 6 years on hope alone, and he knew it could sustain a man as easily as it could consume him whole.
Really great? Lawrence asked. Or is this one of those times where you tell me everything is great, but you've just gotten beat up by the punk kid who still has a chip on his shoulder?
Nate chuckled, the laughter just right there beneath his tongue. It had never come that fast before, and Nate sure did like the appearance of it.
No, this isn't like that, he said. It's really great here. I'm figuring things out slowly, and I actually like the re-entry program.
Good, Lawrence said, with plenty of surprise in his voice, too.
You were skeptical.
That I was. He started walking toward Ginger.
But I actually like the cowboy hat and working with the horses, and I don't know, there's something soothing about this place. I'm glad, Lawrence said. Your paperwork was sorted. Will you let Ginger know?
Sure, Nate said. I should see her later. Hey, a minute or two was later, wasn't it? He grinned as he kept walking toward her, the cowboy boots he'd thought he'd never get used to, now the most comfortable shoes he'd ever worn.
Thanks. Well, I hope we don't have to talk a ton in the future. You'll take care of all the actual release stuff, though, right?
Nate asked, a moment of trepidation overcoming him.
Absolutely, Lawrence said. But that's 4 months from now. We'll talk then. Sounds good.
The call ended, and Nate repocketed his phone. Ginger stood from the stump as he neared, wearing a mask of apprehension on her face. What did he want?
Don't you know calls with lawyers are privileged? He teased.
Ginger's smile broke through her anxiety, and she swatted at his chest. Nate dodged her futile attempt, and instead took her into his arms. He'd never held her like this before, and he had absolutely no idea what he was doing, though he'd had girlfriends before. Girlfriend. Was that what Ginger was? Nate's hope shot toward the sky, and he gazed down at her, glad she wore a flirty smile on her face still.
I asked him to find Jane, he said soberly. He did, and she doesn't want Connor, so he's really mine. I'm going to adopt him.
Then maybe Connor could call him Dad instead of Uncle Nate.
Well, I'm going to talk to him about adopting him, Nate said. See what he says.
He's only 4.
Doesn't mean he can't think.
Nate looked up and out over the ranch, a sigh of contentment moving through him.
I sure do like it here, Ginger. Thanks for taking me into the residential program.
She leaned her head against his chest, inching closer to him. He thought he could stand there in the shade and hold her for a good long while, the scent of her flowery perfume filling his nose. "Of course," she said. "I'm glad I took the gamble again." "Would you consider having more of us here?" he asked, his throat almost closing around the question. "Depends." "On what?" "On if I can get another guy like you." Nate shifted back and looked at her as warmth and excitement dove through him. "Is that right? I guess I'm pretty awesome." She giggled to go along with his chuckle, but neither of them continued on for very long. "I know a guy," Nate said, his throat so dry. He glanced down at her mouth, and he couldn't look away. "He'd be great here." "I don't want a guy just like you," she whispered. "I don't want that either," he said. "Why?" "Because then maybe you'd like him more than you like me." Ginger shook her head, a soft smile tracing its way across her mouth. Nate slid both hands up her arms to her face, cradling it in his palms. She stilled, and her eyes widened. Can I kiss you?" he asked, his voice little more than a croak. Ginger seemed to be moving in slow motion as she reached up and took off his cowboy hat. "You can, but not with this on. It's one of the hazards of being a cowboy." "Noted," he whispered, as he lowered his head toward hers. The moment his lips touched hers caused an explosion of sparks to move through his bloodstream, and Nate knew then that there was nothing half so great as kissing Ginger Talbot. Chapter 12. Ginger had never been kissed the way Nate kissed her. The level of care he took with her was exquisite, and she wanted to hold on to the moment for as long as possible. He eventually broke the kiss, and only then did Ginger realize how her heart sprinted in her chest. She pulled in a breath because her body had been shocked by such an amazing kiss that her involuntary functions had stalled. "All right," Nate said quietly, securing his hand in hers again. He started down the road again, walking slowly the way they always did. She went with him, though she still felt a bit numb. She wasn't sure why, because her skin felt like someone had injected electricity into her cells. She crackled with every step, a smile curving her mouth and refusing to straighten even when she looked at Nate. He grinned back at her, and Ginger ducked her head again. "Oh, my hat." He released her hand and strode back to where she'd dropped it on the ground. She'd meant to hold it for him, but that kiss had literally melted her muscles into marshmallows. "Sorry," she said as he came back toward her. "I don't normally just throw a man's hat on the ground." "It's fine," he said. "Thanks for the tip." He took her hand again, and they continued their walk. When the barn came into sight, he dropped her hand and tucked his in his pocket the way he'd always done. No one knew they stole away for 30 minutes after she completed her morning chores and before he went out to the bird blinds and fences. Even if they did, Ginger could simply say she needed privacy to interview Nate for something the BOP wanted. No one had to know anything else. "You won't be able to keep this secret for long," she thought, as Nate tipped his hat at her and went into the equipment shed to get his tools. He'd expressed some frustration with the building aspect of the bird blinds, but when she'd gone out to look at the one he'd completed, it was perfect. "I rebuilt it 4 times, he'd admitted, and Ginger may have started to fall for him then. Or maybe the slope had become a little slippery when she'd watched him lift Connor above his head and buzz like an airplane as the boy giggled and shrieked with delight. Or when he charmed the children in the riding lessons, or stood at the window and watched him, Nick, and Spencer load into a pickup truck and go to town for chicken wings and cheese fries. No matter when it had started, Ginger had definitely started to fall for Nate Mulberry. She'd told herself to go slow, and she'd been pulling on the reins of their relationship for a couple of weeks. Now that he'd kissed her, Ginger wanted to climb onto the nearest roof and shout the news to the world. Emma would be able to tell something had changed in her, and Ginger decided not to go back to the homestead for lunch like she usually did. Or maybe she should. If she didn't show up, Emma would for sure know something was wrong. Not wrong. Different. Changed. Ginger just needed something to happen on the ranch. A sick horse, a tourist that had gone off the path. Heck, she'd even take a swarm of locusts. Okay, maybe not a swarm of locusts. Life at Hope Eternal Ranch was usually fairly quiet, though there were days when she'd texted her friends and told them she wouldn't be in for lunch. Otherwise, the women in the West Wing gathered for their midday meal. Before she could turn fully away from the shed where Nate had disappeared, her phone rang. Only a moment later, the siren they used on the ranch filled the air. Cowboys and cowgirls started to spill out of sheds, barns, and stables, and Ginger couldn't hear her phone ringing anymore. Spencer's name sat on the screen, and another call came in over his. Emma. Ginger's mind raced and her heart sprinted, but she swiped away Emma's call and answered Spencer's. "Talk to me," she said, plugging her left ear as she held the phone at her right. "Accident in Field 4, he said, breathless. "I need you here." "Did you activate the siren?" "Yes," he said. "Someone's down out here, and I don't know who. We need a count, and Emma's calling the paramedics." Confusion needled her mind. She called me. She took several steps toward the equipment shed. Field 4 was too far away to run there in a reasonable amount of time. "Doesn't matter. I'll be there in 5. She hung up and stopped next to the nearest person, who happened to be Jessica Morales, her chief stablemaster and one of the women who lived in the West Wing. "Send out the call for a count at the homestead," Ginger said, her voice demanding and crisp. "Group text, and find out if Emma did call the paramedics. Text me who's missing and what's going on with medical assistance." Jess didn't ask any questions. She nodded and got busy on her phone. Nate met Ginger at the door. "How can I help?" "Go to the homestead and keep everyone calm," she said, wishing she was one of those he could comfort. "I'll be back as soon as I can." He let his fingers trail down her arm as she went past, and Ginger appreciated the touch. She threw her leg over the nearest ATV and zoomed out the back of the shed, turning sharply to get going in the right direction toward Field 4. Spencer's truck idled near the fence line when Ginger arrived, and she parked beside him. She also didn't bother to turn off the ATV as she hurried to climb the fence and get out to where he stood, waving both hands above his head. She jogged toward him, hoping she didn't land on a divot or a hole in the field and twist her ankle. Her phone pealed, and she answered it. "It's Nick," Emma said, her voice panicked. "Besides you and Spence, he's the only one not here." Ginger's blood ran cold, and she forced her feet to move faster. "Thanks," she panted into the phone before she lowered it from her ear. It couldn't be Nick. He can't be hurt, she thought, over and over again. Spencer started yelling, but Ginger was still too far away to hear the words. Just noise entered her ears, and she felt something wet on her face. Crying. She was crying. What would she tell her aunt? She'd promised to take care of Nick, who wasn't even 20 years old yet. As she neared, she could make out Spencer's words. "He's okay, Ginger. He's okay." She didn't slow down, her eyes focused solely on her cousin, who was on the ground and not moving. How was that okay? She finally arrived, Spencer talking a mile a minute. "I saw the tractor out here going this morning, but I didn't think anything of it. Then the next time I drove past, Ursula was running in a circle out here and there was no one in the tractor. So I pulled over and jumped on board to get it stopped. I tried to get Ursula to come, but she wouldn't. She barked and barked and barked." He scrubbed down Ursula, who paced in front of Nick. She barked on cue, and Ginger focused on the dog.
She'd come toward me for a few feet, bark, and then go back to him, Spencer continued. Remember how you asked where she'd gone this morning and I didn't know? I think she's been out here with him.
Ginger reached for the German Shepherd, needing the extra support. Ursula didn't stop pacing, though, and she whined before she licked Nick's face. He wasn't bleeding, and Ginger didn't know where to put her hands. The dog barked again, and Ginger knelt down on the ground next to her cousin.
"Nick," she asked, "it's Ginger. Can you hear me?"
"He said a couple of things a few minutes ago," Spencer said.
"I think he's okay."
"He's clearly not okay," Ginger snapped, her anxiety reaching a boiling point.
"Sorry," she said immediately afterward. "He's hypoglycemic. He needs orange juice."
She stood up, frantically searching for the tractor.
"He'll have had something with him. Did you check his pockets?"
"No," Spencer said.
"I didn't know he was hypoglycemic."
He just stood there, and Ginger wanted to shake him. She started toward the green tractor in the distance.
"Check his pockets," she called over her shoulder. "If he has something to suck on, a piece of candy, a mint, anything, put it in his mouth."
"Ginger," Spencer called after her, but she faced forward and focused on breathing as she ran. The tractor was closer than the ATV, and she hurried to climb up into the cab. A handful of butterscotch candies sat in the tray right below the key, and she grabbed however many would fit in her palm. A jolt went up her legs when she jumped back to the ground, but she pressed on. Nick could be slipping into a coma by now if he'd been out here for hours. What time was it? What time had she noticed Ursula was missing? Ginger didn't have any of the answers to her questions, and a couple of the candies fell from her fingers as she ran. "Hold on," she said, but she wasn't sure if she was talking to herself or to Nick. She made it back to his side, and Spencer said, "He didn't have anything." "Help me hold his head up so he doesn't choke," she said, frantically unwrapping one of the butterscotches. "He had these in the tractor."
"I thought he just liked those," Spencer said,
kneeling on the other side of Nick. He moaned as Spencer lifted him, so he was lying in Spencer's lap. "Have you ever seen him eat one?" Ginger asked, taking a moment to look at Spencer. He just shook his head, and Ginger reached out to put the candy in her cousin's mouth. "All right, Nick," she said. "Here's one of your candies. Come on now, eat it all, okay?" "The ambulance is coming," Spencer said, nodding over her shoulder. Ginger turned to look, quickly refocusing on Nick. A bit of dribble came from the corner of his mouth, and she wiped it away. Panic built in her chest, until Nick groaned, his mouth moving around the candy. "That's right," she said. "Chew it, Nick." He didn't wake completely before the paramedics arrived, but some of the color had returned to his face, and he was moving a lot more, so much that Ginger worried he'd spit out the candy. She stood to let the two paramedics get closer to him. "He's diabetic," she said, "hypoglycemic." She held out the few remaining candies she had. "He always carries these with him, and we gave him one."
"All right," one of the paramedics said. "What's his name?"
"Nick," Spencer said. He came to stand beside Ginger, and he put his arm around her. She leaned into him because he was taller and stronger than her, and Ginger felt one moment away from falling apart completely.
"Nick," the man said, "my name is Carlos. We're going to take real good care of you."
He looked at the other man.
"Byron, check his pulse."
Carlos continued to give Byron instructions, finally turning back to Spencer and Ginger.
"He's new on the job."
"New on the job?" Ginger almost shrieked. This was her cousin's life. She wanted the most seasoned paramedic in the force. "How is he?"
"His pulse is strong," Byron said. "He's not feverish, but he is sweating, which is a common sign of hypoglycemia. Shaking, also a sign."
"Should we give him another candy?" She held one out to Carlos, who looked at it like it was a poisonous snake.
"Let's get him to the bus and put in an IV," he said to Byron. "Careful now."
They got him on the stretcher easily, as Nick was made of more bones than muscles. As they took him past Ginger, Nick turned his head and said, "Ginger." "I'm right here," she said, hurrying to his side and taking his hand. Walking with the paramedics like that wasn't easy, but Ginger didn't care. "You're okay. You're going to be fine." "Candy," he said, his eyes fluttering open. "Ursula." "She's right here, too," Ginger said. "She got Spencer's attention. She saved you." A sob gathered in the back of her throat, but Ginger swallowed against it. No one needed her tears and panic right now. She could sob into the shower later. She left the ATV with Spencer and told him to let everyone at the ranch know what was happening. She climbed in the back of the ambulance with her cousin, and they'd barely reached the highway when Nick opened his eyes. "What's going on?" he asked, trying to sit up. "Whoa there, Nick," Carlos said. "You're strapped down for safety, but it's nothing to be worried about." He looked up at Byron. "Looks like the drip worked." He grinned at his partner, then Ginger, then Nick. "We're taking you to the hospital so you can be fully checked. Can you tell us what happened?" "I was out in the fields," Nick said, settling back to a prone position. His eyebrows drew down. "I got really thirsty, but I didn't have any water, so I was going to go in and get some, but my heart started beating too fast. My vision blurred. I don't know after that." "Did you know you were going to pass out?" Carlos asked, putting on a pair of glasses as he started filling out a sheet on a clipboard. "Yes," Nick said. "I got out of the tractor because I could tell. I couldn't think, though. I usually have candy with me, and I just popped one of those in. I couldn't find them." He looked at Ginger, tears gathering in his eyes. "I didn't eat breakfast." "It's okay, Nick," she said, though a measure of frustration filled her. He was never supposed to go out onto the ranch without eating, without water, and without his candy, ever. "I was in a hurry," he said, closing his eyes. "I have a date with Miss Samantha tonight." Ginger worked hard not to roll her eyes, though her cousin wouldn't see her with his eyes closed. Carlos chuckled. "Well, Nick, she might have to come see you in the hospital." "No way," he said, his eyes jerking open. He looked from Carlos to Ginger. "Ginger, you can't let her come to the hospital." She leaned closer, trying to be compassionate, but really wanting to crack her knuckles against his forehead. "I'll keep her away this time," she promised. "But if you rush out to work without eating again, I'll put you in the hospital myself." Nick just blinked at her, but Carlos and Byron both chuckled. She straightened and looked at them. "I won't," she said. "Not really. But come on, Nick. You scared all of us. Spencer set off the siren." "I'm sorry," Nick said, sounding absolutely miserable. "I'm sorry, Ginger. It won't happen again." Seeing her cousin unconscious on the ground wasn't what she'd wanted to keep her from the homestead, but it had worked. She got busy sending texts then, and she accompanied Nick into the hospital, where his mother soon arrived. Only then did Ginger step out and lean against the wall, a sigh pulling through her whole body. Her phone rang, and Nate's name on the screen reminded her of the bone-bending kiss they'd shared that morning. That morning! It felt like a year ago. "Hey," she said after she'd connected the call. "Hey," he said. "Connor and I want to come to the hospital and eat lunch with you. Would you let me bring your truck in?" "Alone?" "Yes," he said. "I'd be alone with Connor from the ranch to the hospital." He waited for her to answer, and Ginger's mind went around and around. He wasn't supposed to leave the ranch without someone with him, but he did have a driver's license, and she would like to see him and Connor. "Okay," she finally said. "Tell me when you're leaving so I know when you should be here." "I can stay on the line with you if you'd like," he said. "That's not necessary," she said. "My keys are in the top drawer in the west wing. Emma can probably find them for you." "I've already got them, sweetheart," he said.
We'll be there in 15 minutes.
Chapter 13. Nate pulled the rope tight to keep the barrels in place. He needed to get them out to the new bird blind he'd finished last week. Sweat ran down the side of his face, but he ignored it. He'd been at Hope Eternal for 8 weeks now, and he finally felt like he knew how things worked. "You got that?" Spencer called, and Nate finished tying the knot around the metal pole. "Yep," Nate said. "Done." He turned to the other cowboy, who drank from a bottle of water. He finished the whole thing and said, "You can't go out unless you drink. Ginger will kill us both." Spencer was right, so Nate stepped over to the cooler just inside the shed and got a bottle of water. He managed to swallow a few mouthfuls to appease Spencer, and the two of them loaded up in the ranch truck. Nate hardly ever drove, and today was no different. Spencer took them over the bumpy roads to the far north side of the ranch, which surprisingly was pretty swampy, and water and tall reeds meant a lot of birds. People paid quite a bit to come to Hope Eternal and see the birds that lived here, as Nate had learned over the weeks. They came to see beehives and wear bee suits to harvest the honeycomb, too. Children and adults alike came to ride horses. Summer campers came to learn about butterflies and farming. The number of people who came to the ranch had alarmed Nate at first, but now he was used to seeing the dirt parking lot to the west of the homestead full of cars and trucks. "All right," Spencer let out a sigh that spoke of his exhaustion. "Let's get these unloaded." "You stayed up too late, didn't you?" Nate asked as they got out of the truck. "Only a little." Spencer wore a guilty grin as he came to the back and started on the rope on his side. "I just couldn't quit in the middle of the level." "Yeah, and that's why Nick didn't shower before he left." Nate chuckled and untied the rope on his side. "You know Ginger is going to be cranky about that." "Yeah, well, Nick can deal with that. I managed to get up when my alarm went off." Spencer hauled the first barrel off the truck. "And anyway, if you just take a walk with Ginger, she won't be so cranky anymore." He shot a knowing look at Nate, who froze. "What?" "Oh, come on, man," Spencer said with a laugh. "You two disappear every morning, and she comes back like she met Santa Claus out there and got a year's supply of gifts." Nate cut himself off because he didn't know what to say. He had no defense. He honestly hadn't known anyone knew about his and Ginger's morning walks. "You're seeing her," Spencer supplied for him, reaching for another barrel. "Right?" He cut a glance at Nate, who still couldn't get himself to move. I guess," Nate guessed. "Oh, boy," Spencer said, grunting as the barrel came off the truck and he had to bear the full weight of it. "Okay, I'm just going to tell you this, and then you can do what you want with it." "I really don't want to hear it," Nate said, pulling his gloves on and reaching for the nearest barrel. "Too bad," Spencer said. "I didn't want you to tell me I couldn't aim to save my life, but you said it anyway." "That was a video game," Nate said. Spencer and Nick loved their video games, and Nate didn't mind watching after Connor went to bed. He still slept with Nate at night, and Nate didn't mind at all. He'd asked Connor about adoption, and then Bethany when she'd come to the ranch for a few hours one weekend. Her kids played well with Connor, and she'd told him he should definitely adopt Connor. Nate had talked to his parents, and he'd learned that his mother was starting to forget things and that his father had been diagnosed with stage 1 colon cancer. He called them a few times a week because he was the oldest now, and Ward wasn't around to do it. Sometimes the fact that Ward wasn't around hit Nate pretty hard, and thinking about adopting Connor usually sent him into a depression. In the end, Nate had decided to go forward with the adoption. He'd filed all the paperwork with his lawyer, and now they were just waiting. "This is real life," Spencer said, "and you should know Ginger's dated a guy like you before."
Nate's blood pressure rose. A guy like me? A guy in the RRC program, Spencer said. He seemed like a nice guy. I actually liked him. Then one day, he disappeared, and the next thing I know, Ginger is telling us she might lose the ranch and that this guy had stolen thousands of dollars from us all. He'd stopped unloading to tell his tale. Nate didn't know what to make of it. I'm not going to do that, he said. Yeah, because Hiram's back in prison, Spencer said. I'm not going back there, Nate said, fierce determination in his voice. He wasn't. He had Connor to think about now, and he couldn't be irresponsible to the point where he could lose the boy he was going to adopt. He thought of the next drop he needed to make, and fear slid through his whole body. He kept his head down and kept working, his thoughts tangling about this weekend's activities. Ginger had actually suggested they go to the mall because she needed a day away from the ranch and she wanted some Chinese noodles from a restaurant next to the mall. He'd asked if she'd wait for him at the bank again, and she'd said she would. He could see the questions in her eyes, but to her credit, she hadn't asked them. Nate figured he'd have to tell her something soon enough, but she hadn't revealed her dating history to him, and as he pulled the last barrel off the truck, he realized his relationship with Ginger wasn't as deep as it could be. He told himself it was still new, and it was, but he wanted it to be deeper, so he'd have to dig down and find something to share with her. Spencer's phone rang, and he answered it with, "Hey, boss," the way he always did when Ginger called. "Yeah, I can be there. I'm just out at the North Bird Blinds with Nate." He looked over at Nate, who waited for Spencer to tell him what to do. They weren't anywhere near done here. The barrels needed to be moved to the 6 blinds out here, and they'd have to walk through some watery areas that truck couldn't go to get the job done. "He'll have to be here alone," Spencer said, half turning away from Nate. A couple of seconds passed before he said, "All right, boss. See you in a minute." He hung up and faced Nate. "Ginger needs me back at the ranch. And I'm not going." Nate wasn't asking. "She said it's fine if you work out here on your own." Spencer went around to the driver's seat. "I'll come back and get you, okay?" He paused before he got in the truck. "And Nate, for the record, I think you're nothing like that other guy that was here." Nate nodded, though his chest squeezed too tight. "Thanks, Spencer. She trusts you, and so do I. I appreciate that." Spencer nodded and got in the truck. Nate got straight to work even before Spencer had gone. He wanted to show everyone that they could trust him. He could work hard. He could accomplish what they wanted him to accomplish. And in 4 months, he'd be on his own, achieving his own dreams, if only he knew what those were. He used to know what he wanted from his life, but that had all changed when he'd gotten caught up in the fraud scheme. Now he needed a new purpose, one that would take him and Connor somewhere amazing. He didn't really want to leave Texas, as Connor only had one set of grandparents, and Nate didn't think it fair to go too far from them. He'd spoken to his mom and dad several times over the weeks, and Bethany picked up the phone when Nate called too. Those relationships had been damaged, and he'd been rebuilding them for years. He felt like they were almost there, and he hoped to move to White Lake with Connor to continue the work he'd been doing to reconstruct the trust he'd ruined with just a few bad decisions. By the time he'd moved all the barrels, his breath huffed and puffed from his mouth, and his back, shoulders, and arms burned with the exertion he'd had to use to get them where Ginger wanted them. Spencer still hadn't returned, and Nate's stomach growled for lunch. He looked down the road, trying to estimate how far it was back to the homestead. Probably an hour by foot, and Nate looked up into the bright, blazing sun. He wasn't making that trek without water, and he'd left his bottle in the truck. He retreated to the shade of the bird blind,
though it wasn't any cooler there. His phone rang, and Nate quickly swiped on the call from the Bureau of Prisons, expecting to hear Ted's voice. Nate didn't want to tell him he hadn't followed up with Ginger about bringing him to the ranch, but he wouldn't lie to a friend. Instead, he heard Dallas Dreyer say, "Nathaniel Mulberry," followed by a big belly laugh. Nate chuckled too, because only a few people called him by his full name, and one of them was Dallas. At least the first time they talked. "What's up, Dallas?" he asked after they'd quieted down. "Nothing much. Wondering how ranch life is." "You know what? It's not bad." Nate could honestly say that now. "I think maybe I missed my calling in life the first time I chose a career." "Oh, yeah? Are you a cowboy now?" "I think I am," Nate said. He hoped he could be a good cowboy. It's good work. He rolled his aching shoulder, thinking maybe he shouldn't have fought the mud so much. "I'm glad," Dallas said. "What's new there?" Nate asked, surprised he wanted to know. But he missed his boys behind bars, and Dallas had needed a strong core group to watch out for him. Nate worried about what would happen to him once Ted left, as then Dallas would be the one with the most days behind him. Slate Sanders would probably rise to the top because he had a stronger personality than Dallas, and Luke was happy to let someone else lead. And as far as Nate knew, they'd added more men to their ranks. The 5 of them, Nate included, had formed a camaraderie that Nate missed powerfully every time he thought of his friends. He did have Spencer now, and Nick, and a few other cowboys that lived in the house with him. He had Connor, and Ginger, and Emma, and his family, though he didn't get to see them much. He let Dallas talk about River Bay and how nothing much had changed. "Oh, except guess who just took over your job in the office?" he asked. "Who?" Nate asked. "Josiah Manuel." All sound ceased as Nate absorbed that information. "You're kidding." "I wish. And he's strutting around now like he's wearing the manager's uniform or something. He's headed for a big fall." "I didn't realize he had so much sway." Nate hadn't really either, but Josiah held a ton of tickets, and he'd almost been moved up a level of security because he loved to start fights. "He doesn't," Dallas said. "Greg just wants him where he can keep an eye on him because one of our wings is going through a remodel." "Ah, I see." Nate wondered if he'd been in the office for a reason like that, but he dismissed the idea quickly. A beep sounded on the line, which meant that Dallas had 1 minute left on his call. So they said their goodbyes, and Nate hung up. He moved to the edge of the bird blind and looked down the road, still finding it empty. He looked up into the clear sky, the hot sun burning straight through him. Frustration built inside him at his situation, so Nate decided to make one more phone call before he went back to the more populated areas of the ranch. Sam Wiseman picked up his personal line after only one ring with the words, "Hello, Nathaniel. What can I do for you?" "I need another withdrawal," Nate said, in the same amount as last time. Same envelope, too, if possible. "It's possible," Sam said crisply. "I can have that ready for you this afternoon." Nate started thinking about possibilities, and he asked, "Can you deliver it to someone for me?" He couldn't imagine detailing how to put the money in a locker at the mall, not to Sam. "No, sir," Sam said. "We can't do that." "Can I pick it up tomorrow?" "Absolutely. The counter is open from 10 until 2. I'm not in on weekends." "How would I get it?" Nate asked. "I'll put it in your safety deposit box if that works for you." "That works," Nate said. He wasn't sure how he'd carry the briefcase around the mall, disappear, and come back without it. He needed a new bag, one that would conceal the envelope and that he could carry with him reasonably. Did men carry backpacks around the mall? He shook his head at this situation. He hated it. He just wanted to give Oscar his money and be done with it. But Oscar refused to take more than $9,000 at a time, and for the $26,000 Nate owed Oscar, that required 3 drops. Tomorrow would only be the second, which meant Nate had to go through this again. His phone rang, and when he looked at the screen, he found Ginger's name on the screen. "Hey, sweetheart," he said. "Hey," she said. "You still out at the bird blinds? It's good to hear your voice." Ginger gave him a light laugh, and that made him smile. He wanted to confide in her, but he didn't know how. She probably felt the same way about telling him about her ex-boyfriend. A guy like him. "And yes," he added, "I'm out at the bird blinds. Done, but I can't bear the thought of walking back in this heat." "I have good news for you then," she said. "I'm about 5 minutes away, and the air conditioner in this truck works really well." "Bless you," he said, actually sighing in relief. She laughed again and said she'd be there soon. Nate decided he could brave the sun for a few minutes, and he stepped out of the bird blind and headed down the road. Sure enough, Ginger rounded the bend and came toward him. She pulled to a stop beside him and said, "You lost, mister?" He grinned at her and sighed as he got in the passenger seat. "It's hot." "That it is," she said. "I brought you a water." She indicated it sitting in the console between them. Nate also spied something there that made his mouth water. "And yes, I got you a hamburger." "You're the best," he said, reaching for the food and then the water. "Seriously, Ginger, thank you." She gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her voice was a bit too high when she said, "Thanks for being someone I can trust." Guilt cut through Nate, but he said nothing. Once all the drops were done, once Oscar had his money and no reason to contact Nate ever again, then he'd tell Ginger. He'd tell her everything, share his whole life with her. But for now, he had to keep this one secret. After all, how much damage could one little secret do? Chapter 14. Ginger had looked for ways Nate could potentially mess up. After the one time he hadn't been in the stables where she'd expected him to be, her stomach clenched whenever she went to find him. But he was always right where he said he'd be. He learned quickly, and he was one of the hardest-working men she'd ever met. She'd been toying with the idea of offering him a permanent position on the ranch once his re-entry term expired. But he didn't seem to be hurting for money, and he'd mentioned moving into Ward's house in White Lake more than once. So Ginger had kept her mouth closed. White Lake was only about 20 minutes down the road, and she could easily make the drive to see him. Heck, after his residential program ended, he'd be a free man, and he could drive to see her. She set the curling iron down, deciding she couldn't make every lock of hair into a wave. Nate would know she'd spent an hour in front of the mirror, and she didn't want him to think she was trying so hard, even if she was. They were going to the mall today to get her favorite Chinese food. She hadn't told him it was to celebrate her birthday, but it was. She should probably text him just to let him know. As soon as she thought so, she recalled the idea. No, she told herself, it's fine. She didn't need him to buy her anything. She knew he liked her because he poured everything into his kisses, and Ginger had felt it time and time again over the past few weeks. "There you are," Emma said, leaning into the doorway. "I just put the cheesecake in. Jill, Jess, Michelle, and Hannah have all confirmed for tonight. So did both of your sisters." "Both of them?" Ginger turned away from her reflection. She was as beautiful as she was going to get, and another layer of lip gloss wouldn't help. "Sierra isn't going out with Max?" Emma rolled her eyes. "She actually asked if she could bring him, and I told her irrevocably that she could not." I'm surprised she's coming then. Her sister couldn't do anything without her fiancé, and no one had the heart to tell Sierra that she and Max had been engaged for 4 years. Ginger wanted a man who couldn't wait to get her to the altar, not one that put the wedding off and off and off. No one in the family, or anyone who'd been around for the past 4 years, believed Sierra and Max would actually get married. In fact, the plans for the non-existent wedding had stopped years ago. But Sierra worked the weekend tours and she helped with Connor, so Ginger respected her. She loved her because they were related, but sometimes Sierra could pull a diva card out of nowhere. "We'll see if she actually does," Emma said, scanning Ginger. "How are things with Nate?" "Fine," Ginger said with an air of coolness. She didn't make direct eye contact with Emma as she approached the door, and her best friend fell back into the hallway. "Must be," Emma said. "You've gone to the Green Dragon by yourself for 5 years. Wouldn't even let me come so you didn't have to be alone on your birthday." "I'm never alone on my birthday," Ginger said, pausing in front of Emma. She had gorgeous dark hair that had a natural wave, not like the too tight one Ginger had put in her hair with a curling iron. Emma's big brown eyes looked at Ginger, practically begging her for all the details. It seemed that everyone around the ranch knew Ginger and Nate were something. They just didn't know how serious it was. Ginger herself didn't know that either, though she'd felt herself slipping more and more the past couple of weeks. Everything Nate did and said made her foothold on reality a little less sure. She wanted a fantasy life with the strong, handsome cowboy and the tow-headed little boy. She could admit she loved Connor, but going all the way there with Nate, Ginger still had a tight grip on those reins. "You always make me an amazing cake and a delicious dinner." Ginger smiled at Emma and leaned into her for a hug. She did love this other woman who had been by her side for the past 10 years here on the ranch. Emma had started as a teacher's aide, bringing first and second graders to the ranch to do the monarch butterfly classes. She loved horses, and soon enough, Ginger had pulled her from the school system and onto the ranch, where she'd been ever since. Ginger didn't trust anyone more than she did Emma, and they worked incredibly well together to make sure Hope Eternal Ranch thrived under any circumstances. Emma held her tight and breathed in deep. "Okay, but I know you and Nate are something serious, even if you won't admit it." "I never said I wouldn't admit it," Ginger said. "You've never even admitted that you've kissed him," Emma said with a laugh, pulling away from Ginger. "And I don't get why. We all know you have." "Maybe I just don't want to talk about it over dinner," Ginger said. A new light entered Emma's eyes. "Great. I'm going to get a ton of butter pecan ice cream, and you'll come to my room tonight. 10 o'clock. Wait, 9, and then we'll chat." She turned and started down the hall before Ginger could protest. When she finally did, Emma just waved over her shoulder. 9 o'clock, she said, disappearing around the corner. That was that. Ginger would go because she'd always talked to Emma about her boyfriends. Boyfriend. Was that what Nate was? Would he classify her as his girlfriend? She hoped so. Several minutes later, she sat in the truck as Nate helped Connor onto the seat. "Slide over, bud, all the way." Connor did, and Ginger helped him with his seatbelt. "How's the little cowboy?" she asked. Nate slammed the door so she didn't hear the beginning of what Connor said, but it didn't matter. The boy had been dipped in magic and then gold, and she couldn't imagine a better child than Connor. "You guys hungry?" she asked as she pulled through the garage and circled the house instead of backing out into the driveway.
"I am," Connor said, bouncing a little on the seat. "Uncle Nate wouldn't let me eat breakfast."
"Is that so?" "No," Nate said, somewhat crossly. He wore a displeased look on his face as he gazed at Connor.
That is not true. You ate French toast, Connor, and bacon. I wouldn't let you eat a Twinkie 15 minutes ago because we're going to lunch with Ginger. He looked at her from across the cab. For her birthday. She sucked in a breath and dang near drove them into the fence post. She corrected sharply, throwing them all to the right. Nate started laughing, and Connor said,
"Whoa there!"
like a real cowboy. "Who told you?" Ginger asked. "Nick," Nate said. "I'm going to kill him." "Why?" Nate's gaze on the side of her face was too heavy. "What's the big deal if I know it's your birthday?"
"Yeah, don't you want any presents?" Connor asked in his innocent little boy voice.
"Yeah," Nate echoed. "We could have gotten her so many presents. Now we'll just have to settle for what we can find at the mall." "No," Ginger said. "I don't want presents." "Who doesn't want presents?" Nate asked. "I don't," she said. "My friends throw me a big birthday dinner with cake every year. I just want Chinese food and good company." "You don't like your friends?" "I love my friends. They're just loud." "The mall is loud," Nate said. "But it's not the ranch," Ginger said, finally letting herself look at him. "So to the bank first, Chinese second, mall third?" Nate nodded, a curious look on his face still. Thankfully, Ginger had to look away to check the traffic before she pulled onto the highway. "You gotta be good," Nate said in a mock whisper to Connor. "She said she wanted good company."
"What's company?"
Connor asked back, and Ginger's face broke into a smile. "It's who you spend your time with," Nate said. "So she wants to spend lunch with us, but only if she likes us."
"She likes me," Connor said. "Does she like you, Uncle Nate?"
Ginger looked at Nate then, and he looked at her. "Yeah," he said with a wide grin. "I think she does."
"Then we'll be good,"
Connor said, satisfied now. "And I'm buying lunch," Nate said. Ginger shook her head, but she wasn't going to argue with him. If he wanted to buy her lunch, that was fine. Perhaps she could use the topic of who paid to find out if they were dating, casually walking in the mornings and kissing each other, or what kind of labels he might use if he introduced her to, say, his mother. Or how she might introduce him to her sisters, both of whom were coming that night. Her heartbeat picked itself up and threw itself down, causing a slight echo in her pulse. She and Connor waited in the car while Nate ran inside the bank for a few minutes. This was definitely his shortest trip to the institution, and he came out a few minutes later with an envelope he tucked into his backpack. At the Chinese restaurant, he insisted on sitting beside her instead of across from her, and as Connor colored all over the animals that comprised the Chinese New Year, Nate slipped his hand into Ginger's and leaned real close to her. "Happy birthday," he said. "What would you wish for?" She liked the intimacy between them and how dim the inside of the restaurant was, even in the middle of the summer. "That's a hard question." "Is it? What would you wish for?" "Oh, let's see. Cooler summers for one." He grinned at her, and Ginger couldn't contradict his wish. The ability to sleep in every day, and world peace. Ginger giggled and nudged him with her shoulder. "That's a good list." Nate chuckled and lifted his water glass to his mouth with his free hand. "Oh, that's not good. That tastes like flowers." He made a face and looked at her. "You like this place?" "The lo mein is incredible," she said, "and the shrimp fried rice. That's what I'm getting." He looked down at the menu. "What do you want, bud?" he asked Connor.
"Sweet and sour chicken,"
the little boy said, as if he'd frequented many Chinese restaurants. Surprise crossed Nate's face, but he said, "All right," and he ordered the child what he wanted when the waiter came. Ginger loaded up on carbs because it was her birthday and she could.
Nate got teriyaki beef and pork fried rice, and she watched as he took his first bite. "Good, right?" she said as his face lit up. "Really good. Now you know why I come here on my birthday every year." She happily dug into her shrimp fried rice, more joy coursing through her than she'd felt in many long years. "Do you always come with good company?" he asked. "I usually come alone," she said. "At least since—" She trailed off, not sure how to bring up Hiram, but she felt like it was time. Nate had been at the ranch for over 2 months now, 10 weeks maybe. They'd been kissing for a while. He didn't press her to finish her sentence, and she twirled her chopsticks through her noodles, focusing on the bean sprouts and green onions as she said, "I used to be with a guy named Hiram. We came together once." "Was he the last guy you've been out with?" Nate asked. Ginger nodded and scooped up her noodles. "What about you? Pen pal girlfriend from prison?" Nate chuckled and shook his head. "Nope. Not much of a love life before prison either. I was pretty focused on my career." "Oh, come on," she said. "You expect me to believe that? A handsome guy like you didn't have a girlfriend?" "It's true," he said. "Though, yeah, I can tell you." He put his fork down and glanced at Connor. "The last woman I dated? Her name was Brittany. She's the one who introduced me to the guys who got us all entwined in the fraud. So, yeah, I'm not really that lucky in the girlfriend department." Ginger nodded, trying to sort through which question to ask. The fraud? The girlfriend? "So, what are we?" she asked, going with girlfriend. "If you saw someone you knew, for example, right outside those doors," she pointed with her chopsticks, "how would you introduce me?" Nate reached for his fork again, his head bent. "Well, I guess I'd say you were my boss." "Oh, that's the wrong answer," Ginger said, as his words dove deep into her heart and gouged out a hole. But by making her tone flirty and adding a plastic smile to her face, maybe she wouldn't spiral into self-loathing. "In that case," he said, "I'd say you were my girlfriend." "Yeah, because it's kind of icky to be kissing your boss, right?" she asked. "Is it icky to kiss your boss?" he asked, throwing her a flirty smile too. "Oops, done that." A beat of silence passed, and Ginger burst out laughing. "See?" she asked when she'd sobered up enough to talk. "You have had other girlfriends." "No." He shook his head, still chuckling. "No, I haven't. The boss was Brittany, same woman. She's still in prison, too. Got 10 years. "Oh, wow." Ginger quieted all the way, and Nate seemed to disappear inside himself for a minute. He drew in a breath, and she imagined him to be throwing off the cobwebs in his mind, because when he looked at her again, those bright, striking blue eyes danced. "I'm going to run next door for a minute. Will you be okay here with Connor?" He tossed his napkin on the table, already starting to stand. She shouldn't let him go off on his own, but how could she say no? "I don't need any gifts," she said. "Really, I don't. Lunch is what I wanted, and you're buying that." "Give me 15 minutes to find something," he said, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out his wallet. He tossed a card on the table that actually made a thud like it was made of metal. "Use that to pay. If I can't find anything in 15 minutes, you'll get lunch, and that's it." He grinned and acted like he was getting ready to run a race. "Okay?" "Okay," Ginger said with a laugh. Nate took off for the exit, taking his backpack with him. He didn't look back, and Ginger couldn't help giggling as he left. She looked at Connor, who had bright orange sauce around his mouth. She tapped his napkin. "Wipe your lips, bud." He did, and then he said,
Nate is gonna be my dad.
"Yeah," Ginger said. "I heard that. Are you excited about that?"
Yeah,
Connor said, and that was all. She wondered what it was like inside a 4-year-old's head, but she couldn't remember when she was 4. So she asked him why he liked sweet and sour chicken, and he said,
My dad used to get it all the time,
he said, launching into other foods his dad used to make or feed him. Ginger handed the credit card to the waiter when he came by, and it was indeed made of metal. She'd never seen such a fancy metal card before, and she was once again reminded that Nate Mulberry was not like other inmates. 15 minutes came and went. So did 20. When she and Connor had been sitting there alone for 30 minutes, Ginger reached for him. "Come on, bud," she said. "Let's go find Nate." Worry ate at her insides, and she couldn't believe she'd let him go to the mall by himself. He could be anywhere by now. Literally anywhere. Ginger stepped out of the dark restaurant and into the bright sunshine, blinking as if she'd never stepped foot into downtown Sweetwater Falls. The truck still sat in the parking lot only a few yards away, so he hadn't stolen that. Just the fact that she'd assumed he might have stolen from her made her frown. But why hadn't he come back? "Hey," he said a moment later, rushing toward them. I'm sorry. Did you get my texts?" Ginger could only blink. There he was. He hadn't left. He hadn't hitched a ride to the bus station and gotten on the first Greyhound to come by. He'd never given her a reason not to trust him. And guilt gutted her. "No," she said. "Sorry, I didn't look." She pulled her phone out of her purse, and, sure enough, Nate had texted several times. "Long lines, huh?" "They were having a big sale," he said, still trying to catch his breath. He thrust a fancy gold foil-lined bag toward her. "I think you'll like this." A brand name was embossed on the bag, and Ginger wondered how in the world he knew she loved abortia lotions. A smile filled her from top to bottom as she pulled the tissue paper out of the bag and found not only the hand cream she adored, but a fancy, sparkling bottle of perfume. "Nate," she breathed, lifting it out. She'd seen this perfume before, and she knew it was very, very expensive. "Thank you." Their eyes met, and Ginger suddenly didn't care who was watching. Not the general public, not Connor. She stepped into his arms, still clutching the gorgeous bottle of perfume, and kissed her boyfriend. Chapter 15. Nate emerged from his bedroom, leaving Connor to sleep. He got up before the sun now, because the chores on the ranch still needed to be done, but the heart of the summer brought such extreme temperatures that Ginger had ordered everyone to be back inside by noon. She'd made a rotation for who had to go out and do the evening chores, and no one ever went alone so someone didn't get overheated and not have help nearby. Spencer stood in the kitchen with Jack, another cowboy that lived in the basement of the annex. 24 blueberry muffins steamed on the counter, and Spencer put a plate of butter next to them while Jack chopped pineapple. The amount of food that went through the annex still impressed Nate. The food in prison wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious either. There was never enough, Nate knew that. Here, though, he always had enough to eat, and more. Jack put the bowl of pineapple on the counter, too, and then turned to get the pan of breakfast sausage that had scented the air with salty maple goodness. "Morning," Nate said. "What's with the spread?" "Samantha broke up with Nick," Jack said, and Nate sure did like how these men took care of each other. "That's rough," Nate said. "They seem to get along great." He'd met the woman several weeks back when Nick had brought her back to the annex after one of their dates. He'd seemed absolutely smitten with the blonde, and Nate supposed she was beautiful. Not Ginger-level gorgeous, but Nate knew everyone had their own chemistry and attraction. In his opinion, Ginger should have been snapped up a long time ago, and he wondered if somehow she'd just been reserved for him. No matter what, he liked being her boyfriend, and with half of his re-entry period over, Nate thought he had a very good chance of leaving this ranch with so much more than he'd arrived with. Of course, the knowledge and skills he'd acquired over the past 3 months would be invaluable too, as would the friendships. He opened the fridge and got out the flavored creams Jack, Spencer, and Nick liked. He enjoyed them too, especially the caramel one. "Bill's on the evening shift with me?" Nate asked. "That's right, so he's sleeping in and he'll make sure Connor's looked after," Spencer said. "Great." Nate tried to vocalize his appreciation every chance he got, because everyone at this ranch had helped with Connor. There were no other kids here besides the ones that came out to the ranch for riding lessons, and everybody seemed to love Connor. Nate sure did, and he couldn't wait to be the boy's legal father. He hadn't heard anything about it in a while, and he wondered if he should make a call to his lawyer. His phone buzzed in his back pocket, but he ignored it. Whoever was texting him at 4:10 in the morning could wait, at least until after breakfast. "Here he comes," Spencer hissed. "Places, guys." Nate got out of the way, joining Jack and Spencer on the other side of the island, though he hadn't gotten the memo about where his place was. He heard Nick's boots against the tile, and then he entered the kitchen. He stopped and took in the counter full of food, his eyes then moving to the 3 of them waiting for him. "You guys," he said. "Sorry about Samantha," Spencer said. Misery streamed across Nick's face, and Nate's heart went out to him. "Yeah, well." That was all. Nate had been in similar situations, maybe not with women, but plenty of things that the only response could be, "Yeah, well." There simply wasn't anything else to say. Nick picked up a plate and started putting muffins on it. The others joined in, and between the 4 of them, they barely managed to save enough for Bill and Connor for when they got up later. Nate left the house stuffed full, with Nick right behind him. "At least we get to go to the beach this weekend," Nick said. "Yeah," Nate said, remembering his phone. "I'm looking forward to that." He pulled his device out of his pocket and looked at it, his stomach clenching around the huge meal he'd just eaten. Oscar. "Last drop this weekend, then we're done." Anticipation and excitement combined with his raw anxiety, and he quickly shoved his phone back into his pocket. He didn't want Nick to see it, as he wouldn't be able to explain much about it. He'd need to delete this text as soon as possible, after confirming with Oscar. Now that he could call the bank and have them get his money ready before he showed up, it shouldn't be too hard to do this last drop. He'd been lucky last time when it had been Ginger's birthday. That had allowed him to sneak away without having to come up with an excuse. He worked through his animal chores, loaded his tools into a bin on the ATV he'd use later, and prepped the boxed lunches for the birdwatchers. They arrived, and Nate greeted them with smiles and the tablet, checking them in and assigning them a bird blind. They waited off to the side until everyone was checked in, and then he swung his leg over the ATV to lead the group out to their assigned blinds. They'd spend 3 days and 2 nights here at Hope Eternal Ranch, and if Nate rode out to the wetlands on the ranch tonight, he'd find their domed tents behind the blinds he'd spent a month improving and even building. Other cowboys drove big side-by-sides with the people who'd paid to come find the birds they'd never seen before, and they followed him in order of when they'd drop people off. Once there, Nate went over the rules with them and made sure each blind didn't need any last-minute repairs or trash removal. After the last drop-off, he drove back to the ranch with the last side-by-side behind him, and he and Ken parked in the equipment shed and marked all the paperwork so whoever looked at it would know who was where and for how long. "Done," Ken said, sighing.
I'm over in the stables. Where are you going? I have to run back to the annex, Nate said.
Connor should be up by now, as it was almost 9 o'clock, and Nate liked to check in with him early in the day to make sure he was okay, and knew Nate would be back by lunchtime.
I'll walk with you over to the stables.
Once there, Nate bent to get a cold bottle of water out of the cooler at the end of the row, and when he straightened, he found Ginger coming toward him.
Hey, he said, grinning at her.
They hadn't really had a conversation about taking their relationship out of the shadows, but after her birthday lunch and shopping afternoon, it had just happened.
Hey. She kissed him quickly and added, Are you headed back to see Connor?
Yep.
I'll walk with you.
He wasn't going to argue with a woman who wanted to be with him, so they set off for the homestead.
Are you excited to go to the beach this weekend? She asked.
Sure, Nate said. I haven't been in years. Sometimes he tried to see the Gulf of Mexico from the ranch, but even if he thought he could, he knew he couldn't. Any water he could see wasn't the whole huge Gulf. A couple of islands existed between this part of the coastal bend of Texas, and he wanted to stand on the edge of the continent, dig his toes in the sand, and look out over the vast water. He glanced at Ginger.
And I see what you mean about getting off the ranch sometimes.
It's big, but it can feel really small at times, Ginger said. But you're doing okay?
Just fine, he said.
Your meetings with Martin are going good?
Just fine, Nate said,
not wanting to talk about his parole officer. He didn't like being reminded that he was still technically in the Bureau of Prisons, and he couldn't wait to be a free man. Good, Ginger said, seeming to get the hint that Nate wasn't interested in expounding on these topics. I'm not excited at the early wake-up call for a day on the beach. She added a quick smile to her sentence. But one day we'll be able to sleep in. Nate's pulse slammed against his ribcage because he didn't know the details of their weekend beach excursion. He didn't have to know. He just did whatever Ginger told him.
What time are we leaving?
7, probably, she said. The beach is about a half-hour away, and it's the best until about 10 or 11. He said, his brain whirring around how he could spend the morning on the beach when he needed to make the last drop for Oscar. He had to get Oscar off his back and out of his life. He'd never negotiated the date or time of the cash drop-off, so maybe he could try to postpone it until next weekend. Then my parents will bring lunch and all these tables so we don't have to eat on the sand. My sisters and brothers will be there. She cast him a look, completely unaware of the panic building and building in his chest. You ready to meet all of us?
Sure,
Nate said, his voice only a little scratchy. Ginger laughed and nudged him with her hip. You'll be fine. They'll love you.
They know I'm in the residential reentry program, right?
He asked, trying to find something he could grab onto to get out of this beach day. Yes, she said. They know I operate the ranch as a center for the BOP. She glanced at him. You're not seriously worried about that, are you?
Of course I am, he said.
You aren't? I don't know, she said, her voice at half its usual volume. Nate let the conversation stall there because they were almost to the annex and he really needed some silence and privacy to figure out what he was going to do on Saturday. It didn't sound like they'd be leaving the beach before 2, and the bank was only open from 10 to 2 on Saturdays. The panic stole through him, but he kept it dormant, a silent scream moving through him as the back door opened and Connor came running across the deck. "Dad!" he yelled, and Nate fully stopped then. "Dad?" Ginger whispered, and Nate bent to scoop Connor into his arms. "Hey, bud," he said, his heart expanding at a rate he'd never felt before. "Did you get some muffins?"
Yep.
Connor said, leaning into Nate's shoulder.
Cowboy Bill let me take Ursula to get the mail.
Is that right? Nate asked. Did we get anything?
Bill said we did. Something from the layer.
Nate tried to figure out what he'd said, and he glanced toward the deck where Bill had come out and now held up an envelope. The lawyer, he said, and Nate's pulse rioted again. He felt like a yo-yo, up one moment and down the next, panicked one moment and anxious the next. Let's see what it is, Nate said, setting Connor back on his feet. His legs felt like he was bending them backward, but he made it to the deck and up the steps. He took the envelope from Bill and opened it, not sure what he'd find inside. He didn't pretend to understand how the adoption of a family member worked, but Lawrence had said he'd take care of it. This letter wasn't from Lawrence, though. It bore the letterhead of the same firm, and Nate realized he'd passed the case on to a family lawyer in the same building. Jill didn't contest the adoption, he said as he read, and neither did anyone in her family. Relief streamed through him, and he beamed down at Connor. That means we're good to go ahead, bud. He handed the paperwork to Ginger because she liked to read it for herself, and Nate scooped the little boy back into his arms. All cares and worries about that weekend's drop-off disappeared as he and Connor laughed together, and Nate bent to touch his forehead to Connor's. I love you, Connor, he whispered. He'd always loved his nephew, but this was something different, something more, something parental. Nate hated himself as he glanced over his shoulder to the sleeping form of Connor. They were packed and ready to hit the beach at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, but Nate hadn't been able to move his drop-off. Instead, he'd gotten Nick to do it. He could drive himself. He could leave the beach for 40 minutes and get the job done. Nate had had to explain a couple of things he wished he hadn't had to, but Nick hadn't judged him at all. He hadn't asked too many questions either. Nate slipped out of the room and closed the door behind him silently. Spencer and Nick shared a room, and Spencer got vicious if someone interrupted his sleep. So Nick had agreed to meet Nate on the back deck. The location made him nervous because anyone could overhear the conversation, and he didn't want anyone else on the ranch to know about his deal with Oscar Dominguez. It was almost over, and then he could breathe. And when he became a free man in just 87 days, he wouldn't have anything or anyone in his way to start his life again, with a son. He slipped out the back door, and, thankfully, Nick already stood against the railing. He turned toward Nate and smiled. Nate did not. He felt like he'd swallowed one of the beehives out on the ranch, and he pushed against the nausea. Hey, he said, joining Nick. Thank you for doing this. No problem, Nick said. It's going to the bank, picking up the envelope, putting it in the backpack, and taking that to a locker in the mall. That's right. Nate took a deep breath. Then you text me the number and the code, and I'll take care of the rest. Come back to the beach, done. The weight of the money in Nate's pocket seemed to weigh him down. And I have something for you. He pulled the bills out and tried to slip them to Nick quickly, but Nick wouldn't take it. I don't need to get paid. Friends do favors for each other. Nate shoved the money back in his pocket. Okay. How much money do you have? Nick asked. A lot, Nate said. How? I inherited Ward's entire estate, Nate said, and I invested wisely before prison. You were in investments, right? Nick asked. Yes. This is legal money? Mine is, Nate said. This drop is too. It's just something I wasn't able to pay out before I got arrested. He looked at Nick, honestly. And Ginger doesn't know. He wasn't asking. It's not illegal, Nate said.
I just want it to be over so I don't have this hanging over my head anymore." "I get that."
But Nate wasn't sure how he could. Nick was 19 years old.
"Thank you," Nate said. "I really will pay you for this."
"It's not necessary," Nick said, clapping Nate on the shoulder. "See you in the morning." Nate hardly slept, and when he lifted his backpack over the tailgate of Ginger's truck the next morning, he felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Thankfully, Connor had enough energy for both of them, and he occupied Ginger's attention. Nate watched as they laughed together, and he had a flash of a future with the three of them as a family. So much about him had changed, as he'd never really envisioned himself as a husband and father, but he sure did now. That hope that had been growing inside him swelled, and he took a moment to revel in the fantasy of him and Ginger, married, with Connor as their son. "Ready?" she asked, breaking through the image in his mind. "Yep," he said, hoping he could make it through this morning. Hours later, Nate couldn't focus, though Connor kept calling to him from the waves. Nick should have been back 15 minutes ago, then 20, then 30. He checked his phone over and over, but there were no calls and no messages. Ginger's family was set to arrive in only 20 minutes, and Nate couldn't remember any of their names, though he and Ginger had been talking about them all week. Flipping over his phone again, Nate considered what to do. He couldn't just sit here and do nothing. "I've got to go use the restroom," he said to Ginger. "Keep an eye on Connor?" "Of course." He bent down and kissed her, easily slipping his hand into her purse and taking her car keys. He walked away, his muscles vibrating with his pulse. Around the side of the small brick building that housed the bathroom, Nate dialed Nick. "Come on," he muttered. Maybe the kid had met a girl at the mall. Maybe he'd spied his favorite hamburger joint. Nate prayed for either of those as the line rang. "Nate," a man said. But it wasn't Nick. It was Oscar. Nate strode toward the parking lot. "Where is he?"
Dad?
Connor said, and Nate spun toward him while Oscar said he didn't appreciate someone else making the drop. Nate pulled the phone away from his mouth. "Come on," he said to Connor. "We have to go for a ride." He picked up his son and hurried toward the truck. "I had a thing," Nate said. "Nick is nothing. He doesn't even know how much or why I'm giving you money." "He knows it's me," Oscar said. "Also not true," Nate said, opening the door and sliding Connor in the passenger seat. "I didn't tell him anything but how to get the money from my bank and where to drop it." He ran around the hood and opened the driver's door. "Nate?" He turned toward Ginger, who wore confusion on her face. "Where are you going?" "I'll be right back," he said, getting behind the wheel. He slammed the door and said to Oscar, "Tell me where he is right now. You got your money and we're done. You don't need Nick." He took off even as Ginger stepped toward him, a look of extreme anger on her face. He couldn't go back, though, and try to explain to her that he'd put her cousin in danger. He knew how much Nick meant to her, and Nate kicked himself for putting the kid in danger. He was going to make this right. He was going to end this. Today. Then he would explain everything to Ginger and hope that she could forgive him. Chapter 16. Ginger couldn't believe what had just happened. Fury roared through her as the taillights of her truck disappeared around a bend in the road that led back to Sweetwater Falls. Her parents were due to arrive in 10 minutes. They were expecting to meet her boyfriend and his son, and they'd both just disappeared. Her torso felt like someone had hollowed her out and filled her with bleach. And where the heck was Nick? He'd left over an hour ago to go get a new battery for his phone. He should have been back by now. She turned in a full circle, trying to figure out what to do. She was supposed to report anything the inmate did that went against his terms of the reentry program, and leaving without telling her where he was going, and all by himself, was definitely against Nate's terms. Unrest rolled through her gut. She didn't want him to get in trouble. She also didn't want to stand here on this beach, alone and wondering if Nate was making a run for the southern border the way Hiram had. He's not Hiram, she told herself, not for the first time. She faced the water, wishing it would confirm what she'd just said. Only the whooshing of waves against sand met her ears. Spencer laughed from the towel where he lay, looking at something on his phone. Emma looked over at him, then back at her paperback. Everything seemed normal and serene, but Ginger didn't fit in the scene, not without Nate and Connor. She glanced at the parking lot, but he didn't return with her truck, and Ginger realized she could report him for stealing the vehicle. She really didn't want to do that. Why had he left and put her in this position? He knew he couldn't go anywhere by himself. "This is why you shouldn't have let him run over to the mall alone," she muttered, as her feet took her toward her friends and co-workers, enjoying themselves in the sun and surf. That episode where Nate had gone to the mall to buy her a birthday present was weeks old, and he'd never indicated he was anything but happy at the ranch. He'd told her time and time again that he was grateful for the opportunity to be at Hope Eternal. So what had changed? She sighed as she sank into the beach chair next to Emma. She had to call the BOP. If she didn't, and they found out that Nate had gone missing even for an hour, and she hadn't reported it, she'd never get another inmate at the ranch. She'd already contacted the warden at River Bay and said she'd take someone else if he had them, and James Dickerson had said he'd look through his files. Ginger knew who she wanted because Nate had talked to her about a friend of his, Ted Burrows. She frowned, and she wasn't sure how long she flipped her phone over in her palm before Emma asked, "What's going on?" "Nate left," Ginger said as quietly as she could, "with Connor." Emma abandoned her book completely, her eyes widening. "What? When?" "Just now, a few minutes ago." Ginger shook her head, the first thread of tears burning behind her eyelids. "I have to call the bureau." Emma stood up so fast, her beach chair flipped onto its back. "He took your truck?" "Ginger," Spencer said, pushing himself up on his elbow. "Look at this." He wore a concerned look on his face and pressed on the side of his phone. "Breaking news from the Sweetwater Mall." Spencer turned the phone toward Ginger, and Emma came back to peer at the device too. A female reporter stood in front of the camera, the panorama of the mall behind her. "The police have already shut down the mall to new shoppers, and they're apparently moving through the building in a grid pattern, searching for this man." An image of Nick came up on the screen, and Ginger yelped, immediately pressing her hand over her mouth. "No way," Emma said, her voice little more than air. "Nicholas Talbot," the reporter continued speaking, though Nick's picture remained on the screen. "The 19-year-old was last seen walking with an unidentified man who reportedly had a handgun. We'll bring you more as this story develops." "No," Ginger said. She needed more now, right now. She scrambled for her phone, her heart beating out of control. She couldn't quite get enough air, and her fingers slipped on the phone. "I'm calling him," Spencer said, but Ginger stabbed at her screen anyway. The line rang on Spencer's phone, and he'd put it on speaker so they could all hear. It rang and rang and rang.
"This is Nick," his voicemail said. Spencer tapped the red phone icon to hang up, and Ginger tried calling Nick too. Ringing. Same voicemail. "We have to go to the mall," Ginger said, standing. She didn't have the mental capacity to fold up her chair or find her sandals. Not right now. "We can't go to the mall," Spencer said, jumping to his feet and darting in front of her. "Why is he even at the mall?" Ginger didn't care if tears made her weak, because she couldn't hold them back for another second. Spencer engulfed her in an embrace, and Ginger wanted Nate to be the one standing in front of her, trying to get her to see reason. A terrible, awful, horrifying thought crossed her mind. Nate. He'd rushed out of here like the devil himself was chasing him. Had he known Nick was in trouble? And if so, how? He'd been talking on the phone. Perhaps he'd been talking to Nick. "Come on," Jack said, and Ginger stepped away from Spencer. She wiped her eyes and kept her head down. She'd known her Cowboys for years now, but she still didn't want to be seen as the weak girl boss that cried over her cousin. Ginger told herself it was okay to have feelings, and she bent to pick up the shopping bag she'd brought with all the crackers and chips. "I've got it," Jack said. "Let's get back to the ranch and figure things out." Ginger nodded and had taken 3 steps when she realized she didn't have a ride back to the ranch. "He took my truck." "You can ride with me," Emma said, linking her arm through Ginger's and keeping her moving. Numbness spread through her, and Ginger only made it to Emma's car because her friend had a hold on her arm. "It's going to be fine," Emma said. "We'll get back to the ranch and Nate will be there. I just can't see him taking your truck and fleeing." Ginger's brain felt encased in quicksand, and she was sinking fast. She wanted to tell Emma that neither of them had believed that Hiram had stolen a truck from the ranch either. They couldn't see him doing that, not when he'd told Ginger he loved her and hoped to be with her after he got fully released. At least Nate hadn't done that. "I have to call the bureau," Ginger said, pure misery streaming through her. "If I don't—" She didn't even want to think about what might happen if she didn't. She could be arrested too for helping an inmate escape. She tapped to her favorites and chose number 2. The only person higher than the Bureau of Prisons was Emma, and Ginger didn't recognize her life in that moment. The line only rang once before someone answered with, "Bureau of Prisons, how may I direct your call?" "I need to speak to Warden James Dickerson," Ginger said, "immediately. My inmate at the Residential Reentry Center number 24719 has fled." "Hold, please," the woman chirped, as if Ginger wanted to order a pepperoni pizza. The warden must have had a bat phone or something, because he came on the line only 10 seconds later with, "Ginger, Nate's gone?" He sounded as stupefied as Ginger felt, and all she could do was nod. Only when she realized that Warden Dickerson couldn't see her did she pull in a deep breath and get herself together. "Yes, sir," she said. "I need to report him as missing. He took my truck and his son." Her voice clamped around the last word, and she couldn't continue. "How long ago?" the warden asked. She honestly didn't know. She could have been standing on the beach for an hour before she went to sit beside Emma. But then her parents would have arrived. "Maybe 15 minutes," she said. "Probably 10. "License plate?" Ginger rattled it off for him, and the call ended with him saying, "Stay at the ranch. I'm going to text you my personal number. If he comes back, I need you to call me instantly. Understand?" "Yes, sir," she said miserably. She was never going to get another inmate from the BOP, and the ranch benefited from that money. She slouched into the passenger window thinking, "I never want another inmate from the BOP anyway. Never, never, never." Hours later,
Ginger sat on the couch, having given up trying to entertain the unit officers that had made the drive from River Bay. The local police had been at the ranch by the time Ginger and Emma had returned from the beach, but no one had seen Nate leave except Ginger. She'd given them every detail she could remember, and they'd conveyed it all to their counterparts at the mall. Emma had tried to put on the news, but that only upset Ginger even more, and they'd sat in silence until the officers had arrived. Emma had served coffee and leftover cookies from the night before. Ginger gave the same interview. They tried calling Nate and Nick, and neither one answered. The worry sitting in the bottom of Ginger's stomach felt like acid, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. A radio beeped, and a voice came from one of the officers' belts. "Be advised, we have the suspect's truck turning onto the road. Again, the suspect's truck with license plate 477 Alpha Charlie Beta Alpha has just turned onto the ranch road." Ginger shot to her feet despite one officer saying, "Ma'am." But a rush of adrenaline, combined with anger, had her marching toward the door and yanking it open. The radio beeped again, and the same voice spoke, but Ginger couldn't hear it through the windstorm in her ears. She went out onto the front porch and right on down the steps as her truck came into view. Her truck, with Nate behind the wheel. Oh boy, he was going to get it, and get it good. Her fingers clenched into fists as she stomped down the sidewalk. Nate pulled past the gate and kept on coming, and every regret Ginger had ever had in her life streamed through her. If she'd just have waited a few hours, he'd have come back. No one would have had to know he'd been gone. Ginger realized then that he wasn't alone in the truck. Of course, she'd expect to see Connor, but she saw Nick, too. A sob wrenched itself from her throat, and she started running. Nate couldn't pull into the garage with all the police and prison vehicles in the driveway, and he simply parked behind one of them. He got out of the truck with his hands up, calling, "I'm not armed. I came back. I'm not armed." He only took a few steps away from the truck before he dropped to his knees, his hands still straight up in the air. Ginger wanted to rage at him, but Nick was getting out on the other side of the truck, and she raced toward him. "Nick!" "I'm okay," he said. "I'm fine." He caught her and held on, but the reunion was short-lived as he turned to help Connor out of the vehicle. "Stay by me," he muttered to the little boy, his attention past Ginger and toward the house. She turned and watched as no less than 6 armed men approached Nate with their weapons raised. She stepped in front of Connor and said, "Don't watch this, bud." She reached behind her and pressed his face into the back of her leg, because no one should have to see their father figure get pushed to the ground and handcuffed from behind while 5 other men pointed guns at him. They hauled Nate to his feet, and when he came up, the first thing he did was look at Ginger. "I'm sorry," he called. "I had to go, and I'm sorry. Nick will tell you everything." The officers wrenched him around, and Nate walked the way they wanted him to as they marched him over to a prison van and loaded him into the back of it. Then the 6 of them stood there, as if they didn't know what to do next. Ginger sure didn't. Slowly, she turned back to Nick, questions racing through her head. "Well?" was all she could get out. "You should really have him tell you," Nick said. "It's so much better when he explains it." "I don't think I have that option," Ginger growled. "Yes, you do," Nick said, his dark eyes narrowing at her. "If you wanted to talk to him, they'd let you talk to him. All you have to do is ask." He bent and picked up Connor. "Come on, buddy. Let's go see if Emma has any cookies left, or if those nasty prison guards ate them all." Ginger watched him walk away, dumbfounded. Nasty prison guards? No explanation? He'd just flitted off to the mall to do who knows what, and he was going to walk inside and ask for cookies as if nothing had happened? She cast a look toward the prison van and the men guarding it. All it would take was one step to get her going in the right direction. The problem was, she didn't know if that one step should be toward Nate or toward the homestead. So she didn't take it, couldn't take it. Chapter 17. Nate went to the place inside his mind where only self-loathing lived. In this place, which was a small compartment in his mind that only existed of slate-gray walls, he didn't have to feel, he didn't have to think, he didn't have to listen to anyone or wonder what would happen to him now. He could just be. When the back door of the van opened, Nate didn't even look toward it. Someone would come in and make a big sigh and tell him he'd screwed up, as if he didn't already know. And he hadn't just messed up with the bureau. He'd seriously compromised Connor's safety, and he'd put Ginger in a no-win situation. And he honestly just wanted to go back to River Bay. At River Bay, he knew who to be. He knew how to act. He knew what to eat and what time that would happen. He knew how to stand at attention for count, and he knew how to count down the days until this entire nightmare would end. Everything at the ranch had grown increasingly complicated. Maybe he simply wasn't cut out for a regular life. The whiff of sunscreen and sand met his nose, and he got jolted out of the gray place. He looked up, and Ginger sat down across from him in the narrow space. Surprise filled him, and he actually looked to see if the guards were going to let them be in there alone. The door drifted closed, but didn't latch, and Nate got his answer. Nick wouldn't tell you, would he? The whole way back from the storage facility where Nate had gone to pick up Nick, the young man insisted Nate should tell Ginger everything himself. Nate wanted to, but he also knew he'd be driving into the exact situation that had happened. I had to call the bureau, Ginger said. I know. Nate nodded, wishing so many things could be different. But he'd spent plenty of time in his life wishing he'd have made a different decision, done something just a little different, taken a different way to work one day, or not answered the phone when Oscar had called the first time. So many seemingly small things had brought his life to this point, including a small thing like reaching out and holding Ginger's hand. He did that, surprised and amazed that she let him touch her. She did pull away after only a few seconds, though, and Nate felt his whole world shift one more time that day. Okay, he said. What'd they give you? 10 minutes? Yes. And we've been sitting here for at least one. He drew in a deep breath. So this is a 9-month story in 9 minutes. He looked up and met her eyes because he didn't want to be ashamed of himself anymore. And this particular thing wasn't illegal. I met Oscar Dominguez almost a year before I got indicted for investment fraud, he said. We did a few minor deals together, mostly so he could test me, see how I handled his money, and if I paid him out on time, all of that. Nate could easily see himself from 5 years ago. Young, thought he was hot stuff, rich, good-looking. He'd felt invincible. I did, and we worked together well. I made money on his investment, so did he. It was a win-win. This wasn't illegal? Nope, all straight-up investments. Lucrative, high risk, but legal. He took another breath. I'd put a larger amount of money into a pharmaceutical company for him, and it was going well. They got bought by one of the big giants, and we were all thrilled. I called to sell the stocks, which usually happened by the close of business. It did, and we were set to cash out. I had a dummy account for cash outs. That way I could take my cut of the profits and then transfer the rest to the client. It kept things neat. He sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes as he remembered the day. He could see it clearly in his head, as clearly as if it had just happened yesterday.
"It was raining that day in Austin," he said, his voice almost a ghost of itself. "I ducked under the eaves of a bakery when my phone dinged at me because it was a notification of money. I saw we'd been cashed out, and all I needed to do was make the split and the deal would be done. Next thing I know, I'm shoved against the brick. My phone is gone, and I'm in handcuffs. I couldn't finish the cash out."
"So you've had the money all this time," she said.
"I do like how smart you are," Nate said with a smile.
He opened his eyes and looked at Ginger, who did not smile back.
"And yes, that money has sat in that dummy account all this time. I owed him just over $26,000, and I've been paying him back in cash drops in a locker in the mall."
Ginger just stared at him, unblinking. He hated the look on her face, and he hated even more that he'd put it there. He could tell she felt stupid, tricked, betrayed.
"I'm sorry," he said. "My last drop was today, and we had this beach thing. I tried to move it, and Oscar wouldn't, so I asked Nick to make it for me."
"You put my cousin in danger."
"Oscar isn't—" "Okay, yes."
Nate didn't want to lie. Oscar Dominguez was absolutely dangerous if he didn't get his money.
It was a simple pick up and drop off.
"Obviously not."
"Oscar was watching the lockers," Nate said. "He didn't like that it was Nick and not me. They took him, I went to get him. We sorted it all out. We're done."
He made it sound like he'd gone to pick Nick up from a birthday party or something simple. Going to the storage facility had been anything but simple, especially with Connor in the car.
"Listen," Nate said, leaning forward. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for Nick to get hurt, which he didn't, by the way. He was a little shook up, but he's fine. Not a bruise or a scrape on him. I didn't mean to take your truck. I didn't mean to keep this secret from you. I just wanted to handle this myself, and it was fine."
"Until it wasn't."
"Until it wasn't," he conceded. "And listen, Ginger, they're going to take Connor from me. I'm going to have to go back to River Bay or somewhere like that."
He leaned even closer to her.
"Will you please take him? He knows you, and he loves you, and I'll come get him when I'm out, and you'll never see me again."
Ginger balked and leaned away from him, not quite the reaction he'd been hoping for. He chided himself for being so darn hopeful all the time, but he'd imagined a scene where Ginger leaned toward him, too, and maybe cradled his face in her palm and said, "I don't want you to go. When you get out, you'll come stay here with me and Connor." Instead, she asked, "Why can't your parents take him?"
"They just can't."
Nate shook his head, his only concern for the child.
"I'll ask Spencer."
"Really, Nate, why can't your parents take him? Why did Ward name you as his guardian?"
"They're too elderly," he said. "My dad has a temper and colon cancer. My mom forgets things. A 4-year-old paired with them would be a disaster."
The back of the van opened, and a unit officer stood there. Nate didn't know him, but he had a feeling they were going to be good friends.
"Time's up, ma'am."
"Please," Nate whispered, reaching out and taking Ginger's hand again. He managed to get in one good squeeze before she pulled away. "I can't believe I trusted you," she said.
"I'm sorry,"
Nate said again. The words weren't adequate, but they were all the good Lord had given to humans. What else could Nate say? What else could he do? He sat there and watched as Ginger climbed out of the van and walked away, his heart cracking right down the middle. In that moment, he knew he was in love with Ginger Talbot, but he was absolutely powerless to keep her in his life. Nate got a 15-minute call every other day in administrative detention. He'd called Spencer the first day as he'd received word that Connor had indeed stayed at Hope Eternal Ranch. He'd gotten to speak to his nephew for 13 minutes, where he tried to reassure the child that he'd be coming back for him soon. Sooner than Nate even knew, as he'd been assigned a hearing to review his blunder with the residential reentry center where he'd been assigned. His second call went to Nick, who talked for most of the 15 minutes about how he'd been calling everyone in the state of Texas about getting Nate out of prison and back on the ranch. Apparently, the Talbots had some deep pockets if the right one got involved in something they were passionate about, and Nick had somehow bonded with Nate and wanted him and Connor to get their familial happily ever after. He'd talked to Connor again a few times, and once he'd tried to call Ginger, but she wouldn't pick up his call, and that was all the answer he needed.
"You ready?"
Nate looked up at the deep voice of Warden Dickerson.
"Yes, sir."
He stood, the jangling of the handcuffs in the warden's hands, reminding Nate that he wasn't in admin detention because he was leaving the facility for a fun time on a ranch somewhere along the coastal bend of Texas. He was going to the hearing, and he fully expected to get sentenced to finish out his original punishment of 6 years. He'd been shaving days off because of his good behavior for years, all to have it undone by one single act. One single decision. It was the right one, he told himself. He couldn't have lived with himself if Nick had been permanently injured, or worse. Ginger would have never forgiven him then.
"She hasn't forgiven you now,"
he thought, as the warden opened the cell door.
"I don't need these, do I?"
he asked, staring a hard look in Nate's direction.
"No, sir."
He approached the warden, wishing so many things could be different.
"Nate,"
Dickerson said,
"I've done everything I can for you. I don't know what will happen today."
"I know," Nate said.
"I've drawn Billings."
And he was the toughest judge in the county.
"He's got grandsons," Dickerson muttered. "All I'm saying is don't give up. You're a good man. You came in one person, and you're not him anymore. You did what we hope everyone will do when they come to prison."
"What's that?" Nate asked, surprised by this more human side of the warden. He'd never seen it before.
"You didn't leave the same way you came in."
Nate wanted to say he hadn't left yet, but he couldn't. He had left. He'd gone to Hope Eternal Ranch, and everything inside him wanted to go back there again, brush down those horses, pick up that hammer and fix the leaning wall of the bird blind, hold Ginger's hand on that dusty road, and kiss her in the shade of those windfall trees. A tiredness pulled through his whole body as he nodded.
"Thanks, Warden. I'm sorry I made you look bad."
"Oh, you didn't," the warden said.
"Someone looked bad with what happened,"
Nate said.
"Yeah,"
Warden Dickerson said.
"But not really. What we got to show the public was that our residential programs have fail-safes in place, and the system works. Ginger called, we came, you got apprehended."
"I came back," Nate said dryly. The warden grinned and pocketed the handcuffs meant to go around Nate's wrists.
"And it all worked out."
Sure, Nate thought. Everything seemed to work out for everyone but him. He knew that was his fault, though, and he was going to own the decisions he'd made that had gotten him to this point in his life. They walked down the hall together, and the warden handed Nate the cuffs at the exit. He couldn't go walking around the grounds without being restrained, but the warden let Nate put the cuffs on himself, so they weren't terribly tight. He rode to the courthouse, the sun reminding him that the world hadn't come to an end. He went inside through a side door, and he sat at the table with Lawrence, who looked at him with pinched lines around his eyes, almost a glare of annoyance, though Nate kept his bills paid. Nate didn't have to apologize to his lawyer, so he didn't. At the same time, he'd probably cost the man a lot of sleepless nights, so he leaned close to Lawrence and said, "I'm sorry, Lawrence. How are things going with the adoption?"
"They're on hold," Lawrence said. "Depending on what happens today, we'll see what I can do."
Nate nodded, and Judge Billings came through the corner door, and everyone rose. Nate had been in court many times, and he could stand and sit without specific direction from his brain. The judge read the issue at hand, and Lawrence stood up.
"I want to hear from Nathaniel," Judge Billings said. His eyes bored a hole into Nate's. "Step up to the mic, son."
It had been a very long time since anyone had called Nate son, but he did what the judge asked.
"You left the center with the child you've been entrusted with?"
"Yes, sir."
"Why?"
Nate held his head high as he related the same story he'd given to Ginger and Nick and the warden, his lawyer, his mother, Spencer, Ward, though his brother hadn't responded.
"So you went to rescue the person you'd drawn into your scheme?"
"It wasn't a scheme, Your Honor," Nate said. "This particular investment and payout was legal. It was Oscar who didn't want the full payment in one lump sum. I guess he can't move that much cash safely, and that is not my fault."
"We'll agree to disagree on that, Mr. Mulberry," the judge said, glancing down. "All right. Do you have anyone present in the courtroom today to speak for you?"
Nate didn't even have to check behind him. His parents wouldn't make such a long drive for a hearing like this. Bethany had her hands full. Nate was on his own, and he felt it more keenly in that moment than any other. "No, sir," he said, his throat tightening.
"Yes, he does,"
someone said, and Nate spun around to see Warden Dickerson pushing his way into the courtroom.
"Warden, you can't be a character witness for an inmate," Judge Billings said.
"I'm not," the warden said. He stepped to the side, and Ginger stood there. Nate's heart swelled so big it stuck in the back of his throat. That blasted hope that he hadn't managed to scrub from his soul ballooned, lighting up the room and making his spirit soar. Their eyes met, and time slowed to nothing. Everything fell away, and it was just Ginger and Nate. Nate and Ginger.
"What's your name, ma'am?" the judge asked.
Ginger cleared her throat and tugged on the hem of her pink blouse. She'd paired it with a black pencil skirt and a sensible pair of heels. She strode forward and said, "Ginger Talbot, sir, and I'm here as a character witness for Nathaniel Mulberry." Chapter 18. Ginger worked to keep her hands at her sides instead of fidgeting with the folder she'd brought with her or adjusting her clothes. She'd already pulled down her already perfectly flat shirt. She could feel the magnetism of Nate, and she also had to work not to turn and stare at him. Whispers ran through the courtroom, though there weren't very many people there.
"Ginger Talbot,"
the judge said. She couldn't remember his name, but he looked like a wise, no-nonsense man she wouldn't want to cross.
"You own Hope Eternal Ranch, correct?"
"Yes, sir, Your Honor, yes." She cleared her throat and wished she'd accepted the bottle of water the warden had offered her. Her head spun, because she still couldn't believe she was here. The judge peered over the top of his glasses at her.
"Mr. Mulberry worked at your ranch for almost 4 months, correct?"
"That's right," she said.
"Tell me about how it went."
He settled back into his seat and crossed his arms. Ginger took a deep breath and opened her folder. She and Emma had been up for the last 2 nights to prepare the contents in the folder. When Ginger had finally admitted that she couldn't go to work around the ranch as if she didn't know Nate had a hearing this afternoon, everyone had chipped in to help her. "Nate is an excellent cowboy," Ginger said, her voice shaking the tiniest bit. She really didn't want the judge to know how she felt about Nate, but Spencer and Emma had told her that it was obvious she was in love with him. "I only have to look at you for half a second to see how miserable you are," Emma said.
"Just go talk to him and get him back," Spencer had said. "Everyone knows you're in love with him but you," Nick had told her.
The last month had been torture for Ginger, and she'd spent a lot of time walking the road she and Nate had used to stroll together, wondering where she'd gone wrong. Nick had finally texted her in all caps, "It's not wrong to fall in love." She cleared her throat and continued with, "Not only that, but he stepped up to the challenge of becoming an instant father. He was always concerned about Connor, his 4-year-old nephew, and I have several statements from the Cowboys that he lived with about how Nate would sit with Connor in the bathroom while the boy bathed, reading to him from a paperback book, doing voices for the different characters." She tried to breathe and focus on the letters that formed the words on the page in front of her. She did not want to cry in court, not in front of the judge, certainly not in front of Nate. She'd never witnessed the reading during bath time, but it was just so Nate, and she wished she had. He always made sure Connor had what he needed, and most of what he wanted. We all helped take care of Connor on the ranch, and we've all grown to love him, but none as much as Nate, obviously. She shuffled her papers because she had too much evidence, she was sure. "And, Your Honor, Connor loves Nate with his whole heart." She paused again, this time not caring that her voice had pitched up slightly. "Just this morning, when I went into his bathroom to tell him I was coming to speak for Nate, he said, 'Tell Daddy I love him.'" Ginger settled her weight on one foot. "But that's just one side of Nate. He has a hard-working side, too, which I'm sure if you asked his unit officers or manager about, they'd tell you the same thing. He didn't get selected to work in the unit office because he was lazy. I assigned him to build new bird blinds on the ranch, something he'd never done before. When he showed me the finished product, it was perfect. Only then did he admit that he'd rebuilt it 4 times to get it right." She looked up, hoping the judge was actually listening. He looked one breath away from falling asleep. Who does that? Who builds something 4 times just to make sure it's right? She shook her head. "No one I've ever hired. They would have come to get me to ask a million questions, or they would have given up. Nate did neither. He figured it out." She could sense she needed to wrap things up. "I put him in charge of our 11-year-old riding program. He interacted with the children, worked with horses, and managed a ton of moving pieces." She closed the folder. "He's a great cowboy, Your Honor. I'd take him back at the ranch in a heartbeat. But he's more than a cowboy. He's a good father. He's a good friend. He's a good man." Ginger nodded because she didn't have anything else to say. He was only trying to make things right with his past so he could move forward into the future without the baggage. Don't we all have something we wish we could tie up so it can't weigh us down anymore? I know I do. The difference between Nate and me is that he's brave enough to do what it takes to cut ties with those things holding him back. I learned that from him, and I'm trying to do the same now so I can have a brighter, more hopeful future." She backed up a step, wondering where she was supposed to go now. "Are you finished?" the judge asked. "Yes, sir." She turned when someone touched her arm, and she let the warden lead her to the first row of chairs behind the railing. Ginger's heel caught on the leg of one chair, and she almost fell. Instead, she just landed hard in the seat, but the embarrassment felt the same as a fall. "Mr. Brandt, your argument?" The lawyer at the table opposite of Nate's stood. "We have nothing, Your Honor. Nathaniel Mulberry was an exemplary inmate, and we believed him a perfect candidate for the RRC program." He glanced at Nate and his lawyer. "We still do." "Your Honor," Nate's lawyer said, standing, "River Bay is overcrowded, and Mr. Mulberry's been in administrative detention since his return to the facility. That's hardly ideal, and we request he be returned to Hope Eternal Ranch to finish out his sentence." "Ah, the sentence," the judge said, and Ginger's stomach clenched. She'd emailed Greg several times, asking what could happen to Nate, and the bottom line was he'd probably have to complete his whole sentence now.
Let's talk about that.
The judge started talking, and honestly, Ginger got lost in all the legal talk about sentences served and punishments given and accolades for good behavior and how that affected the sentence. In the end, he said,
I'm ready to make my ruling.
Nate stood up, as did his lawyer. Everyone in the courtroom seemed to be holding their breath, Ginger included.
Mr. Mulberry, I don't see you as a flight risk, nor do I believe you were fleeing when you took Miss Talbot's truck. I think if Miss Talbot will have you back, you should go.
He looked down at his paperwork.
Let's see. You were doing a re-entry program of 6 months there. You were there for nearly 4, back for 1.
He sighed like this whole proceeding was just too taxing.
I can't just look the other way when you've broken the #1 rule of the re-entry program. So, Mr. Mulberry, do you think you can handle 6 more months at Hope Eternal Ranch?
Yes, Your Honor, he said. I can handle that.
Miss Talbot, the judge asked, can you handle having this man at your ranch?
I think so, she said, excitement parading through her. She tamped it down because she didn't think it would be appropriate to squeal in court. It definitely wouldn't do to kiss him either. So Ginger stood very still while Nate and his lawyer exited the courtroom, and then she went with the warden.
Thank you for coming,
Warden Dickerson said as they left the courtroom.
I think you made all the difference.
I doubt it, Ginger said, looking over her shoulder. So now what?
Now we process him, and then he'll be ready to go back to the ranch.
How long does that take, the processing?
A couple of days.
Ginger thought of Connor and Spencer waiting for her at the hotel where they'd all stayed last night. They could stay for a couple of days. She could probably use the time to get the words of her apology in order anyway.
What, Ginger?
Connor said, and Ginger was beginning to think the child didn't know any other words. She looked up from her phone and employed her patience. He watched her for an extra moment to make sure she was watching him, and then he jumped into the pool. Again. She'd taken him to the beach again yesterday, but today he said he was fine with just going to the pool. Ginger had brought her tablet and her wireless keyboard so she could at least go through the end-of-the-month statements for the ranch. She also had to submit all the items for the payroll by the 5th, and that was tomorrow. She grinned at the little boy when he came bobbing up out of the pool. "Nice one, bud," she called to him, wishing Spencer hadn't met a woman at the beach yesterday and asked her to breakfast. It wasn't like their relationship would last through the weekend, since he lived and worked hours from River Bay. But neither he nor Cassandra seemed to care about that. He'd promised he'd be back by lunchtime, but Ginger had her doubts. A sigh slipped through her lips as she tried to focus back on her screen. Her attention had been wandering after only a few seconds, for days now, and she still hadn't heard anything from the River Bay facility, Nate's lawyer, or Nate himself. She told herself it had only been a day and a half, and she could stay in the hotel as long as necessary. The ranch waited only a few hours southwest of here, and Ginger could easily take everyone home, too. But she wanted to be here, and Connor had to be with her the moment she got the call. In her experience, the BOP didn't usually call until things were already in motion, and that didn't allow for a 3-hour drive. She didn't want Nate to have to wait one more moment to be reunited with Connor, and selfishly, she wanted to see him as soon as possible, too. She glanced at her phone, but it didn't ring or flash. No messages, no calls, nothing.
"What, Ginger?"
Connor called, and Ginger looked toward the little boy. He sat on the side of the pool now and started kicking his legs and churning up the water when he was sure she was looking at him. "Wow," she said. infusing a lot of false enthusiasm into her voice. "Go faster, Connor!" His face scrunched in concentration as he tried to make his little legs move quicker. Ginger giggled at him and added, "Don't hurt yourself, Connor." The splashing stopped, and Ginger practically lunged toward her phone when it rang. But it wasn't Greg or Lawrence or Warden Dickerson. "Hey, Emma," she said, still using that fake tone. "What's up?"
"I don't want you to freak out," Emma said,
and that caused Ginger to start freaking out.
"But Jack just called in to say that Scalloped Potato was lying down in her stall this morning."
"She's going into labor," Ginger said immediately. Her adrenaline kicked into gear at the same time her stomach dropped to the pool deck.
"We think so," Emma said. "Okay, that was a lie. Jack is sure of it. He's called the vet, and they'll be here in 20 minutes.
"It's fine," Ginger said, wondering if she was going to use a normal voice at all today. "Can you get out there when it's time and video chat me? I want to see the foal so I can name it." Ginger liked to be present for all equine births on the ranch because she could tell a foal's personality before she named them. And she named all of them.
"Of course," Emma said. "I was just going to suggest that."
"How long do you think?"
"Jack didn't say. I'll call you back."
"Thanks, Em." Ginger hung up and let her phone fall to her lap while she watched Connor start to talk to another little boy that had arrived at the pool. The chair beside Ginger scraped, and another mom sat down. "How old is your son?" she asked. Ginger glanced at her and then Connor, trying to decide if this woman needed to know that Connor wasn't her son. She really didn't. "4," Ginger said.
"Mine too," she said. "We're from Chicago."
"Oh, great," Ginger said, though she wasn't particularly great at small talk. She just wanted the BOP to call. The two little boys played well together, and Ginger went back to her books on the screen. She worked steadily through the financial reports, and everything looked like it was in order. They'd sold an extraordinary amount of hay last month, and Ginger had more money in her ranch account than she'd had in a while. Turning her attention to the payroll, she simply selected everything and kept the wage the same as last month. She had to go through the extra time cards and the overtime, but those typically weren't too time-consuming.
"Watch, Ginger,"
Connor called, and she looked up from her work. Both boys stood on the pool deck now, and they took a few steps toward the edge of the pool and jumped in, creating double splashes. The mom next to her started clapping, and she whooped for her son as he came out of the water. Ginger realized she had no idea how to be a mom, though if what she wanted to happen with Nate actually happened, she'd be Connor's stepmother. She opened her mouth to tell Connor how amazing his jump was, when someone said, "That was amazing, bud." She knew that voice. Ginger turned toward Nate, shock moving through her so fast it rendered her immobile.
"Dad!"
Connor ran toward Nate, though running wasn't allowed in the pool area. Nate chuckled as the two embraced, and Ginger felt the vibrations of that laugh way down deep in her soul. She stood up, practically throwing her tablet to the cement. She managed to put it in the seat she'd just vacated, her heart pounding so hard it entered every organ. Nate said something to Connor she didn't hear, and the little boy nodded. Only then did Nate turn his attention to Ginger. He looked different somehow, but she couldn't pinpoint why. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, what anyone would wear. He looked clean, his brown hair swooping to the side while those intense eyes drank her right up. "What are you doing here?" she asked, glancing toward the door. "Who brought you? Do you—" She cut off, suddenly remembering they weren't alone at the pool. She couldn't look away from Nate, though, to see if the other mom was watching or listening. Of course she was. "I'll tell you later." Nate set Connor down. "Go jump in and show me how you can swim," he said, and Connor ran off. Ginger felt frozen, though the sun was plenty hot already this morning. She met Nate's eyes as he focused back on her, and it seemed like both of them moved toward each other at the same time. He took her easily into his arms and whispered, "I missed you so much." "I'm so sorry," she said as they started to sway together. "Thank you for coming to the hearing." His lips caught on the bottom of her earlobe, and icy shivers ran through Ginger's body. "I'm in love with you," she whispered. Nate lifted his head and looked at her, a dozen things storming through his bright blue eyes. "I love you too." And finally, he kissed her, and everything in Ginger's life suddenly made perfect sense. Chapter 19. Nate had never told a woman he loved her, and he'd never kissed a woman he loved. He'd just done one and was currently doing the other, and he'd never known such joy. How an amazing woman like Ginger could love him, Nate didn't understand. But he believed it, because he could feel it in her kiss. He'd seen the other woman sitting beside Ginger at the pool, so he didn't kiss her as long as he wanted to. He couldn't believe the warden had said he could walk through the hotel to the pool by himself, but he had. Apparently, the guy who owned this hotel used to work at River Bay as a unit manager, and when he'd retired from the prison system, he'd bought the hotel. He'd called to say Connor and Ginger were at the pool, and the warden had simply let Nate get out of the car and walk inside. No one had looked at him. No one could tell he'd been in prison just by looking at him. "I have to be back at the ranch tonight," he said. "It's part of the release paperwork." "Do you have that paperwork?" Ginger asked, turning in his arms and leaning into his body. She kept her arms wrapped around his waist as they watched Connor adjust his goggles and dive under the water again. "Yes," Nate said. "I set it on the table back there." "So 6 more months," Ginger said. "I'm actually hoping for longer than that," he said. "You have always been quite hopeful," she teased, and Nate liked that there was absolutely no tension between them. No need for more apologies, no wordy declarations. "My hopeful cowboy." "Thank you for forgiving me." "Thank you for forgiving me," she repeated. "We'll go as soon as Spencer gets back." "Where is he?" "You're never going to believe this," she said, "but he met a woman at the beach yesterday, and they went to breakfast." Nate laughed, and the sound was glorious and wonderful, and Nate wanted to laugh this freely every day for the rest of his life. Sounds like Spencer. "Right?" Ginger nodded toward the chair she'd been sitting in. "I was just getting my payroll done." "Go finish it," Nate said. "I'll go sit with Connor." He pressed his lips to her temple, and Ginger stepped over to the chair and picked up her tablet. Nate stepped out into the sun and said, "Connor, show me how you float on your back." Later that night, after they'd packed and loaded Ginger's truck, after they'd driven back to Hope Eternal Ranch, after Nate had been out to the stables to see the horses he'd left behind, he picked up his cowboy hat and said, "Come on, Connor, we're eating next door tonight." Somehow everyone else had left the annex without him and Connor, so Nate took the little boy's hand and led him out the back door, across the deck, and down the stairs to the grass. "What did you and Ginger do while I was gone?"
"I got to sleep in Spencer's room,"
Connor said, though Nate already knew that. He'd spent some time this afternoon gathering all the little boy things from Spencer's bedroom and thanking the man profusely. "Yep," Nate said. "And what else?"
"One time Jack took me on the 4-wheeler.
"Did you like it?"
"Yep."
"What did you eat?"
"Dad, Emma made grilled peanut butter sandwiches."
Connor danced in front of Nate, his face animated with wide eyes.
"Can you believe it? They were so good, and maybe she'll make them again."
"Maybe I can ask her how she did it, and then I can make them." He wasn't sure how to make the 2 pieces of bread stick together if the peanut butter melted, but Emma would tell him.
But you have to use the right kind of bread, Connor said.
Nate smiled at his drama. Yeah? What kind of bread is that?
It's the blue bag bread.
Oh, the blue bag bread. They climbed the steps to the back porch of the West Wing, and Nate reached over the top of Connor's head to knock on the door before they went inside. With the door open, Nate couldn't hear anything, and that immediately alerted him that something wasn't right inside. His heartbeat stuttered, but he kept moving. Connor skipped ahead of him, clearly not concerned by the silence inside. But Nate was. He'd never been to the West Wing where there weren't at least 2 women talking and laughing. Never. He rounded the corner to enter the kitchen, and he took in the group of people all standing together across the room, facing him. "Welcome home," they shouted as a single unit, and Nate stalled. He couldn't stop smiling, especially as Emma went over the pizza on the counter, the macaroni salad, "Your favorite," she said, and the giant chocolate-frosted cake. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you all." Everyone seemed genuinely happy to see him, and while that was somewhat difficult for Nate to believe, he'd never known any of the men or women here at Hope Eternal to be fake. He enjoyed dinner with all of the chatter and laughter he'd come to expect from the West Wing. "Let's go, Connor," Spencer said, and Nate lifted his head from the conversation he'd been having with Jack and Jessica. "I'm going to take him back. Is that okay?" "Sure," Nate said. "You sure?" "We're both tired, huh, bud?" Spencer grinned down at Connor.
"Can Ursula come?"
"If you can get her to come, she can come." Spencer glanced down the table to where Ginger sat, Ursula at her feet. In the end, Connor couldn't convince the dog to come with him, and Ginger promised to bring her over later so she could sleep with Connor. Spencer and Connor left, and the party broke up in little pieces after that. Nate felt like he could sleep for a year, but he didn't want to leave without kissing Ginger. Now that he knew he loved her, he wanted to be at her side all the time. "Go," Emma finally said, and Ginger tossed down the wash rag she'd been using to wipe the counter. She met Nate's eyes, and he started for the back door. Behind him, Ursula barked, and then she came out of the house with Ginger. "Walk with me?" Nate asked, reaching for Ginger's hand. She slipped her fingers between his, and Nate sighed. "Thanks for that dinner." "Oh, that was Emma." "I know, but you let her." "Did you hate it?" She looked at him with a bit of apprehension in her expression. "No," he said. "You thought I'd hate it?" "You don't really like crowds." "No, I don't." He gazed up into the clear night sky. He loved how dark it was out here and how the stars seemed to be caught in this wide black net. "But I like the people here, and I could eat that cake every day of my life." "Emma is a genius with butter and flour," Ginger said. Nate sighed, relaxing more and more the farther from the homestead they walked. He took her down the road where they'd shared their first kiss, the silence between him and Ginger so soothing. "I'm so glad to be back," he said. "I really am sorry I left. I'm sorry I involved Nick. Nate, you don't owe me any apologies," Ginger said. Nate nodded. "Sometimes the apologies aren't for the person receiving them," he said. "So can I just finish them?" "All right." "I'm sorry I asked you to take care of Connor. You're amazing for doing it, but it wasn't fair." He pressed his teeth together, making his jaw jut out. "I'm sorry I put you through all of this, and I'm hopeful that once the 6 months are up, that you'll consider hiring me on full-time here." "This is what you want? I thought you were going to go live in Ward's house in White Lake." "I belong here," he said simply, "and if you'll have me, I'd love to stay." "I'd love for you to stay," she said. "And Nate,
We should probably talk about, what we said earlier.
Which part?
Oh, come on. Ginger rolled her eyes by the light of the moon, and Nate's heart softened toward her again.
You mean the part where I said I was in love with you?
Yeah, she said. That part.
You think I was lying?
No, she said. I'm just wondering what you think the next step for us is. Nate had been thinking about Ginger non-stop since he'd been pushed to the ground and rearrested in front of her. For weeks now. Weeks.
Well, I think most people get married, he said, watching her closely.
She nodded, and he didn't detect any apprehension in her. And that's something you want to do?
Nate let a smile spread across his face. With you, Ginger, it's exactly what I want to do.
He leaned down and kissed her, feeling her melt right into him. And for once, his reality was much better than what he'd imagined from the inside of his prison cell.
The days, weeks, and then a few months passed. Nate enjoyed working around the ranch as much now as he had the very first time he'd entered the stables. Connor turned 5 one week and started kindergarten the next. Nate, still in the re-entry program, couldn't go pick him up alone, so he and Ginger made the drive together. They talked about everything, from Ginger's favorite horse on the ranch to whether she wanted children or not. Both she and Nate did, but he hadn't asked her to marry him yet. He didn't want to get married as an inmate, and he still had 2 months left of his 6-month sentence in the residential re-entry program. But he couldn't go ring shopping by himself, and he didn't want Ginger along for that ride. Spencer had offered to go with him, and Nick had actually taken him to the mall and said, "Let's get her a ring today," one day near Thanksgiving. But Nate wasn't in the right mental state, and for some reason, he wanted to take Connor and have the two of them pick out the ring for Ginger together. He still got the mail most days for the ranch, that walk out to the mailbox one of his favorites. Just after Thanksgiving, he opened the mailbox and pulled out a very large white envelope. His heart fell to his boot tips and rebounded back to its rightful place in his chest. He flipped the envelope over and saw the seal from Lawrence's law firm. All the other mail forgotten, Nate focused only on the envelope. It had his name on it, and he ripped it open, his mouth beyond dry. He pulled out the sheaf of paperwork and started reading the cover letter, which had been printed on ultra-soft paper that almost reminded Nate of cotton. "Congratulations, Nate and Connor," the letter began. Tears burned behind his eyes as he continued to read that his adoption of Connor had been approved by the state of Texas, and they had a hearing to attend in 2.5 weeks, just before Christmas. He hurried to put everything back in the envelope, his excitement multiplying exponentially as his fingers shook. He left the rest of the mail, and he didn't even know if he'd closed the mailbox as he jogged back to the homestead. Ginger wasn't there, and Nate pulled out his phone and called her. "Hey," he said when she answered. "So I'm going to need Tuesday, December 20th off." "What?" Ginger asked. "You'll need to clear your calendar, too," he said. "Nate, is that your release date?" "No," he said, and he couldn't imagine what that kind of relief and joy would feel like. Right now, he felt like he was flying on clouds, and he chuckled as he said, "It's the hearing date Connor and I have to finalize the adoption." "You're kidding," Ginger said, the words mostly air. "I'm not," Nate said, letting his laughter out, "and I want you there. Connor will want you there." "I'll be there," Ginger said. "Of course I'll be there." "Thank you," Nate said. "Is Connor with Nick in the stables?" "He's with Nick, but they're out in the fields," Ginger said. "I can call him." "No, it's okay," Nate said. "I'll tell him when I see him this afternoon." Connor always came to help with the riding lessons in the afternoon,
and he and Nate spent the afternoons and evenings together, sometimes working and sometimes just going back to the annex. "We should go celebrate tonight," Ginger said.
"Sweetheart, I can't eat more Chinese food."
He made sure his voice carried a tease, but he was being dead serious. Ginger pealed out a string of laughter that made Nate's heart happy, and then she asked, "What about a nice juicy steak?"
"Oh, now you're talking my language."
"Pick me up at 6?
"Absolutely," he said. "I can ask Nick to babysit Connor so we can go alone."
Nate had plenty of opportunities to see Ginger alone, and he exploited them as much as possible. The woman had lips he sure did like to kiss, and she didn't seem to mind when he took her hand and hurried her around to the back of the barn so he could do so. "This is about the two of you," Ginger said. "He should come."
"Good point."
"All right," she said. "See you tonight."
"Love you," he said.
"Love you too, my hopeful cowboy." Nate ended the call and tipped his head back to look up into the sky. "Thank you," he murmured, not sure if he was talking to God or to his brother. His hope grew and grew, and he hoped he could be the kind of father Connor deserved. He hoped he could be a good husband for Ginger. He hoped he would always be full of hope and dreams, and that he could work hard enough to make them come true. "First, the adoption," he said, "then my release, then get a ring on Ginger's finger." Chapter 20. The weeks until Connor's adoption hearing flew by, as December was a very busy time around the ranches in Texas. It was birthing season, and most of Ginger's cowboys went to neighboring cattle ranches to help with all of that, and that left Hope Eternal short-handed. Ginger worked from sun-up to sundown, and beyond, as the sun set a bit earlier than usual in the winter. Nate didn't go anywhere, and together they kept the ranch going, and Ginger couldn't wait until February or March. Of course, then there was something new to be done around the ranch. The morning she needed to be ready to accompany Nate and Connor to court, she fed the horses with Emma, who rarely came out onto the ranch. But dire circumstances required everyone with even one good leg and one good arm to help out. Emma didn't hate working around the ranch, but she much preferred observing it from behind the safety of the window pane. Not only that, but Emma really couldn't handle the heat. Thankfully, this close to Christmas, the sun's heat wasn't really an issue. At least, not yet. Ginger moved steadily down the right side of the stable, while Emma fell rapidly behind on the left side. The ranch housed and cared for over 70 horses, and Ginger had never fed them all by herself. That morning, she very nearly did, though Emma helped, and Nate worked in the next aisle over. Ginger didn't often get a chance to just bend and empty yesterday's buckets, get new ones, check on every animal. She thought she needed to take a shift in these stables more often, but overseeing the ranch required almost all of her energy. After a few hours of checking, feeding, and watering, an alarm went off on her phone. "Time to go," Emma said, straightening and stretching her back. "I can finish." "There's just 3 left," Ginger said, silencing the alarm. "I can do it." Emma flashed her a smile and stepped over to give Ginger a hug. "I hope it goes well today. Call me as soon as it's done." "I will." Ginger clung to her best friend, so glad she'd been able to convince Emma to come out to Hope Eternal all those years ago. She did like living off the beaten path, too, so it hadn't really taken all that much convincing. Emma nodded after she stepped back, and Ginger headed for the rectangle of bright light that signaled the doorway. Her nerves weren't cut out for court hearings, she knew that. She'd only been to the one, but it had taken a miracle to get herself dressed that morning. If Connor hadn't been there, looking at Ginger with those wide, hopeful eyes, she might not have gone. She honestly didn't know.
but she was going to go today, and she looked left as soon as she exited the stable. Only a moment later, Nate came out, peeling his gloves from his hands. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready to go get changed," she said. "Where's Connor?" "He should be at the annex," Nate said. "I told him to stay in bed when he woke up. We put Pop-Tarts and his dinosaurs on the bedside table last night." Ginger grinned as Nate reached her. He bent down and kissed her, smelling like horses and oats and leather. She loved the sight of him, the smell of him, the taste of him. He said, pulling away. "Come on, he's probably been awake for about 15 minutes. I guess you'll know by how many crumbs he has in the bed." Nate groaned. This was a bad idea. "But we got the horses fed," Ginger said as they started back toward the house. "Emma will finish, and she'll get the chickens taken care of, too. We should stop and get her one of those bundt cakes she likes." "She'd like that," Ginger said, impressed that Nate remembered Emma liked the miniature bundt cakes from a shop that didn't make anything else. "She really doesn't like working on the ranch." "We'll get her two then," he said, "because she had to help so we could go to court." He reached for her hand and squeezed it tight, a clear indication of his nerves. "It's going to be okay," Ginger said. "It's all approved." "I've never been to an adoption hearing," Nate said. "Neither have I, and neither has Connor. It'll be okay." Ginger had to keep telling herself that as they separated to go to their respective parts of the house to get ready. 20 minutes later, Ginger hurried down the steps and into the garage. Nate and Connor waited in her truck, both of them wearing dark suits, complete with a white shirt and matching striped tie in blue, maroon, and gold. "Wow," Ginger said, sliding behind the wheel. "You two match."
"Daddy bought us the same suit," Connor said, "but mine is small."
"It sure is." Ginger grinned at the little boy, whose blonde hair had been buzzed into a respectable cut only a few days ago. He'd sat in the kitchen in the West Wing while Jess used the clippers and then the scissors to get his hair just right. She'd then cut Nate's hair, too, and they both looked clean-cut and respectable. Ginger drove them to the county courthouse, where they went through the metal detectors and then into the elevator to go to the 4th floor, where the courtrooms were for family court. There was nowhere to sit on the 4th floor, and Nate paced toward the window and back several times before Ginger took his hand in hers and forced him to stand still. Some people already milled about, and more kept coming and coming. Ginger realized in that moment that this was not going to be a private hearing, and she wondered if the judge would know Nate wasn't quite out of prison yet. Her stomach jiggled and dropped, but she said nothing. He was already keyed up, and she didn't need to add to it. "Where is he?" Nate asked, craning to look at the elevator bank. His lawyer was supposed to be there that morning, but they hadn't seen him yet. "He'll be here," Ginger said. Lawrence might wear snakeskin sometimes, but he did a good job. He'd always done right by Nate, and surely he'd arrive any minute now. Finally, the door opened to courtroom 7, their assigned courtroom, and a bailiff came out into the hall. "We've got our 10:30 group entering," he said, stepping back. "Any requests to go first?" "We'd like to go first," a man said, and Nate made a startled noise. "It's the Mulberry adoption." "That's Lawrence," Nate said, but Ginger had spotted him on her own. "I didn't even see him." He released Ginger's hand and said, "Come on, bud," to Connor, scooping him into his arms a moment later. He hurried toward the door and Lawrence, and by the time Ginger made it through the press of people to one of the rows inside the courtroom, Nate, Connor, and Lawrence sat at the front table. "Guess we're going first," she muttered, taking a seat on the end of the row as the bailiff kept telling everyone to move down, keep moving down. People filled the room, and Ginger was suddenly glad Lawrence had stepped up and demanded to go first.
At the same time, Ginger wished she had a moment to catch her breath, and she'd like to have seen how this procedure worked before it was Nate and Connor on the hot seat. She reminded herself that she didn't need to know the procedure here. That was why Nate paid Lawrence. Once everyone was settled, a silence descended on the room, at least until the door in the back opened, and out came 2 women. Everyone scrambled to their feet to show respect. One woman took her place in a booth on floor level, and the other sat behind the bench. "Ready, Randy?" she asked, a smile on her face. The bailiff grinned back at her. "Everyone's here, ma'am." "And we have our first case already seated," she said, gesturing to Lawrence, Nate, and Connor. "So I guess we're ready." "The Mulberrys," Randy said, before turning to the courtroom. "This is Courtroom 7 with the Honorable Judge Denise Jerry. You're up, sir." Lawrence stood up and asked the judge how she was. "Fine," she drawled, still shuffling papers on her bench. "All of our paperwork is in order," Lawrence said. "There was no contest from Jane Copeland, Connor Mulberry's birth mother. No contest from any of her family members or any of Nathaniel's. Both Connor and Nate want to form this family unit and start new when the time comes." The judge looked up, first at Lawrence, and then to Nate and Connor. "Sir, please stand up." Nate did, quickly buttoning his suit coat. He nudged Connor, who also stood up. Nate smoothed his hair, and they both faced the judge again. "Your Honor." "This is your late brother's son?" "Yes, Your Honor." "His will named you the legal guardian, with specific instructions to adopt Connor as soon as you could." "Yes, Your Honor." She looked down at her papers again, a tiny crease appearing between her eyebrows. Ginger pulled in a breath and held it. "You're still in state custody," the judge finally said. "Yes, ma'am, until February 17th. "You're at Hope Eternal Ranch?" Ginger glanced away from the bench when Nate didn't answer. He was bent over whispering something to Connor. He straightened, and Connor said,
"Yes, Your Honor, we live at Hope Eternal Ranch."
A collective "aw" rose into the air, and Ginger's heart swelled with so much love for him. "Who's responsible for you there?" Judge Jerry asked.
"My dad," Connor said, looking up at Nate. "And Spencer, and Jack, and Nick. There's Emma, Jess, Jill, and Ginger, too. And so many horses, and—"
He stopped when Nate put his hand on the top of his head, and several people in the courtroom chuckled, including the judge. "So you have a lot of people looking after you."
"And Ursula," Connor said.
"And you, Mr. Mulberry?" "I report to Ginger Talbot, ma'am. She reports to the BOP." "Did Ms. Talbot come with you?" "Yes, ma'am." Nate turned toward the audience, his eyes searching for her. Ginger hadn't realized she'd need to be part of the proceedings. She stood up, lifting her right hand halfway, as if everyone wasn't looking at her now. The judge gestured for Ginger to join Nate and Connor at the small table on the other side of the short wall, keeping the audience back from the podium. She made it to the table and reached down and pressed her palm flat against the wood, using it to steady herself. "Your reports have been favorable," Judge Jerry said, clearly a prompt. "Yes, Your Honor," she said, her voice scratchy. "Nate is such an excellent cowboy. I'm hoping to hire him on permanently once he's eligible." She shuffled some more papers, which seemed to take a very long time. "And young man, Connor, you want your Uncle Nate to be your father?" He looked up at Nate, who nodded a couple of times.
"Yes,"
Connor said. "Anything to add, Mr. Matthews?" "Only that Nathaniel is capable and ready for this responsibility, Your Honor. He's already been doing it for months now." "Yes," the judge mused. She finally closed the folder and looked up. "All right. I see no reason for the two of you not to be a family. I'm signing this now to make this a legal adoption, and to make things even easier, no one has to change any names." She beamed out at them, and Nate did something Ginger had never seen him do before. He whooped and picked up Connor, who laughed as he looked down at his new father. Ginger wanted to commit this moment to memory because it was so full of joy and so precious. "You can have 2 minutes for a picture," the bailiff said. "We're ready for the Jacobsons." He stepped over to the separating wall, and Ginger moved forward with Lawrence. They stood back while Nate and Connor posed by the judge. Ginger snapped pictures, the smiles now captured digitally forever. Then they left the courtroom. Nate clapped Lawrence on the back of his shoulder and said, "Thank you." "Any time," Lawrence said with a big smile. "I'll see you in a couple of months." He held up one palm. "Not a day before, okay, Nate? I don't want to see you until February." "Deal," Nate said. They watched Lawrence leave, and Nate finally turned his attention to Ginger. He burst out laughing again, and he wrapped his arms around her and lifted her right off her feet. She giggled with him, and Nate bent to pick up Connor. "Come on," he said. "This calls for the biggest ice cream cone in Texas, and I know just where to get one."
Yeah!
Connor cheered, and it was a good long while before Ginger could stop. Chapter 21. Nate threw his cowboy hat into the air along with the other people wearing hats as the cheers went up and the clock clicked to midnight. "Happy New Year!" chorused through the West Wing, and Nate raised his voice along with the others. He slipped his arm around Ginger's waist and pulled her into his body before he kissed her. They laughed together, and the kiss was pretty sloppy, but it didn't matter. Nate finally felt like his future held more than sleeping in a dormitory with a bunch of other men. This year, he'd be free. This year, he could start a new life. This year, he would learn how to be a better father and, hopefully, a husband. He hugged Nick and wished him a happy New Year. Everyone went around, laughing and talking and embracing. Nate had never been part of such a tight-knit community, and he sure did like it. He didn't want to leave Hope Eternal, and he and Ginger had started talking about life after February 17th. The date felt impossibly far away, but also very, very close. He had no diamond ring to give to Ginger. He wasn't sure where they'd live, as they both currently had a room in a house filled with other people. He wanted to talk to Connor and find out how he felt about Ginger being his stepmother. He wanted to go visit his parents and his sister in White Lake, and he wanted to be more involved in their lives. He wanted Connor to have them in his life. He needed a vehicle of his own, and he wanted to go through Ward's house and see what had been left there. All of Nate's personal property from his life before should be at Ward's. He wasn't even sure he'd want any of it, but he wanted to see what there was. Ward had once gone through Nate's apartment and boxed up what he deemed important. Now Nate would have to do the same for his older brother, his hero. If he thought too hard about it, his chest started to collapse, and Nate couldn't quite remember how to breathe. His smile faltered, and he suddenly felt so tired. Cowboys didn't stay up until midnight, that was for dang sure. Not when their chores started by 6 the next morning. So he kissed Ginger again, this time not as sloppily, and went down the hall to the front room where the girls had a piano and a small love seat. Connor slept there, his face smashed into the upholstery. Nate smiled down at him, slipped the little boy into his arms, and disappeared out the front door to the quiet night beyond. In the annex, he took Connor into their bedroom and laid him on his side of the bed. Nate went to brush his teeth and change into his pajamas, and as he looked at himself in the mirror, He hardly recognized the man looking back at him. His skin had tanned in the months he'd been working on the ranch. His eyes almost seemed electric, because they possessed a quality he hadn't been sure he'd ever feel again. Happiness. No, joy. He had gone into prison as one man, and he'd come out a different one, a better one. A hopeful one, he said to his reflection. He reached up and ran his hand through his hair, which had just started to grow out from his cut from a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't believe how much his life had changed in the last 6 months. Heck, in the last 6 years, Nate had grown more than he thought possible. He was sure he was going to make stupid decisions again, but he hoped they wouldn't have such devastating consequences. "I'm going to do my best, Ward," he said. "I am. I'm going to do my best with Connor." The sweetest feeling of peace moved through him, and Nate turned and went back into the bedroom. He lay down on the other side of the bed from Connor, a powerful sense of relief moving through him. He listened to Connor's steady, deep breathing, a smile dancing through his soul, before he fell asleep. "All right," Nate said, stepping into the jewelry store and stopping immediately. "We only have a few minutes. Have you got that list?" He looked down at Connor as a salesman came toward them, thankfully.
Yep.
Connor held up the lined yellow paper Nate had scrawled a few notes on. He and Connor had been slipping questions into normal conversations with Ginger for the past few weeks to find out what kind of ring she might like. He'd learned she didn't like anything too big or gaudy. Connor had learned she liked gold more than silver. Nate had asked Emma about the cut on the diamond and learned that Ginger liked the sparkliest things. Nate could use the internet, and he'd learned about a brilliant diamond with the most shiny facets, the Gasson diamond. He wanted that one, and he wanted it to be simple. "Good morning," the salesman said. "My name is Chandler. What are you looking for today?" Connor looked at Nate, and Nate looked at Connor. "An engagement ring," he said, a smile immediately following the words. "And we have a list." He nodded to the boy, and Connor handed it to Chandler. "Oh, okay." Chandler grinned at Connor, and then he focused on the list. "Something small but expensive. Princess or brilliant cut. Gold band. Simple. Gasson diamond." He lifted his eyes to Nate's, his eyebrows going right up, too. "A Gasson diamond is very expensive, sir." "And I want it to be very white," Nate said with a smile. "Do you have something like that, or do I need to special order it?" He knew that Gasson diamonds came from the Netherlands, but he assumed he'd be able to talk to a good jeweler and get some answers. Ginger had agreed to give him 20 minutes in the mall alone with Connor, though Nate wouldn't tell her what they wanted to shop for without her. She had to know, though. "We have a catalog," the man said. "If you'll come over here, I'm sure we can find you something, and I'll make a call." "Let's go look at the catalog," Nate said to Connor, though he knew the child wouldn't be any help. Nate wasn't one to beat around the bush, and he knew what he wanted. The salesman probably studied this catalog in his spare time because he flipped straight to the section with the gold-banded, brilliant-cut rings with all the facets that made them the shiniest diamonds in the world. Ginger was going to love her ring. He found the one he wanted, a chunkier band with the stone set down in but also raised up because of its size, on the 3rd page. He pointed to it. "That one. Can we get that one?" "Let me find out." He took the catalog through a back door and into an office, and Nate glanced at his phone to judge the time. They had maybe 10 minutes, and then Nate needed to get out of this store. Thankfully, Chandler came back within a couple of minutes and said, "I can get you this one. It's $13,000. "How long?" "They'll put it in the mail this evening, and it'll be here by Friday." As it was Tuesday already, Nate thought Friday was fairly fast. Quite fast, in fact. "Perfect," he said, reaching for his wallet. "If I know the size, can I call and get it sized before I pick it up?" "Of course." "Okay, I'll work on that." He handed Chandler his credit card, and the transaction only took a few moments. Chandler took down all of Nate's information, and he herded Connor out into the busyness of the mall, glancing around to see if Ginger had come in yet. He didn't see her, so he hurried Connor across the way to a smoothie shop. He'd ordered and had all 3 treats before turning around to look for the woman he loved again. This time, she raised her hand from over by the indoor fountain, and Nate said, "Over there, bud. Go on now." Connor skipped through the people to where Ginger sat on a bench, and she grinned at him and took him right onto her lap. Nate walked at a much slower pace, the noise and chaos around him fading to nothing as he looked at Ginger and Connor. No, they didn't look like they came from one another, but that didn't matter. Connor's shocking white hair reminded him of himself and Ward as children, and Ginger, with her auburn hair and those dark hazel eyes, took his breath away every time he caught a glimpse of her. "Hey, beautiful." Nate handed her the styrofoam cup with her mango and orange smoothie and sat beside her. "So, did you get your shopping done?" she asked, making a show of looking for a bag. "You don't have anything with you." "Couldn't really find anything," Nate said casually. "We'll have to come back this weekend." He sipped his smoothie like he loved hanging out at the mall, and for how often he'd come here, an outsider would probably think he did. "Mm-hmm," Ginger said, sipping her smoothie too.
Ginger,
Connor asked.
you got any coins?
"Sure thing, baby," she said, dipping down to get her wallet out of her purse. She handed him a quarter and a penny, and he went to toss them into the fountain. "Thank you for loving him," Nate said quietly, and Ginger whipped her attention back to him. Her wide eyes drank him in, and he just smiled at Connor before looking at Ginger. "He's a great kid," she said. "Yeah," Nate said. "He is, and his dad was great too." "Missin' Ward today?" Ginger linked her arm through Nate's. "Every day," he said. "Some days are worse than others." "Only a month until release." Nate nodded, wondering how on earth he was going to conceal a $13,000 diamond ring from her for a month. "Listen," he said, "I wanted to ask you something." He hesitated because he really didn't want to ask her to marry him while they sat on a bench in the mall. "Yeah? You hungry? I hear there's a great Chinese place around here somewhere." Ginger giggled and laid her head against his bicep. Nate liked how she made him feel strong. He liked how she made him feel necessary. He simply liked being with her. "Let's go," he said, standing up. "Come on, Connor, we're gonna go get noodles." Connor skipped back over to them, and Nate took one of his hands while Ginger took the other. They went back to her truck, and she drove through the parking lot to the Chinese restaurant. "Hey, Laura," Nate said as he walked in.
Oh, my favorite family.
She grinned at them and didn't bother with menus. Nate wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. She led them to a table out of the way and said,
I'll send over Kiki.
"Sounds good." Nate helped Connor sit, and then he handed the boy his phone. "You can do the airplanes or the teddy bears."
Do you have that snake game?
"Snake game?" Nate shook his head. "No, I deleted that one."
Why?
"Because I couldn't download something else I needed." Connor stabbed unhappily at the phone, and Nate had half a mind to take it from him and say he couldn't use it at all. Instead, he turned his attention to Ginger, who sat across from him. His heart pounded in his chest, getting louder and more violent with every passing second. He could propose here, and then Ginger would love this restaurant even more than she already did. But he couldn't get the words out. Kiki appeared at the end of the table and said, Drinks?
Diet Coke, Ginger said. Same, Nate said. He didn't particularly enjoy soda, but it would be better than the rosewater they served here, and he wants Sprite.
Sounds good. Do you know what you want? She looked at the table. You don't have menus.
We don't need them, Ginger said. I'll have the pork fried rice and the teriyaki noodles.
Sweet and sour chicken, Connor said. Please.
Nate grinned at him, glad he'd remembered his manners.
And I'll have the steak and shrimp stir-fry.
Be right back with the drinks. Connor was already absorbed back into the phone, and Nate didn't have anything to distract him. He looked at Ginger and decided to just blurt out what was in his head.
I love you, Ginger, he said, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Today, Connor and I looked at engagement rings, and we bought one for you. It'll be here on Friday.
Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. You're kidding.
I am not, he said, ducking his head and smiling. It's really pretty, and I just know you're going to love it.
He looked at her again.
What I'm wondering is if you love me enough to marry me.
Tears filled her eyes, but she was already nodding. Yes, she said. Yes, I love you, Nate. He got up and rounded the table, meeting her as she stood too. He kissed her, not caring about anyone or anything else in the restaurant. He cradled her face in both of his hands.
I love you so much, he said. Thank you for taking a chance on me.
I love you too, she said, resting her cheek against his.
I love you and your big, beautiful, hopeful heart.
She kissed him again, and Nate hoped he could be the kind of man she wanted, needed, deserved. Diet Coke, the waitress said, and Ginger pulled away from him. Sorry, she said, giggling as she sat down, but we just got engaged. Kiki gasped, looking between the two of them. Really?
Really, Nate said. The ring is coming from Amsterdam.
It is? Both women asked together, and Nate felt like he'd done a very good thing with his engagement ring choice.
It is, Nate said.
Kiki grinned at both of them and said, I'll be right back with your food. He reached across the table and took Ginger's hand in his.
I really think you're going to love it.
I'm sure I will, Ginger said.
I love you, Ginger, he said.
I love you too, Nate, she said, which were the best words in the whole world. The end. Keep listening for a sneak peek at the next book in the series, Overprotective Cowboy. You are listening to a sneak peek of Overprotective Cowboy, a Hope Eternal Ranch romance, Book 2, written by Elana Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 1. Ted Burrows grinned when he saw the man sitting across the room wearing a cowboy hat. His heart leapt at the familiar sight of Nathaniel Mulberry, though Ted hadn't seen Nate in months. He started chuckling a couple of tables away, and Nate stood up, a giant grin on his face too.
Nathaniel,
Ted said, engulfing Nate in a hug. The other man didn't particularly like his full name, but he laughed too. Ted clapped him on the back a couple of times.
What are you doing here?
Nate stepped back, something new lighting his eyes. Ted recognized the shine of freedom in his friend's face, and he wondered what it would look like on him. Ted was getting closer to his release date, but he'd been working very hard not to count down the days until he could walk out of the River Bay Federal Correctional Institution. He'd been counting up for so long that counting down happened naturally. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew exactly how many days he had left inside these walls.
I thought you were going to transfer to the camp,
Nate said, sitting back down in the seat where he'd been waiting for Ted.
Drive tourists from the ships to the restaurants and stuff. Nah.
Ted sat down too, the chairs in this tiny cafeteria-like room too small for him.
The opportunity came up, but if I moved to the camp, I'd forfeit the opportunity for a halfway house.
Or the residential reentry program, Nate said.
That too, Ted said, but I only have 3.5 months. I think they put people in those programs who have 6 months.
Well, I'm not getting strip-searched again, Nate said with a smile.
So I guess this'll be the last time I see you before you show up at the ranch.
He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was a compact square that he fumbled to unfold, and when he finally did, he smoothed it on the tabletop and slid it toward Ted. Ted's heart beat strongly in his chest, and he didn't dare hope for the chance to go to the same ranch where Nate had been. His friend had sent plenty of communications about how much he loved it and how much he thought Ted would love it. He wouldn't wear the cowboy hat, though, and he glanced at the dark gray one perched on Nate's head. It felt as natural to Ted as it felt unnatural, and Nate caught him looking.
You don't have to wear the hat.
No.
You haven't even looked at the paper. Do I want to look at the paper?
Yes, Ted, Nate said, with some measure of exasperation in his voice. You want to look at the paper. Ted held his best friend's eyes for another moment, and then he looked at the form Nate had put on the table. They'd both spent plenty of time in prison reading over their sentences and appeals, so a simple release form that listed Hope Eternal Ranch as the location of his reentry program was easy to understand. The date made him suck in a breath, and Nate didn't miss that. Another chuckle came from his mouth, and he said,
So we'll be here on Monday morning, and we'll see how long you last without a hat.
He grinned like he knew something Ted didn't, which was entirely possible. Ted's life had changed a lot over the past 8 years, and one of the key moments was the day Nathaniel Mulberry had joined him in prison. They'd become fast friends and blood brothers, always looking out for each other and forming a band of boys that wasn't to be trifled with. They didn't cause problems. They didn't issue threats. Theirs was a mission to provide safety and security to everyone inside River Bay, and since it was a low-security facility, their strong presence ensured that the life was fairly easy for everyone. In a lot of ways, life inside the low-security prison was like high school. There were a few cliques, but for the most part, everyone got along with everyone else. There wasn't much drama, and only a few fights, depending on who was in the facility with them and for how long.
Monday?
Ted looked up, trying to remember what day it was now. Had to be Friday or Saturday, as those were visiting days. Wasn't a holiday.
4 days, bud, Nate said,
glancing up as a guard walked by their table.
Hey, Johnny.
The guard turned, surprised, but his face melted into a smile when he recognized Nate.
Nate, he said. Wow.
He glanced at Ted as he stuck out his hand to shake Nate's.
How's life out there?
So great, Nate said.
I'm engaged now, and Connor hasn't died yet.
Johnny laughed, and Ted did a little as well.
Wow, engaged.
Nate cut a look at Ted, who'd heard this news before.
Yeah, she owns the ranch where I did my re-entry. And you're going there too, right, Ted? Johnny asked.
I suppose so, Ted said, annoyed that he'd known before Ted had. But he knew that was just how things were done in the Bureau of Prisons. The prisoner was always the last to know his own fate, it seemed. The bell rang, and Nate got to his feet.
That's yours, Ted. See you Monday.
Ted stood up and hugged Nate again, realizing he only had to count down 3 more days.
He watched Nate head for the exit along with all the other visitors, and a flash of gratitude and appreciation for the man filled him. Ted didn't get a lot of visitors, as his family lived a few 100 miles away, and his parents couldn't make the drive alone anymore. They emailed still, and he talked to his mother on the phone every week, even if the conversation was only 15 minutes long. He waited in the room with all the tables and chairs where visiting took place until the guards released them, and he had to make a decision about that afternoon's automotive class. It would be his last one, and he hadn't anticipated that. So he'd go because Dallas ran the workshop, and the man who was part of the Mulberry Boys never went anywhere without the scent of grease accompanying him. He loved running the workshops, and he even had special permission to work in the shop when he wasn't doing classes. The beauty of the low-security facility. There were plenty of rules, too, and Ted had bucked against them at first. He'd been in the unit for 8 months before Nate had shown up, wide-eyed and clenching his fingers into fists as he entered the unit for the first time. Ted remembered exactly what it was like to walk into the facility for the first time, and he and Nate had tried to make the transition as easy as possible for new boots after that. He wouldn't be tinkering with an engine for a couple of hours, though, so he returned to the dormitory, choosing not to go outside quite yet. Spring had arrived in Texas, and Ted wondered what the air tasted like at Hope Eternal Ranch. Nate had told him about the bees the ranch cultivated, and Ted closed his eyes, almost able to hear the buzzing and taste the honey. Almost. Ted had lived his whole life with the word almost riding on the back of his tongue. The fact that he'd almost used a knife in the brawl he'd gotten into had landed him in this facility. "I saw Nate leaving," a man said, and Ted opened his eyes to look at Slate Sanders. He'd joined the Mulberry Boys the moment he'd come into the facility because he was a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and extremely laid back. "Yeah," Ted said. "He came to visit me. I'm going to Hope Eternal." A smile formed on Slate's face, though Ted could see the longing in his eyes. He'd only received a sentence of 30 months, though, and he'd be out in 10. He could be in the camp, too, but he'd stayed in the low because of the opportunities here. With more people, there was more access to health care and infinitely more classes and opportunities to learn something. Slate needed something else once he left this place, and he'd wanted the chance to take as many classes as possible so he could find something he could do after his sentence was up. He came from the financial sector as well, the same as Nate, though Slate had been a stockbroker out of Dallas, and Nate had been an investment banker in Houston. Dallas had been a surgeon who liked to take apart engines on the weekends, and he'd really embraced his mechanic side behind locked doors and high fences. "That's great," Slate said. "Yeah," Ted agreed. He honestly had no idea if the ranch was great or not. Nate acted like it was, but Ted had spent so much time here, with his schedule decided for him, his meals chosen for him, and his wardrobe handed to him. He could barely remember life beyond the bars, and a tremor of nervousness ran through him. "See you later," Slate said, and just as quickly as he'd come, he left. Ted sighed and closed his eyes again, images running through his mind. He wasn't sure if they were memories of imaginations, because he'd had plenty of time to daydream in here. The fact was, Ted could barely distinguish between what was real and what wasn't, what his life before he'd come to River Bay had been like, and what he wished it had been. 3 more days, he told himself. Then it was 2 days, then 1. Monday dawned, and Ted had everything packed and ready to go before the sun rose. The door to the dormitory opened for the 5 a.m. count,
But this time Gregory Fellows walked in.
"Ready, Ted?"
He looked at the men he was leaving behind. He'd said all of his goodbyes already, and he met Dallas's eyes, then Slate's, then Luke's.
"Yeah,"
he said, shouldering his bag that held all of his worldly belongings. He'd have to surrender it when he left, and it would be searched. He didn't mind. He had nothing left to hide. All of his secrets, all of his dirty laundry had been exposed, and Ted had survived. Buoyed by the thought, he followed Greg out of the dormitory as the men he'd shared his sleeping and living quarters with cheered and clapped for him. Outside in the hall, no one was cheering and applauding, but Ted rode the energy the other inmates had given him. Every step that took him farther from the dorm made his heart pound harder, and he went outside with the guards, getting a pair of handcuffs around his wrists before they went down the steps to make the move between buildings. Ted hated the jangle of shackles, but he held still as a unit officer put them on his ankles. Once he had all his jewelry on, he shuffled down the steps and along the sidewalk, wondering what waited through the door. The warden, Nate and Ginger, a woman he'd never met in real life, his lawyer. Greg opened the door with a key card, and he stood back as a couple of officers entered first, followed by Ted. His lawyer did stand there, and he took Ted's bag and handed it to a couple of officers who wore gloves and unzipped his duffel. Ted tried not to care, and really, he didn't. Prison really had removed the anger from him. Then Jarrell Rose shook his hand, and Ted didn't hate seeing his lawyer, maybe for the first time. When he'd first been indicted, he'd thought his lawyer could help him, but Ted had learned painful lesson after painful lesson until all his faith in lawyers was gone. The warden came into the room, and all the paperwork got reviewed. Ted had learned to be patient over the years and how to hold very still, a mask on his face, hiding his emotions. Inside, his muscles itched, and he wanted someone to say something, do something. Finally, Warden Dickerson looked up and said, "All right, boys, he's ready." The warden ran a tight ship here, and he didn't make personal connections with the inmates. Ted had never seen him wear anything but a suit and tie, just like he was now, despite the early hour on a Monday morning. Ted stood still while all the restraints got taken off him, and one of the officers handed him his duffel bag. No one preceded him to the door, and Ted wasn't sure if he should just walk out. Thankfully, Jarrell moved first, guiding Ted by the elbow, and they did walk out of the office, down the hall, and right on out of the building. A huge black truck waited in the circle drive, the early morning sunlight glinting off all the chrome. Jarrell strode toward it, extending the thick folder of paperwork toward whoever was inside. Nate got out of the passenger side and took the folder with the words, "Thanks, Jarrell." His gaze switched to Ted, a smile blooming on his face. "You ready?" He was going to have to be, Ted supposed, and he swallowed and nodded. He relaxed as Nate embraced him again, as Jarrell promised to follow up with him in a couple of weeks, and as he got in the truck after Nate had slid into the middle. "Ted," Nate said, "my fiancée, Ginger Talbot." He looked from Ted to Ginger. "Ginger, this is Ted Burrows, my best friend." "Nice to meet you," Ginger said, and she gave him a real nice smile, too, as if she actually meant it. "And you," Ted said, because he'd been taught manners once upon a time in his life. He settled into the comfortable seats as Nate told him they had about a 3.5-hour drive ahead of them. Ted didn't care. He wasn't behind the walls of River Bay, and when Ginger turned down road after road and then onto a highway with the water on the left, all Ted could do was stare. Nate didn't try to engage Ted in conversation, thankfully, as Ted felt like he was having an out-of-body experience.
The sky was so blue, the water so beautiful, the sunshine so bright. Eventually, they reached the town of Sweetwater Falls, and Ted thought even the name was too good to be true. Then Ginger turned onto the dirt lane that led to the ranch. The instruction started then, and he learned where he'd live, and where the women on the ranch lived, and when he'd meet with Ginger. She pulled into a garage that had doors on both sides, so she could essentially drive straight through the house in one of the 3 stalls separating the west wing, where the women lived, from the annex, where the Cowboys lived. "Your room is right by mine," Nate said, "and Connor's. We'll share a bathroom." Ted made a sound of affirmation, because he wasn't sure what to vocalize. He'd met Connor before, because Nate's brother used to bring him to the prison to visit. "Emma will have lunch ready," Ginger said, opening her door. "You hungry, Ted?" He looked over at her and nodded. "I didn't get breakfast." "We should have stopped," Nate said. "Why didn't you say something?" "I'm fine," Ted said, though he did get grumpy if he didn't eat enough. His stomach growled at the same time it told him not to eat, because it was nervous and wouldn't know what to do with the food he gave it. "Let's go eat." Nate got out on the driver's side, and Ted finally got himself to move. Ginger had gone into the house ahead of them, and Nate met Ted's eye. "It'll be overwhelming for a little bit, but this is a great place, I swear, and you just do the same thing here that you did at River Bay." "What's that?" "Take it one day at a time." Nate gave him another smile and said, "Okay, so you're going to meet a bunch of people at once. Don't try to remember all of their names. You just need to know Ginger's." "Ginger," Ted repeated. "Got it." Nate climbed up the couple of steps and opened the door, and Ted followed him, a little weirded out that there wasn't any clinking of chains accompanying his footsteps. Just like he'd had to get used to life at River Bay, he'd have to figure out how to get used to life here at Hope Eternal Ranch. "All right, guys," Ginger said over the gaggle of people inside, most of whom were talking. Ted saw several more men wearing cowboy hats, women wearing cowgirl hats, one in an apron. All of them looked fresh and happy, and almost like they glowed. Ted felt completely out of place, and he'd wished he'd asked Ginger to pull over so he could change his clothes. He stood halfway behind Nate as Ginger continued with, "This is Ted Burrows, our new cowboy. I expect everyone to welcome him to Hope Eternal Ranch the way we do." He wondered what way that was, and Nate glanced at him, questions in his eyes. "I need to change," Ted hissed, and recognition lit Nate's face. "Emma has your clothes." He nodded toward a brunette who was walking toward them with the widest smile on her face. "Ted, this is Emma Clemson." Ted blinked at her, because he knew that name. He knew this woman. His eyes narrowed at her, because she didn't quite look like the woman he'd thought he'd known. He'd compartmentalized things from his past, and he wasn't sure of anything anymore. Emma smiled at him, and everything in Ted's world got brighter. She had a gorgeous smile with straight white teeth and an inner light that shone out of her dark eyes. She wore a sleeveless purple shirt with a pair of jeans, and she said, "I'll show you where you can change." Her voice sounded familiar to him too, and he followed Emma while another woman started explaining the food covering the counter. Ted hadn't seen so much food in a long time. He followed Emma away from the fray, ready to be away from the crowds. He'd lived the last 5 years with dozens of other people in close quarters, and he just wanted to be alone. "Here you are," she said, handing him an obviously brand new backpack. Ted took it, but hesitated. "Have we met?" Something like fear flickered across her face, but she kept her smile hitched in place.
I don't think so.
Of course not, he said, feeling stupid for asking. But her voice was so familiar, and he'd definitely seen her face before. At least, he thought he had. Thanks. He ducked into the bathroom and closed the door, locking it behind him. And finally, it was quiet. Find out what happens between Ted and Emma in Overprotective Cowboy. Hope Eternal Ranch Romance, Book 2. We hope you have enjoyed our production of Hopeful Cowboy, a Hope Eternal Ranch Romance, Book 1, written by Elana Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Copyright 2020 by Elana Johnson. Production copyright 2021 by Elana Johnson.